Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the ERCL. We're currently here with the semifinals, and I gotta say, man, the groups today are absolutely insane. If you saw our games yesterday, we went from 9 groups of 18 players each, which was roughly 162 players, and we're down to just 3 groups of 18. So, man, going from that many amazing players down to just 3 groups means that we have shaved a lot of players off of our list, and we're left with just the best of the best. But unfortunately, for about 2/3 of these players, only 6 people per group can actually advance. So what that means is that we're going to have a ton of crazy action today and a ton of heartbreaking moments as some of the best players do end up getting eliminated from this competition. I am today joined by MOTF. MOTF, would you like to introduce yourself?
Glad to be here, everyone. I am MOTF. I stream and play a lot of Hyunwoo in my time, but you may also know that I'm in this myself. I'll actually be playing in Group C later, so I won't be here the whole time. But thank you guys for having me while I am.
Yeah, so I am super excited to get into Group A. Group A is where we're going to be starting things today. MOTF, have you looked at the player list of Group A, of our first group?
I have, actually, and it's looking pretty exciting. There's a lot of really strong players here, good representation across the entire cast, and I do have my picks for who I'm looking forward to watching for this.
Yeah, honestly, like, if I could just like go down this list and just name every single person in here, and it would actually just be the most insanely stacked thing ever. And the funny thing is that it's not even just that this group is stacked, it's like every single group is like this. Like, every group is just head to toe the craziest names possible. But yeah, just like a few highlights that stand out to me: players who did really well yesterday: Ashit, Yidam, and Prismaticism. They both got out of their groups in first place. But we also have players like Homecoming. He won the ERCS solo event. We have like Superior One. He's a really good Emma player. Honestly, like, you've got a verse in there too. Even though he only placed 5th in his group yesterday, he is the second or rank 1 or rank 2 in NA right now. Like, a crazy good player. So man, it's absolutely stacked.
Oh, 100%. And Avarice is definitely one that I wouldn't count out today. Yesterday, he did have some struggles with Shoichi against ECU, but now that his bracket demon is across the other side, I think we actually will get to see him pop off towards the late game a lot more often.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that he doesn't have that potential like hard counter pick for him this time means that there could be way more opportunities for him to just have a smoother early game and snowball into some crazy stuff later on. Also, one more thing I kind of wanted to point out is that we do have, like, one of the more interesting things in this group is that even like our bottom seeds, like Flammable is currently like one of the bottom seeds. He got 6th in his group yesterday, and he is an insanely good Adriana too. We also, one more thing that's kind of crazy to me is that we have 3 Heart players in this group. MOTF, as a Hyunwoo player, how do you feel about Heart in the current meta?
I think Heart is actually extremely slept on, specifically Enade. Amp is still very good, but it's something that Korea has picked on quite a bit. They're playing it a lot more, and you're starting to see it more in NA because of that.
Yeah, honestly, like, Enade Heart in general is just really good. I think it's probably one of the best builds in the entire game. So I wouldn't be surprised if these Hearts ended up doing extremely well. Because, like, I don't know exactly how Yidam plays, but Yidam did really well yesterday in one of their off-stream groups, and they're here in this group as well. But there are 2 other Heart players as well. I'm curious if these Hearts are going to end up doing extremely well, or if these Hearts are going to end up sort of fighting over the same resources, and it's going to hurt them all as a collective. So I'm curious how that's going to play out. But we are currently loaded into our first game. We have everybody already ready to go into this match, and dude, we don't waste any time here. We just go right into the action. Like, none of that fluff, none of that like waiting around. We're ready to go right into game number 1 of Group A of the semifinals of the ERCL.
Would you have it any other way, though?
Oh, absolutely not. Like, I don't want to sit around and listen to 2 people talk forever, going back and forth. No. Get me into those games. Let me see some of that crazy action right away.
Right, so like I was expecting, we do have 2 of the Hearts here starting. I know that Yidam and Fridge play pretty much the exact same build. Wumbo, though, as we saw yesterday, is going to be playing Amp.
Yeah.
So he'll probably be fine.
So Wumbo plays, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he on Bohemian? Like, was he? I'm trying to remember if he was the Heart that was playing
swaps
Bohemian.
sometimes, but I know his main weapon that he'll be building is Purple Haze.
Yeah, okay, so maybe, yeah, all right, that makes more sense. I know there was an, or sorry, like, there was like a single Heart yesterday that ran some sort of like Bohemian swap into Stairway to Heaven. I couldn't remember if that was him or not. I don't think it is, but maybe. Also, one more player in here, I kind of briefly touched on him earlier, a player that's been has a very storied history in competitive Eternal Return is actually Ashen. Ashen got first out of his group yesterday, and he's here again today to play more of this Fiora, the character that I don't think we've ever seen him compete on a character other than Fiora, but he's here playing Fiora like he usually does.
Oh yeah, and he's definitely one of the better Fioras that we'll ever run into. It does look like he'll be going more of a traditional Dobok route, but it's pretty interesting that we're starting to see Durandal pop into the meta this patch, because it's something that has always been a joke up until now.
Well, Durandal, it like a while ago, it had a period where it was like really powerful, but it's been nerfed a bunch since then. But it's gotten a couple nerfs too, so it might be a little bit back on top. But anyway, Gunner62 currently in a lot of trouble as Wumbo is chasing him down. He has that Bohemian finish, and that is why the Bohemian is so good, is that you can get it in just those two zones between Pond and Avenue. But now Gunner trying his best to get away with some nice moves, getting over the wall. He stunned Wumbo at just the right time to give him the space he needed, and then he got to castle right over the wall, and now Gunner, he's kind of comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think Gunner has to worry too much. He does have the mobility to get away, but Hard is one of those characters who really can rush you down. And it looks like you were right. He is starting with the Bohemian build this game. Yeah, so for Wumbo.
I think it's just some sort of a pivot thing. Like, I think it's just an early game thing because you can build it between Pond and Avenue, and Pond and Avenue are still good for amp builds in general. So you can build it early and use it as a transition piece to go into something later, because it gives you a lot of early max HP and a lot of attack power, which is just two pretty useful stats. You don't really care about the crit, you don't really care about the other stats, but it's the max HP, that's what you're really going for.
For sure, and it's really going to let him capitalize on the facts that kills are weighted pretty nicely in this meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, we have Ellison and Homecoming potentially taking an early fight. Ellison on the... Oh, no. That is... No, it's not what you want to see as a Homecoming fan. Homecoming drops as first blood in this semifinal group to Ellison, who already had the Wind and Fire Wheels and Veritas Lux Maya already. He's gonna bounce back. There's no way. Like, if that...
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of it was Homecoming really just got a little too aggressive and pushed himself in, because it looks like he was the one engaging on Ellie there, but I'm sure we won't see that again.
Yeah, he had the Erendite. I think he probably thought that if he schmooved on him, he could probably gotten the kill, but it just didn't work out. It's sad. Kind of breaks my heart. Prismaticism is on the Tactical Tonfa. We saw him running this yesterday. Okay, you play a ton of Tonfa, Hyun. Run me through Tactical Tonfa versus Plasma Tonfa versus Mysok. Why are Hyuns choosing one or the other? Is it a routing preference, or is there actually something in the stats that really matters?
It depends on the build. For this build specifically, Prisma is only able to build tactical here. However, in the more traditional build that you'll see me play, you can actually build all three Tonfa weapons in the round. So a lot of it comes down to just preference. All three are really good, with tactical being the most aggressive and Mysok being the most defensive. Prisma is actually playing a very unique build that I had not seen until yesterday that's now available because of the new boots. And he's doing pretty well with it.
So it's more of a CDR focused thing, right?
Right.
Tachyon Brace is crazy good, right?
Oh, insane. The moment I saw them, I said they were going to be one of the best boots in the format by far. Just how much MS they give defense, CDR, like it's a toolkit for any character.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh. We have a Fridge and Actor this page both trying to chase down Prismaticism before he's able to get his build online. A Fridge is looking really good. Oh, Yidam also engaging on Actor this page. Now we have both of these hearts over here trying to get in on this fight. The question is, which one will Fridge go for? He's going for the other heart player to maybe try and make sure there's no one contesting that tree later on. Yidam dropping incredibly low and will end up falling to a Fridge. But now, with the reset coming down from a Fridge, we do have the ability for him to maybe turn this fight in his favor, as Actor this page is trying to desperately loot Yidam before it's too late. But we do have Bright Eyes off the side.
Oh man, that's constant action.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, it hit.
Not enough. He should be out here, but we also know there is the Kiara up above, so he's not exactly clear just yet. I don't think they have vision though.
No, I think the Brave Lunatic, and I mean, I guess regardless of anything, they kind of just want to get away because they're only on the Fencing Rapier. Still haven't finished that Mistleton, which is the sort of weapon of choice for most Kiaras. Now, anyways, let's take stock of that whole fight. We only had Yidam going down there, but what that does mean is that a Fridge is a little less contested for those trees and for those resources in general. Getting the Tree of Life is extremely important for Enad Heart because it's the only way of getting an extra normal attack damage headpiece. The only Enad headpiece in the game is Laurel Wreath, and it does require that Tree of Life, which only spawns in 3 fixed locations on the map. So with one less Enad Heart contesting it, it's a little bit easier for a Fridge to get their build online. Now we do over here in the top side of Hotel see Averse chasing down Prismaticism, but keep in mind this is going to be pretty impossible for Averse to actually close out on because Prismat, well, he's
not gonna let this go.
Oh,
Averse specifically really is tilted by Hyunwoo players, and it's not targeting by far, but he knows that it's going to be something he's going to struggle with in the late game, so he is not going to let this go. He does get to play this matchup a lot against me, so I'm not surprised to see it go down, but it is something that you hate to see. To see such a good player like Prismaticism taken down this early into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for the Hyunwoo Brotherhood, that does mean that there is one less Hyun to cheer for in this situation.
So who do we think has the lead at this point?
Well, there's only 2 people on the map that actually have a kill. No, sorry, wait. 3. We have Ellison, we have Averse, and we also have a Fridge. Honestly, if I'm just looking at these items on these players, I kind of have to give an advantage to, well, I gotta say Averse. He's got full build, he's got a kill. That's kind of where you want to be as a Hedge player, especially Averse in general. He wants to get that momentum going. He wants to start snowballing. And yeah, he's
100%.
he's already got like level 9 mastery, which is the highest. No. Yes, he's already at 10 mastery, which is the highest in the lobby. And in just a few seconds, absolutely obliterated Ibusaki.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that we missed it, but there is one thing I do want to point out. Halifax does have auto arms already, and we're seeing a fight between Gunnar and Ashian, and it looks like Gunnar's gonna go down. Ashian with a quick kill on the Durandal. Maybe Fridge spots something?
Yeah, such an explosive fight there between those 2 players. Like Ashen, these are both like rapier characters. They're both just charging towards each other without really trying to get away because they know that the other character can probably catch up with that rapier skill. But Ashen just having the burst that maybe Gunnar 62 on Adela maybe just doesn't quite have. Adela is a character, we talked about Adela a little bit yesterday. Adela has had significant changes in that last patch where they nerfed her ability to burst people with sort of an amp build, and as a result we've been seeing these Adela players shifting over to more of a crit focused build, which does mean that their fights become a little more prolonged. They want to be kiting, getting those really fat auto attacks and kiting as much as possible because they don't actually have the ability to increase their attack speed. So it's more based around like auto, reposition, auto. Now, when it comes to fighting against a Fiora, I guess it's a lot harder though, because Fiora just front loads all of that damage into a heavy burst, and I guess Adela was not quite able to keep up with that.
Something we are seeing is their playstyle, because the Adelas are more auto attack focused, it is less skill intensive, but that does mean most of their focusing will go around kiting and repositioning, but there's not a lot you can do to keep off of Fiora who has weapon skill.
Yeah, absolutely. One more thing that I want to point out is that over here, a Fridge did manage to get that Laurel Wreath online. He had a Crystal Tiara that he was holding on to temporarily, but he has managed to swap that over for a Laurel Wreath. So he managed to get a tree off of somebody. Not sure who, but he got it off of somebody. So a Fridge is currently online as an Enad Heart player. How else? Or how are the rest of our players currently doing? Honestly, it's someone that I kind of want to pay attention to, who we haven't been seeing much in the other groups because we weren't casting their group, is Actor That Is Paid. Actor That Is Paid ended up getting out of their group in second, which is a pretty good placement considering how dangerous all of these groups have been. But it's a build we don't really see much. We're seeing Magnum Boa, Rocker's Jacket, Motorcycle Helmet, Burnished Aegis, Straight Jackets, and a Saint's Relic. What? Do you have any idea what this build is? Is this taking what you can get when you're in those zones? Like, what is going on with this build?
So this is pretty much going around the concept of Magnum Boa just being a really heavily statted item and allowing you to play kind of a bruiser status with it. And what I will say is I was in Actor's group yesterday, and this is very different from what he was playing in those groups, so I'm curious what made him decide to pick this. We are seeing another fight between Flammable and Superior, but it looks like it might be settling down.
Oh,
really depends on if Flammable, I guess, is going to disengage or not.
Wait, Flammable jumping through the wall right on top of Superior One, which is an interesting choice, although he seems like he might be able to get away here unless Superior One is able to jump over the wall and continue this chase. That, I am actually completely shocked that dashing right on top of him made him survive. Like, how is that even possible? I thought he was 100% dead there. Oh, Superior One over the wall, going in for the finish. All the caltrops do miss. Flammable jumping to kind of nothing, but with all these fire fields on the ground, it's gonna be hard for Superior One to be able to move freely, but he jumps over to a more safe location. Now Flammable dropping incredibly low, and we do have a Fridge from the side for the third party. Flammable goes down to Superior One, and now we do have Superior One in a lot of danger as a Fridge is landing his full combo. The charm lands, and Superior One does go down, and that's a Fridge getting another kill here in game number 1 of Group A.
Yeah, the third party meta is definitely looking big, and another fight between Actor is Paid and Halifax. Actor is pretty much down at this point. I would really be surprised. Yep, and there we see it. Halifax with his auto arms is going to be able to take him down, so now at this point we have a pretty decent kill spread. There's no one person who's really in the lead kills wise other than Avarice and Fridge, you know, sharing 2 kills. But I think it could still be anyone's game. We have a lot of builds here that shine in the late game, and we're really only now seeing the early game characters start to get their snowball on.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing I want to point out is that so I was actually correct. I feel very good. I feel like I was spitting some lies earlier, but in fact I was completely correct. Wumbo is the one who is going for that Bohemian switch into Stairway to Heaven. This build is bizarre to me. This is so strange. I kind of love it though. I'll be honest, I kind of love it.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, you have Stairway to Heaven, you have EOD suit, and you have Tarkov's helmet, which is combined giving you 30% CDR throw-in craft mastery, and you're at 33% CDR, which is very good for a heart build. It also has amp, it has HP, it kind of has a little bit of everything. It's a pretty good build, and I'm pretty sure this is what he's been using to climb on the ladder. He's pretty high in platinum. He may have hit diamond, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's at least pretty high in platinum, and he's been playing pretty much nothing but amp heart as far as I'm aware. So it's been working out for him, and yeah, I kind of see it. He's got some nice tech. I like that early Bohemian with the swap into Stairway to Heaven. This is all very cute. I like it.
Oh, yeah, and EOD suit's actually been one of the better armor pieces for a while. You have seen a lot of people like me, for instance, swapping from EOD to Battlesuit because we have been in a little bit of less of a caster meta and more of a E-nade attack damage meta with Heart popping up. Rosie is very popular, but that's actually a pick we haven't seen much at all during this tournament. Much to my happiness.
We are seeing Miyazure about to clash with Bright Eyes over here after Bright Eyes managed to push a verse into the red zone. Wow, that was very one-sided between these two players. Miyazure takes down Bright Eyes pretty much instantly. I believe Miyazure was able to get the Wick buff after securing Wick and also creating that frag rack. Ooh, he had Frag Rack and Opera Mask off of the 2 items he got from Wick. So when you kill Wickeline, which by the way, for those who do not know, Wickeline is the neutral boss monster of Lumia Island. Oh, hold that thought. We have our 2 hearts fighting each other over here in Forest as Wumbo already throws down the ultimate to try and reset this fight. Yeah, both these players are going to be just running away from each other, knowing, you know what, maybe this isn't our time to fight. We should just disengage. But yeah, so as I was saying, oh, hold that thought. Once again, Miyazure versus Ashen. Ashen dropping incredibly low as Miyazure has absolutely no trouble cleaning up Ashen in this fight.
Yeah,
Halifax.
This is definitely something that I see. Oh, wait, here we go. Another Fridge and Halifax. Fridge drops the... oh my god, I'm so sorry. Halifax drops the ult, but it looks like he's going to go down to Fridge. The E-nade damage really putting it... Oh, man.
Beautiful jukes there by
gonna leave
Halifax.
to go for the Halifax. I don't know if he'll be able to catch him. No, looks like he turns around.
That was beautifully done by Halifax. Halifax lands the root onto a Fridge and pops the shield just in time in order to get away. Absolutely beautifully done. But over here, while we were watching that 3-way fight, we had a verse cleaning up Depraved Lunatic on the top right side of Alley. But now we do have Miyazure making a lot of noise, so a verse is checking out to see if he wants to take that fight. But I think he heard the swish swish of a Kathy knife, knowing that Miyazure is so strong at the moment and opting to not take that fight just based on sound cues alone. A very heads up play. But yeah, Halifax just barely getting out there with a sliver of HP, and that's pretty insane.
It's something we're actually going to start seeing a lot more of. These are players that we're all very familiar with. We play in the same queues all the time, so little things like sound effects are actually how we identify who each other is, even when we don't have vision. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did pick it up like you said and just chose to go off.
Yeah, actually, I have kind of no idea how Averse feels about the Kathy matchup into Hedge, and I know he's a player who's very opinionated about these sorts of matchups, but I'm not sure how he feels about that particular matchup. Yeah, I don't know.
I know he feels it is losing, especially with the new grounded buff that came in.
Oh, true, yeah, true.
And since, you know, Maestro does have the frag ratch, he knows that he killed Wickle. It's probably just too risky of a fight to take, even if it is even, so to speak. Those aren't the kind of fights that you exactly want to take in this kind of setting, because an early, like, he may have 3 kills, but if he died now, that's really not enough to guarantee that he's going to move on to the next set of finals.
Yeah, absolutely. But honestly, though, in this tournament, kills do matter a lot. We increased the kill value from the previous major tournament from 2 points per kill up to 3. So kills, they do mean a lot in this tournament. But yeah, like you said, having just 3 kills is not really the same as having like a 6 kill first place performance, which really guarantees you that higher placement. So yeah, he's probably just trying to play it safe, trying to go for those like end game, you know, get the placement points in addition to the kills. Don't play it too risky, especially against someone who has Wick buff still, who probably has all the upgraded items based on having Wick. Ooh, we have Mia's right coming in very stealthily from the side. He's so fast with that Chinese opera mask, plus the ultimate, plus Ellison from the side. Sleeping Lion had no chance there and did end up going down. Mia's right picks up another kill, going up to 3 kills.
It's pretty insane how quickly he's able to take someone like that down, but it doesn't look like we're out yet. Halifax going on Fridge again, but it looks like Halifax has the advantage this time. Gets hit with the root. Fridge is going off, but pops the ult. And it looks like he's rooted, but we're not sure yet. Ooh. Oh boy. Wombo going up. Pretty much going to clean this up, I think. I'm not sure if he's going to fight on Halifax, but it looks like they go their separate ways. Miceroy barely getting out alive.
God, he is so fast. He's on double Mithril plus Frag Rack plus Chinese Opera Mask. That is a combined, what is it? 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.3 plus, you know, movement speed from Mithril boost. This man is so unbelievably fast at the moment. It's actually insane.
We actually might see at this point where he just starts running down the rest of the lobby. We talk about high roll games every now and then and say that it feels like he gets stat checked. Ellison, though, coming into Avars, not sure if this fight's going to last too much longer, but Avars is one who's known to chase. I think at this point, though, they're starting to break off. Yeah,
I was gonna say, if a verse feels like he deserves to kill you, he will not let you go. He will make sure that either he chases to the point where it's detrimental and he ends up actually dying, or he gets that kill for sure. We have a random dynamite being thrown down by Wumbo, but it's not going to actually do anything, especially since no one is in the area. We have Miazroy all by himself over here in Chapel, trying to get a little bit of farm, but guys, keep in mind, there's only one zone left, so all of our players are going to be, like, sort of aggregating in this one little area. School is going to be our final zone here, which is a very, honestly, School is one of the most dynamic final zones in the entire game. The final square will be occurring right here around the console, which means that you have sort of only 4 avenues of travel to get into this final area. People tend to section themselves off into corners, and one of the more interesting things is that there is a tiny, tiny, tiny little corner of this bush that is technically in the square, so you may end up having a more contested area where people want to stay safe and out of vision while still staying in the safe area. So this whole final zone, it's very dynamic, it's very interesting, and I'm curious how these 5 players are going to end up establishing their positions and which characters are going to end up on top.
One big thing I would like to go over really quickly is we didn't really get to see it on screen, but Wumbo had pushed Halifax into the red zone, and he had to waste a good chunk of his timer. I don't know, for Tank Kiara, timer is very important, and sometimes is going to end up how he's going to win these games. So that is a resource that I'm sure Halifax really hates to have to lose. If he does manage to get kills, though, he could get it back.
Absolutely. We do have a Verse and Ellison trading some damage back and forth, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. I want to do a quick mastery check before things get too crazy. We have Mia's right at 19, everyone else at 16, except for Halifax, who is at 15. So most of our players at the same damage, but Mia's right is deciding to go on the aggressive and chase Halifax, immediately popping that Kiara ultimate. There are no animals nearby for Halifax to reset on, so this is a shields down Kiara for quite a long time. Verse and Ellison are over here on the top side, trying to maybe find some damage on each other, but it's not going to turn into anything quite yet, I don't think. But it seems like Halifax is the only one who has this left side of the map, whereas everyone else is on the right side of School. So these range characters and Miazroy might end up all trying to like funnel into the same areas, and it could turn into a complete blood bath.
Metroid and Avarice, I know, probably have the same mindset right now, where they want to try to thin the crowd a little bit. 5 people final zone, especially with one of them being Misroy, who is extremely ahead, and the other one being Kiara. That's a very dangerous final zone, where if 2 people decide that they want one man gone, it's going to happen very quickly. So by getting it down to 4, it makes it so that everyone can have their nice little corner and pretty much set up their game plan from there.
Absolutely. One of these players who I think is kind of the biggest wild card for me is Wumbo. I don't know if our players here are trying to focus him down at all, if they consider him a threat. Miyazuri popping that dagger skill, trying to get on top of Averse, using that stealth and speed to his advantage, but it looks like Averse is going to be able to jump over the wall and not get aggressed on. But guys, we only have 35 seconds left before the zone closes to just this final safe area, and that's where things are going to get absolutely hectic between these 5 players. I'm surprised no one's actually gone down yet. I'm surprised none of this like early aggression, like Miyazuri has been really like hounding for a kill before things get too like constrained zone wise. I'm surprised nothing has actually come of that.
A lot of the people, like Avers for instance, is very quick to pop his movement ability. He heard Maestroy use dagger skill and just immediately threw it out, not wasting any time. So they are playing very safe. There's been a lot of poking to get mastery up. I was about to say, very interesting. They just walk into the bush next to each other, but Halifax does push him out. Now we're going to timer.
Yep, only Wumbo being the first one in the zone. Miyazuri is trying to establish himself in that safe corner, but I think Averse is going to be throwing skills over his way to make sure that he cannot get that safe corner. Miyazuri immediately diving onto Averse. We have Halifax beefing up there with Ellison. Ellison dropping down to just 16 seconds on the timer, but Halifax only has 7 seconds to work with. Wumbo chasing Averse. Averse is incredibly low. Averse might be the first one to drop here, but it looks like, oh, Miyazuri is going to go for the aggression. The crit lands after the dagger steal. Averse goes down. Halifax goes down right before him, though, so Averse will be securing 4th place in this final zone. Now it's Ellison versus Miyazuri and Wumbo.
Oh man, it's a nail biter. Maestroy gets the W. It's just Maestroy and Wumbo left. He does have to ground it. I don't think that Wumbo has a lot he can do here, but man, it would be great to see a turnaround from here. Here comes the ult. Heart is able to kite back into zone, maybe? No, she's gonna step out, maybe try to rest. And I hate to say it, but I think at this point,
yeah, I was gonna say
maybe
with all
I'm
that
wrong.
lifesteal.
This is really close. Quite a nail biter we have for a first game.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, the charm is down for Wumbo, and Miyazuri is able to heal a lot off of those auto attacks because he does have a lot of lifesteal, but Wumbo's burst is pretty significant. You can't count it out, and he is ticking pretty decent food as well. Miyazuri is forced out into the red zone, maybe to try and heal. Yeah, he's using that wild dog to essentially heal 1,000 HP real quick. You guys, I gotta say, lifesteal, it does scale with Hunt Mastery, and it's very, very powerful in the late game. Miyazuri in great shape, lands the suture stun, and just like that. Well, okay, maybe not just like that, because actually Wumbo gets away. But no, it's going to be over now. And that is going to conclude game number 1.
Oh man, what a great game. I was going to say Wumbo is very slippery. It was able to snowball perfectly well. Double misroll. I can't say I could think of a different build I would rather have, right?
Yeah, honestly, Miyazuri was so perfectly built there. He had the frag rack, he had the Chinese opera mask, the mithril armor, and the mithril boots. Buccaneers doubloon's just good in general too, and Radar's not a bad item by any means. He is completely stacked on items. I wouldn't be surprised if that was sort of the, best in slot in his opinion. And plus, mithril armor against a mostly skill-based end zone is kind of just where you want to be. Like who in that final zone was not casting spells as their main source of damage? You had Kiara, that's a lot of spell damage. You had Hedgen, Emma, an Amp Heart, like it's all spell damage.
Bone being the only one who has even a little bit of auto attack damage, and it's all coming mostly from his passive, so I feel like, and not to mention all the defense Maestro has as well, really makes that kind of pointless too.
Yeah, incredibly good, incredibly well done by Miyazuri. So that is going to conclude game number 1. Also, one thing I kind of want to highlight is that it seemed like all of our kills kind of aggregated towards the top. It was those 5 players who made it to the end that ended up getting most of the kills in that lobby. Like a Fridge had 2 kills, ended up in 6th. That's a pretty good result, but honestly, yeah, most of the kills ended up going to those top 5, so I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up securing a very, very significant point lead, and that's exactly what you want, especially when only the top 6 from your group will end up qualifying for the finals next weekend. Now, one thing I want to point out is that we do have the scores already ready to go, so we're going to head over to that right now. Currently in first place, we have Miyazuri with 34 freaking points, double the person in second place, which is Averse with 17 points. Which, if you want to run us through the other 3 or the other 4?
Yeah, so we have Elislam with 16 points, Wumbo with 15, a Fridge with 11, and Halifax also with 11, so we technically have a 5th place tie.
That's interesting.
Looking pretty nice so far.
Yeah, like that's exactly kind of what I expected coming out of that game. It was the players who got the kills, the players who had the decent placement. It was our ranks 1 through 6 in terms of placement, as well as our only players who really had any sort of significant kills ended up in the top 6, which is exactly what you would expect from that performance. So yeah, that is what we're going to be sort of working with going into game number 2. Keep in mind, for these semifinal games, similar to the qualifiers, it's going to be 2 games per sorry, not 2 games, it'd be 3 games per group. So we're about to head into the second game and sort of see where things are going to fall after that. It's not over for anybody though. No. It's not at all doomed. Even if you had a bad game, even if you died early in Temple in 18th, like that doesn't matter. Like you're still gonna have a really strong chance of making it back in games 2 and 3. We've had players who did basically nothing the entire group and then just showed up in the third game and ended up qualifying for the qualifiers. So you know what? Hey, it could happen here in the semis as well.
Oh yeah, so Hoko, don't feel too bad yet, buddy. There's still hope. If anyone else isn't rooting for you, you can guarantee I am.
Yes, like honestly, like dude, who doesn't want Hoko to qualify? Like he's such a great guy. But yeah, honestly, everybody has a very solid chance of still making it out of this group. We have head to toe just great players. Every single person here can show up and perform, and I'm excited to see what everyone still has to bring in games 2 and 3. And also I'm curious if anyone's going to be pivoting in their strategy, if anyone's going to say, you know, maybe I didn't do well in the first game because I didn't read the group, or I didn't have the right game plan coming in. I'm going to change it up with something different. I'm curious if that's what's going to happen, if we're going to see any crazy adaptations.
Well, I will say it's not something I'm expecting to see, but I'm sure chat is definitely hoping to see Miyazroy shifting over to the Sissela. It is something that he loves to play, but at the moment, especially after a game like that, I'm 100% sure we're going to be seeing more Kathy for the rest.
Yeah, I don't expect to see him swap. If you do that well in your first game, you're just going to keep going to try and secure those points. I'd be shocked. I would bet $5 that there's no way he's going to be swapping off of Kathy for at least the next round. He's going to go 2 rounds, maybe play it safe, get all those points, go into the third round, go for something spicy if he has enough points, maybe. But no, not this round. There's no way. Actually, no way. That being said, Homecoming, do you think Homecoming's going to stay on Yuki, or do you think he's going to swap off?
There's a good chance he does stay on Yuki, but he does have a pocket Nadine that he has practiced every now and then, so he does have the pivot available. But it is his trusty Yuki pick. He's won it before with it. I think we could see it again.
Honestly, yeah. He could. I mean, I don't want to say it, but he could bring out the Sissela too. Like, you know, he does play a decent amount of Sissela. He might actually bring Sissela in some of these games, but I think if we see him really pivot too hard off of it, I think that's more of a mental boom sort of thing than anything. But anyways, I look forward to seeing what everyone's going to bring. Also, Yidam. Yidam is a player who went down pretty early in the last game, but he is exceptional at playing that Enad heart, and we know that he can do really well, especially if he manages to make it past that early game point. Especially since he was sort of cannibalized by another heart in the lobby, which let him end up like snowballing into the rest of the game. So I would be shocked if these Enad hearts didn't end up doing a lot better in the second and third game than they did in the first game.
Oh, 100%. Now, something I think that we can look forward to is last game, Mizroy was able to start his snowball off with the Wicca line.
Yes.
Now that people know he's going to be looking for it, we might see a little bit more of a contest for it in the beginning, which is always great. It's a great way to force fights and really start to bring those kills in.
I mean, I've played a lot of Kathy myself, and I've heard other Kathy players like Miyazroy talking about Kathy's itemization and how important switching and transitioning into a frag rack is. Getting those RNG items is just kind of essential for making sure you deal damage in the late game. Switching from a vibroblade to a frag rack is almost like doubling your damage. Like it's way more attack power. It gives you a lot more movement speed too, so you can chase those kills, ensure that you get, you know, those kill secures. Because the thing about Kathy is that she has a good ultimate, like it's a really nice dash, but aside from that, her chase could leave some to be desired. It doesn't really have a lot of hard lockdown aside from her suture thread, which unfortunately requires some pretty specific circumstances to actually land a stun. So yeah, when you get that extra movement speed, it means you can actually stick to your kills and ensure that you get them. So getting Wick it's important. It's more than important. It's kind of essential for Kathy. So I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, to see that be far more contested. Yeah, Yeah, that's another player who I actually really am curious if we're going to see some more stuff from this game is Prismaticism and Ashen. Those are two players that sort of stand out to me, players that kind of went down without much of a fight. Like Ashen, he got that early kill on a Gunner 62, I believe it was, over in Temple. I wouldn't be surprised if Ashen did a lot better in this game, maybe brought a slightly different pathing in order to avoid some of his bigger threats. And Prismaticism, playing that Tonfa Hyun, that's a very good pick in the current meta. And honestly, I think he just kind of had an unfortunate fight in the early game, and that took him out of it. So I'm curious if he's going to be bringing something a little bit better in terms of routing, like maybe trying to adjust for those early power spikes, avoid those heart players, because he ran into so many hearts in the early game.
Could also possibly see Prismat swap over to Nadine. It is another pick that he's been playing a lot of. But Tonfa Wu is known for being able to adapt. There's multiple viable build paths, which is great compared to someone like Linux, who only has one. Someone I'm really interested in seeing is Gunner. We did see him with the Adela, and yes. I love seeing new characters on screen, let me tell you.
Yeah, honestly, same. Like, have you, okay, what, like, genuinely, what are your thoughts on Adela at the moment?
So she got hurt pretty hard, but I think anyone who played it or against it can agree that she was insanely strong and kind of needed the nerfs. Now players are having to adapt, play different builds, figure out what's good, and it looks like crit is kind of the area to be. I think she's kind of along the line of Adriana, where we're going to need to see players really get their hands on her and learn how to play her to her best extent before I'm willing to say whether she needs to be buffed or nerfed again.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen Adela's pull off some pretty crazy things. I generally think that the character is just needs a little bit time to be sort of researched, felt out, feel where the strengths are, feel what the right build is. We're already seeing adaptations in the builds. We're moving more towards crit. I've been seeing a little bit more joy use lately. Joy use seems pretty good on her, honestly. We saw a lot of people going for Meteor Claymore too. I think if you get those transition pieces to go into the RNG Claymores, or sorry, Rapiers, you're in a lot better shape. I think the character has a lot of opportunities to maybe grow in terms of their building. But yeah, it seems like Amp Adela is just sort of not on the menu for these Adela players at the moment. It really is that crit build. So I'd be curious if Gunner maybe can show us what that late game Adela really looks like, because I've seen some pretty, honestly, some pretty impressive performances from Adela's just in solo queue, which I know it's not a tournament, but you know, it can do some pretty good stuff and can be a good indicator of what might work in a tournament. You get some pretty big bursts with those auto attacks.
Definitely. He's probably gonna have to pay a little bit more attention on for the Fiora. But speaking of characters who really need time to like understand, Flammable with the Adriana. Flammable is an extremely good Adriana, and if people don't know, that is my opinion for the best character in the game, theoretically. I think Adriana is on Melee's level like Fox 20XX, where once the peak has been reached with that character, we will see a monster we've never seen before.
Oh, I fully agree. I think, pre-nerf, because she just got nerfed in this last patch, right? Like a bunch of the items in the most popular Adriana build did get hit slightly. We saw a Mavericks nerf. We saw we saw some other stuff, right? It was like Smoke Bomb, or maybe that was the patch before. We saw a couple things in that build did get toned down, so it's a little bit less oppressive. But I'd say like in that patch, in last patch, Adriana to me was the best character in the game, and I think right now she has still a lot of that strength and still has the ability to snowball into that late game period. Does have the ability to just lock down an opponent. It's hard to get on an Adriana. She just has so many ways of self-peeling. She can slow you. She can sort of knock you back slightly into a slow. She can make it so you can't use movement skills, and then as soon as you get on top of her, she dashes through a wall or dashes away in general, and you can't just follow her because the fire behind her slows. So it's like there's so many ways for her to sort of control the flow of a fight, and honestly, she can chase very well too. And if she gets Wick, that's so much damage.
Oh yeah, and the best part about it is Wick sets her up for her best end game possible on Queen of Hearts.
Absolutely.
Queen of Hearts Boots of Hermes on Adriana becomes an oppressive chase machine that can just cycle Oil Slick and ult back and back. And there's not a lot of characters who can get away from it. So that's one of the things I'm hoping to see, but again, as we said before, we are going to have to see Flammable have to contest the Wick line against last round's winner being Mizuroy.
Absolutely. So, okay. We've kind of gone through a bunch of the characters so far, but there's another character I want to talk about because I feel like this was the character that was the character to hate like a patch ago, but we're not seeing a whole lot of Emma anymore. why has Emma fallen slightly out of favor in terms of the very, very highest ranks of play? We're only seeing Superior 1 on Emma right now, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm blanking and there's another one in here, but I haven't seen a lot in the other groups, and I'm only seeing anything really out of Superior 1 here. What's going on with Emma? Is Emma in good shape right now?
I think Emma's actually in great shape. My group wasn't casted last time, but I had 4 Emma players in my lobbies, and I think a lot of it is just they got unlucky. For instance, Lily Dongo, an amazing Emma player, barely missed qualifying for semifinals because she DC'd in a game.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
So we're seeing little things like that. Another thing, though, is that Emma is in kind of the same slot, I think, as Rosie, where they're a character we see a lot on ladder, but the tournament play doesn't really seem to be there yet. And that could just be lagging behind in a meta. Our meta is very different from Korean meta, so I think as we do more of these, we're going to see a lot more of Emma over time.
Yep, absolutely. So one quick update. Unfortunately, the reason why we are kind of waiting before we get into this next game, it seems like a Fridge's internet has died and is not coming back, and there's really nothing we can do about it. So we're going to be playing the rest of the group with just 17 players unless he can get back in for game number 3. But for this round, we're just going to be playing with these 17 players. Unfortunately, a Fridge who was playing Heart in the last game cannot be playing in the second round until their internet comes back up. We tried waiting for as long as possible, but too much time has passed and we need to just move on. So it's time to get into game number 2. We're currently loading in right now. So predictions for this next game. This is the pivotal point, because I feel like if you didn't do well in the first game, you have to bring it back in game number 2 before you really sort of feel like that mental snowball of like, oh, I can't do it, there's no way to recover this. What is going to happen in game number 2?
Well, so we're down a player. I don't think that really matters too much.
No, I don't think it does.
Fridge is going to not be contesting Yidam. And so I think we might be able to see him actually get his materials online faster, which is going to let him be a little bit more of a force in this game. We're probably going to be seeing adaptions from players who are now know what their opponent is playing route-wise. For instance, Avarice may not get a kill early, Meastory may not get a kill early. But we're really just going to have to stick this out to see how the early game goes. One thing I really like is how spread out it looks like the map is. But as I say that, we have 3 at Hospital, 3 at Temple.
Yeah, true.
Pretty even starts, though, overall.
Yeah, we're seeing, so yeah, like you just said, Yidam will be a little bit less contested on his route now because we do not have a Fridge also there to contest the exact same build. They're both running the Wall Heart, which is pretty much the most popular, most common way of playing Enad Heart at the moment, because honestly, it's kind of just the best. It's the fastest, it's the strongest, it's just good. But with that, one less person contesting him, it's gonna be in pretty good shape for Yidam. One more thing that's kind of interesting, I've never really noticed this, Meastory starts in Chapel. Has he always started in Chapel, or is this sort of an adaptation?
This is something he's been doing a lot lately, actually. Chapel start has been pretty popular for him. I think a lot of it has to do with just getting the items online because the weapon he builds is a 2-zone. So it's pretty nice, and then he ends up going to Factory, I believe? No, Uptown. Okay. So we're going to have to see where this goes next.
Wait, so is this a...
I mean, he has to be doing Karnwinen
build. Yeah. It's got to be, right?
So he must... Yeah, he might be swapping it up, I guess. I have seen him play Karnwinen quite a bit. I know both items are viable on Meastory, so I don't think it's... He wouldn't play it if he wasn't confident in it, right? Yeah,
absolutely. So this must be... Let's see it. Now I'm kind of blanking. Was he playing Karnwinen in the last game too, or was he on Vibrablade? I don't know. I don't remember actually seeing him until he had already killed Wick. So maybe he was on it last game, and I can't say for sure.
Karnwinen.
What's up?
I think he was on Karnwinen.
Oh, okay. So this is just the build that he runs then. Okay, makes sense. How's Bright Eyes doing? Bright Eyes, oh, that's the HP loss just from equipping a Crimson Bracelet. So one more thing I kind of want to talk about. We have 3 Kiaras in this group. We didn't really highlight that much in the last game. Only one of them made it to the final zone, but we do have 3 Kiaras in the group.
All playing the same build with slightly different routings, which I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah, we're seeing like identical items on Depraved Lunatic and Halifax. The only difference being one found a feather there and one did not. Halifax already making it up to archery range, where they're going to be making a lot more gear. This is that build where you go from hospital to cemetery to chapel, TP up to archery, and then go to alley. That's where you're going to be finishing your weapon after a 5-zone route. But the thing is that you do get those early steel knee pads, and you get all the materials you need to make your very complex build. It's a build that comes online a little bit later than most builds because it is a 5-zone weapon, but you'd be surprised at how often they get that weapon online actually quite quick.
she is one of the safest characters in the game, in my opinion. That is a luxury she gets to have of walking around without a like finished weapon, because if someone hops on her, she can just, all she has to do is land 1 or 2 abilities and she just walks off. But that's character strength, you know? You pick your characters because they can do things that either you enjoy or they deal with things that you hate.
So I was actually mistaken. It wasn't Superior One who made it to the final zone last game. That was Allison. Also, we have Bright Eyes and Flammable potentially trading some blows back and forth. Not going to turn into anything too significant though. Yeah, I totally like mind blank. There's actually there is 2 Emmas in this group. I don't know how I forgot that. Ashen is currently fighting against Sleeping Lion over here in the top side of Uptown, being chased all the way from Beach. Ashen has basically nothing finished so far, but Sleeping Lion has the Magnum Boa plus the EOD suit done, and Ash is just going to drop like that. Ooh, not a good start.
Getting away from that. Not against the level 6 Sylvia.
Yeah, level 6 Sylvia with the EOD suit done, with the Magnum Boa done, against a Fiora that has nothing done yet. It's not a very good position to be in for the Fiora player. I'm sorry, Ashley. I love you, buddy, but that is a rough position to be in. How's Gunner doing? Gunner is actually quite built. Gunner, I gotta say, like, I've ran into this build a few times in the, like, you know, like, day 1 night period. This build actually spikes kind of early. Like, you do some pretty heavy damage early game. Like, look at that. That was a 475 damage crit against a dog. Pretty significant damage.
Yeah. It definitely does. But interesting enough, I have talked to Gunner about his builds before, and this is not his build of choice. He goes this whenever the routing for his other weapon is contested. So I'm pretty curious as to why he's playing this. Misroy does run into him, but it looks like it's going to be a quick disengage. Maybe he might run into him again. A little bit of a greedy choice by Misroy, but
Gunner finished the
let's
creed
see
too.
if he actually ends up having to pay for it or not.
Okay, the ult comes out from Gunner. That's going to give him the invulnerability there. The stun does land from Misroy. He's going to be jumping over the wall, but the castling with the bounce as well is going to give him the speed he needs to get right back next to Misroy. The Rapier Sealant and Misroy does fall extremely early, the second player to fall, and Gunner 62 picks up, I believe, his first kill of the tournament, or of the semifinals.
And this is definitely what we meant earlier. Just because Misroy placed as well as he did, this is not a done game. He still has to keep this up for the rest. So this early death, it means he's going to have to pull a little bit more weight for the next round. Gunner, though, maybe we will get what we were asking for and get to see quite a bit more out of him.
And he's already critting bats for 717 damage. That is insanely high damage. We have a verse clashing with Depraved Lunatic up in the top side of the map in archery range. Depraved Lunatic has already popped the ultimate, and so has a verse, but the Omens, they're getting awfully close, and Depraved Lunatic's ultimate is about to run out, so he has no more sort of like free survivability to work with. Ooh, the root hits the bat, and that is going to be a very dangerous position for Depraved Lunatic now. A verse potentially getting the chance to go over the wall here, but remember, Wumbo not far behind, has a lot finished, but is still just on that Bohemian. We are seeing Sleeping Lion fighting Flammable and taking him down. We're also seeing Gunner 62 taking down Ellison over here in Temple. All of our players deciding to fight at the exact same time, making it impossible to see all their fights at the same time.
What an explosive lobby. Just seeing people drop constantly.
God, Gunner is in great shape. He's already on 2 kills. This is, okay, I'm excited. This is what I wanted to see.
Yeah, no, and we're getting to see a good bit of it. Something interesting here, Prismat, kind of playing a different build. If you've noticed, he's got the Plasmaton Fuzz, straight jackets. I really can't say I noticed the transition.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is what we were talking about in the pregame. Like, I wanted to see some adaptations. He knows his route was contested. He knows he ran into a bunch of danger in that midpoint of his build. And yeah, he's adapted perfectly. He's on a completely different build, and he's almost full build as well. After this page, it's being pressured by Yidam at the moment. Yidam is not quite full build, but you know, that's where you sort of just sit at when you're playing Heart in this mid game. If you don't have the tree after this page is dropping quite low. Yidam low is all. Remember, he can reset with that ultimate, and after this page is dropping incredibly low. One more auto should secure the kill, but Bright Eyes is here for the third party. Woo! Quick assassination.
Gets the kill.
That kill
looks like he's going to let
Yidam
go. Go ahead and lead the body. Funny enough, Bright Eyes' build looked kind of odd to me at first, and now that he's started to finish it up, I realized this is actually the build that Linkachu runs in EU, who's the rank 1 player over there, but in reverse.
Yeah,
he's starting at Pawn, or I think starts in Avenue, and then slowly makes his way to Uptown, where he finishes everything else.
It's. Do you think it's just an adaptation to the lobby? Do you think he did his homework and knew, like, oh, this, you know, those areas are too contested, I should just start somewhere else? Or what? That's a really heads up play, honestly. Ooh, Gunner.
Definitely could be. Yidam and Gunnar running into each other. Let's see if Gunnar gets his third kill. Doing a bunch of damage, but Yidam drops the charm. Goes ahead and auto attacks. He still has ult, I believe. Oh, his MP's kind of low. He may not get to cast it. To the nail biter, and Gunnar gets it.
Beautiful kill from Gunnar there. That was very close. Honestly, after he had missed that ultimate, I was pretty concerned that there was going to be a fight reset from the heart, and then Yidam ends up cleaning that up. But no, Gunnar does in fact secure his third kill of round 2. Gunnar in incredibly good shape at the moment to snowball all the way into the end game. We have Prismaticism with a little bit of damage trading with Bright Eyes. I think both these players, though, they can't really kill each other that well at the moment. We also are already seeing the Lunar Embrace coming out for Prismat, so he found that early Moonstone.
So do you let's let this one go, actually. This is a matchup that I'm sure he agrees with me on, that a lot of people say that Luke is favored in this, but one, it's a Luke with unfinished items, and two, if played correctly, it's actually Hyun favored, but Hyun doesn't make the terms of engagement. Luke does. So it looks like they're gonna break off, but Gunnar is running into the Brave Lunatic here. He is gonna chase. We don't know yet if there's gonna be a fight, and it looks like there isn't.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask you about, because again, you're the Hyun expert here. I want to talk to you about Lunar Embrace. Lunar Embrace is something I've been seeing a ton on these Tonfa Hyun builds. It seems really good, has a ton of skill damage reduction, gives you vision range, SP regen, defense. It seems like the perfect Hyun item. How do you feel about Lunar Embrace, and how has it changed sort of the Hyun meta in the past few patches?
So Lunar Embrace is actually a great tech option, but I have ran the numbers, and it is actually strictly worse than Magazine until you get hit by at least 18 spells. Assuming you're able to proc passive consistently, because Magazine gives the bonus HP, but Hyun heals for a percentage of his max HP, and it looks like Prismat might end up going down the Homecoming, and he does. Avarice comes in, drops the ult, gets the D-skill as well. Hoko drops his own, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He gets the root and then finishes it off. Avarice with the cleanup. Easy. Well, not really. It's a really hard fight for both of them, and I really hate to see that Hoko goes down again, but Avarice is really showing off like we thought he would.
Ooh, Gunnar has teleported into Doc now. He may be here for the 4th party if he understands that there is somebody right here sitting on top of 2 bodies. He goes maybe for the console. No, the camera is there, so he's going to try and clear that out first. He sees the arrow rain. He knows that Averse is here, and Averse camming Gunnar out. Sees he's there against the knockup. Oh, but the A-click goes onto the camera. That damage may be important and may end up being the difference between a fight that he wants to take and a fight he wants to disengage instead. And both these players are just going to walk away from each other as Gunnar goes for the bear instead. Man, A-clicking cameras. It's unfortunate, isn't it?
It is, but we brought it up to the developers before. They say that they get a lot of feedback from both sides, so they'd prefer to leave it as it is. So I don't think it's something we're going to see going anywhere anytime soon.
Man, that's one of those things. Look, we'll talk about that another time. But yeah, like that A-clicking cameras, it's kind of an interesting tactic, I guess. But yeah, putting cameras down can be a good way of pulling some attacks off of you if you know your opponent is prone to A-clicking. We have Sleeping Lion trying to take a risky wick in the red zone. Looks like he will be ending up securing it, but no, he's gonna be losing a lot of time report. He does get the loot though, so he gets to bike away pretty much for free, only being at half HP. And well, he has wick buff, and now he has wick items as well. Superior One not able to secure that advantage for himself.
No, but I am curious to see what Sleeping Lion's going to go for. Talking to some of the other Sylvia mains, swapping to Kelt from Boa seems to be a downgrade, so we might see him go into Boots of Hermes. The question though will be Queen of Hearts.
Absolutely.
I would say yes. Looks like Avarice and Bright Eyes did get into a little skirmish, but I'm not sure it's going to go anywhere from here. He may be waiting for Avarice's ultimate to go out, and it looks like it was all over this legendary chest. So we might see a re-engage.
So Averse's ult is down, like you just said. He also just used a lot of his cooldowns on that boar, so it may be the time for Bright Eyes to try and engage here, but Averse is Averse, and Hedgen is a character that has really good kiting potential, and it looks like Bright Eyes is not really finding the opening to get in on this, like, sort of slippery mage character. Averse definitely trying to get that gold box before Bright Eyes has a chance to steal it away from him.
Like he's kind of running him off. He might have the chance to open it. I'll be honest, if I was Bright Eyes, I probably would have left. So kudos on him for standing his ground and actually getting what he wanted. Takes it anyways. We don't know what it is. Red shoes, pretty good upgrade actually.
I can't tell if he already had the red shoes or not. Actually,
I'm trying to. He did. I think if he's on White Rhinos actually.
Oh, okay. Well then yeah, that's a fantastic upgrade for Luke. That's wonderful. He also has the Monkey King bar upgrade already, so Bright Eyes' build is in a pretty exceptional shape at the moment. Like, this is like where you want to be on the RNG items on a Luke, so Bright Eyes is looking fantastic right now, but he is positionally not in the best place as he is about to get trapped between both Superior One and Averse, using the Q as a engage tool to get closer to Averse, but now he is getting feared right into Superior One. Will Superior One land anything to... Nope. No, he's not.
Yeah,
so
Bright Eyes is definitely greeting for that bear quite a bit. I don't think he's out of the water just yet, though. He is pathing almost horizontally with Averse and still getting poked.
Ooh, the engagement from Averse.
In, drops the ultimate. This may be the fear into the brute. We've seen it 1,000 times. We're gonna see it again. But Bright Eyes is gonna start backing off. Averse may be just a little paranoid about the third party because we do know that Superior is over there. Bright Eyes gets hit with the D skill, comes around the Superior.
Oh, the count
and he goes
down.
Down to the weapon skill.
Yeah, that extra little bit of damage is going to be exactly what it takes for Bright Eyes to end up going down. One thing I want to highlight there is that when Averse threw out that arrow rain, Bright Eyes, I don't know if it was an accident or if he just didn't notice it, but he centered himself on that arrow rain, and that is a lot more damage compared to getting hit by just like the outer ring of that arrow rain. So that is going to be huge in making sure that Bright Eyes does end up going down and eventually to a Superior One. Like, if I'm Averse, I am upset. Like, the kill that I had been marinating for the last several hours ended up going to someone else who just walked by and happened to throw caltrops on my target. So like, that's frustrating as heck.
But it's something you have to deal with all the time, especially in this kind of tournament meta. Funny enough, I actually had a talk with Rengar after one of my games because I had 3 kills lined up and he was there to take every last one of them. And it's frustrating when it happens, but players like this, you're going to see them persevere. Wumbo gets the charm down on the Sylvia, but it looks like we will get a disengage with Sleeping Blind. Oh my god, it goes straight from that to Ibusaki into Halifax, and it looks like we're going to see Halifax maybe going down here. Oh, misses the root. That might be all Halifax needs.
Ooh,
and they get out. The Battle of Tanks.
They end up disengaging. So I don't want to say 100% what happened there, but Sleeping Lion might get the ability to third-party Halifax here. I'm pretty sure both the Kiaras tried to ult them. Okay, hold on. Halifax getting jumped on by Sleeping Lion. The root does land though, so Sleeping Lion will end up getting rooted here, but the ranged combo, the human mode version of Sylvia, everything is landing, and Halifax will end up falling after everything had already been blown in their fight against Ibusaki. Superior One did go down to Averse eventually in that fight up in Temple, and just like that, we are losing 2 more of our final 8 survivors down to just 6. So again, in that fight between those 2 Kiaras, I'm pretty sure that Halifax and Ibusaki both tried to ult each other at very similar times, but since one of them was already in their ult iframes, Halifax's Kiara ultimate was like reactivation was not able to go off and ended up getting canceled. I'm pretty sure is what happened there. So that's why Ibusaki got the damage off, whereas Halifax did not. And that is, I mean, that's just not something you could prepare for, like, at all. That is that's a tough situation. And then ended up paying off for Ibusaki and not for Halifax.
The mirrors are always rough, no matter which characters you're playing into. At this point, though, we are looking to get into our final 6. So we've got Averse with 2 kills, Gunner with 3, Sleeping Lion with 3. The only real difference between these is Sleeping Lion does have Wick. I will be running out soon. We haven't seen him do anything with the resources yet, but hopefully we can see some kind of transition. Otherwise, they just go to waste. But as far as we know, he could have remote mine still sitting in his pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that is kind of standing out here right now is that we do have 2 Kiaras hitting this end zone, which is, in the last game you only had 1, but actually we'll see maybe if Sleeping Lion has anything to say about it, as the Prey Lunatic is dropping really low, and Sleeping Lion seems to be spacing perfectly in this fight. The bite combos, followed by the human combos, followed by the bite combos, dealing so much damage, chunking the Prey Lunatic down, even through that Kiara ultimate. Now, back on the bike, Sleeping Lion going for the finishing blow. The root does land from the Prey Lunatic though, so that is going to be tough for him to maybe capitalize on that kill. Brave Lunatic is bleeding out as those Wick shots are coming down. The E going down to the bat to try and get that extra little fuel to get the chase. The wall does not quite connect though, and Brave Lunatic seems like he's going to be able to just walk away from this safely unless Sleeping Lion potentially farmed enough fuel from hitting random animals.
May have picked up on it though. We do see him closing down. They've made a lot of noise, but it also could just be he's looking to teleport out. But it looks like Sleeping Lion gets on him, lands the combo, Q, auto, and it's done. Wombo actually choosing to turn around from there. Maybe he's too afraid to take the fight at this point? Not exactly sure.
Ooh, we do have Gunner clashing with Averse over here. Motif, who do you think wins this fight, honestly?
I think Averse wins it at this point, but the boar was actually playing paid actor, taking some hits for Gunner. I would really like to see Gunnar win it. I think at this point, though, yeah, it pretty much just goes down to Avarice. Really solid play. He's not someone that you can make mistakes again. We didn't get to see the beginning, so we're not sure who got engaged, but Avarice does get the kill.
Yeah, that was actually a really well played fight from both of these players. I think Gunnar, unfortunately though, just like if he had like half a second less on his E there, he probably would have been able to get out pretty safely, but nope, it looks like Averse is going to be sort of solidifying his power lead. He's got the EOD, but wait a second, this is not the build I normally see from Averse. He's on EOD suit, Tachyon brace, Scotty. Is this something that you ever see on a Hedge? I feel like I normally see him on like
a lot of these are probably transitional items because we do know that he started Avenue, which is his traditional build route.
Right, true. Yeah, so he probably found enough off of like bodies where he was comfortable switching off of the straight jackets, switching off of the Tindalos band to go to Scotty and Tachyon instead. Obviously, most people consider EOD suit just a straight upgrade to Sunset armor, which is what he normally builds. But yeah, interesting that he was able to assemble all those pieces. Our final zone of this match will be in Temple. Temple is similar to School in the sense that it has a very important bush that you need to play around. It's this bush right here that Averse is currently sitting in. It's not quite in the zone, but it's very close to it. Now, our players are sort of separated. We have two players over here in Temple, Sleeping Lion and Averse, fighting, while we do have our other two players in Avenue and Alley. So really, if these two players decide to fight, there is no one here to third party. The Fear lands into the perfect centered arrow rain for Averse. Now Sleeping Lion is at half HP. He's going to try to just jump to the boar and just jump away from this fight in general. He does not want to be in this fight, considering he lost so much early HP against that Hedgen.
Oh yeah, and something we're seeing the Sylvia player do is actually, if you didn't notice, he's checking bush with visibility. It's something that you'll see a lot of higher players do. Sylvia, for instance, puts down gate in the bush and it gives them temporary vision. We did see him place a remote mine on the top side, so we do know that Sleeping Lion has, okay, one more down, maybe one more remote mine, which could play a big factor into the late game. Wumbo's choosing to sit outside, play it a little safe. Speaking of playing safe, Avarice is a little more defensively equipped than he normally would be, and I think that's probably the best play to go with for now. Still playing aggressive, still going for kills, but giving himself that safety buffer to say, like, if I make a mistake, I won't die immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good adaptation to these final zone situations where he doesn't want to necessarily get focused. And the tankier you are, the less appealing you are as a focused target. If you're squishy, it's very easy for two people to just instantly burst you as a focused target. The charm from Wumbo not quite landing onto Averse is he's able to just over the wall and just safely bring himself to a more, defensive position. But now he has walked right into Sleeping Lion's finish line over there in the bush, and it's going to be hard for him to, approach these fights knowing that he could just get like hard slowed by Sleeping Lion at any moment.
100%. We are closing into our final four here. I think at the moment, Sleeping Lion or Wumbo are my two slated to win, and I mostly say that because I know Avarice fully believes that the heart matchup is very oppressive. If it ends up with just those two left, Avarice basically has to land everything to win the fight. But it really depends on who these focus down. Wumbo could go down to Halifax, or sorry, Ibusaki. It really just could be anything at this point.
Absolutely. Also, like, I gotta say, you gotta keep your eyes on Sleeping Lion. Sleeping Lion is level 20, has the most kills in the lobby at 4. And yeah, he's pretty powerful at the moment. And I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. It passed. All right, so Averse is currently going to dash into the bush. Ooh, eating a fat Q from Wumbo, losing about 1,000 HP pretty early there in this final four situation. Only 25 seconds before this zone is about to close, and all of our players are going to be constrained to just this tiny final square. There is a remote mine down for, I believe, Sleeping Lion in the top right side of the square, so that is going to be his corner that he's shooting for. Oh, he's got smart bombs too. Sleeping Lion is trapped out of his mind right now.
Literally sets them all down and says, this is my zone. I don't know where you guys are going to stand, but not here.
He's occupied like the whole square with his traps. Oh, Ibusaki eating the first two. One smart bomb, one remote mine. He's dropped incredibly low. That's going to be a kill going over to somebody. I don't know who actually got that. It was Wumbo,
so it looks like Avarice got one kill and Wumbo got the other.
Yeah, both of these players, they engaged on each other right at the beginning, but they ended up not being paid off for either of them. Both of them dropping to someone else in the zone. Wumbo up a kill, Averse up a kill. Now Wumbo is forced into the red and is losing a bunch of timer and a bunch of HP as he does get feared into that zone. Averse jumping to the far side after getting comboed by Wumbo. A few smart bombs though dropping. Maybe he got them off of Sleeping Lion's body. Maybe he just had them prepared. Either way, way. Wumbo, he needs to find a way to get in on a verse without jumping into that smart bomb. Down to 10
might
seconds.
Be playing the timer game here, to be honest. He's going to look to kill, but at this point, it goes. Oh no, it looks like Wumbo has to disengage here, doesn't have a lot of time. Oh, it goes down to the arrow skill. Really well played by Avers. Like we said yesterday or earlier, without having his bracket demon here and not having to deal with Shoichi's, we're going to be seeing him pop up.
Yeah, that was an insane way of finishing it there. The heart ultimate did go down, but the arrow rain, it does not care about your heart ultimate, and it still landed. It still slammed right down on top of Wumbo, and just like that, Verse ended up taking game number 2 with 5 kills. A very, very good performance from our Hedgen main. We also had Wumbo ending up in second place with 1 kill. Hey, you know what? It's a respectable result. Second place with a kill is still a good amount of points, and Sleeping Lion did a fantastic job picking up 4 kills and third place. So yeah, also I want to remind you, Gunnar had 3 kills. Yeah, he ended up in 5th, but he had 3 kills. That is a very good result for our Adela player. Honestly, it might be enough to bring him up into the top 6. Hard to say for sure. What are your thoughts on that match? Like, what are your takeaways from that match?
We had Avers placing really high again, as well as, well, that looks like it was pretty much it for the consistent high placers. A lot of the people who placed really high in the game 1 did not do extremely well in game 2, so it looks like really our top 6 could change at any point, with Avers probably having a commanding lead at this point with 2 really high placements, and then having people placing kind of lower towards the pack like Flammable and Hoko, sad to say, that really need to pull in a lot of weight this last game.
Absolutely, and it's still anyone's game, but let's quickly jump over to our scores and see where everybody currently is at the moment. So currently in first place, we have a Verse with 48 points, a very commanding lead for this Hedgen player. In second place, having been dethroned by a Verse, is Mizroy, who ended up dropping to Gunnar relatively early in the second round, but he had such a good game in game number 1 that he is still very firmly up there at the top. And in third place, the most consistent player so far is Wumbo with 30 points, not having won either game, but having been there right there at the end, I believe taking second in both rounds. How do you feel about 4th through 6th?
Through 6 looks to be Sleeping Lion with 27 points, pretty solid. Gunnar at 6, Gunnar with 18, which, like we said, he placed really well today, had 3 kills, and then Ellie-san with 17. Hopefully we can see this again from Gunnar, because I really would love to see an Adela playing finals. And then from there, we have Ellie-san at 17. With 17, she could make it too, and it would be great to see more Emma players as well.
Yeah, she's been doing really well this entire time, and honestly, the first game performance from Ellison was extremely impressive, and I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing that same sort of dominance in the third game as well. That being said, it's still anybody's game. 17 points at 6th place and 18 points at 5th place. Keep in mind, our 7th place player is at 16, 8th is at 14, and 9th is at 11. It's still anybody's game. Anyone can have a very solid game and immediately shoot up to the top. Anyone who wins a game from this point on could essentially rise from absolute last all the way up to at least the top 6. So don't get discouraged, guys. You still have a very solid chance of making it into the top 6. Honestly, I think my biggest surprise from that game was Gunnar. Like, I wanted to see Gunnar do well. I love the fact that he is the only Adela player and he brought such a impressive performance. The question for me is whether or not he's going to end up doing so well again in the third game, because he did do really well. The question is, can he necessarily get there again and even close out a game in order to secure that final 6 position?
A lot of it's going to come down to, I think, pretty much the same thing we saw this game, where either he's going to die early to Ashiant playing Fiora, or probably just make it out to get another 3 or 4 kills. Though I will say, we saw him go down to Avers last game, did we not?
I'm trying to remember. Yes, he did. Yeah,
so.
Over in Temple.
So
yes.
That
Just
may
barely,
be something
though.
he has to avoid, where if he sees Avers, he may just have to run away pretty much right away. As much as I hate to say it, you know, ratting is not something that this format is incentivizing, but at the end of the day, if you can place higher, you have a higher chance of getting kills at the end too.
Absolutely, especially if you get those 3, like he had 3 kills pretty early. you get those 3 kills, you can just sort of play it safe from that point, try and get into that end zone and get the placement points. You already got the kills under your belt, might as well get some placement too. But hey, he ended up in, like, I think 5th. It's not a bad result whatsoever. I'm trying to think what else. So something else that kind of stood out to me in that last game was we had all 3 of our Kiara players make it into the top half. I think all 3 of our Kiara players were at least in the top 8, which is a lot of Kiaras. The 3 of them, 3 Kiaras. So showing that that character, while being very safe, is able to get you into those high placements. But the thing is that, again, placements aren't everything in this tournament. You gotta be getting kills too, and that's why we're only seeing, despite them getting up into the top ranks, placement wise, they're not doing too well in like points overall.
Do you see it?
Hold on,
We have a pretty interesting pick on Flammable.
So guys, I know you can't see what our current picks are, and I don't want to spoil anything yet. So once we get into, like, past the loading screen, you guys can see what we see right now. Although I will say, yes, one of the most interesting picks we have seen so far in this semifinals. We do have a pivot from our Adriana player, Flammable. He has decided that since he didn't do too well in the first 2 rounds, he's going to try and switch it up into round 3 to see if that's maybe the change he needed to get in that good position. Now, there it is. It's a Lennox. What? Wait, was anyone expecting a Lennox?
I definitely wasn't. I've never even heard of Flammable playing Lennox before, so this is something I'm really excited to see. Everything else looks to be pretty much the normal here. We did see Yuki hover Lennox for a second, actually, but he ended up sticking with his character.
So the one thing that's kind of standing out to me, and maybe the reason why he chose to do this, is that, okay, well, never mind, Avenue just suddenly got contested. I was gonna say Avenue was completely uncontested and he was the only person there, but nope, it looks like a verse, and I believe it is Bright Eyes, the only other Luke player in this lobby, are both going to end up spawning here and trying to get the Avenue loot as well. But maybe he's noticing that people aren't going beach or something. Like, there's got to be some reason why he's choosing to go for this Lennox pick instead of sticking with the Adriana, or maybe just the Adriana just wasn't working out and this is the character he's the most comfortable on as his side pick.
Could be. I think a lot of it is the mental boom that we talked about before, where Flammable has not been performing very well today, and sometimes that just makes you doubt your pick and say, like, well, you know, I don't have a lot of practice on this, but my main thing isn't working, so we should swap over and see if I can at least get a win this way, right? Because at this point, it's all or nothing. He really has to try his best, so I do have faith he wouldn't pick something he doesn't believe will hopefully get him good placement and some kills along with it.
Absolutely. So one thing I'm noticing, a bit of a routing change from our favorite Yuki player, Homecoming. He has changed from being in Temple 3rd to just going Alley Temple Factory in order to get that Erendite build online instead. So a bit of an adaptation. We're going to see if it pays off for him because he has been struggling a little bit so far. And of course, we'd love to see him do well. We have Yidam. Currently still uncontested because of Fridge. Unfortunately, I have to tell you, Fridge's internet is still out. He was not able to come back for this last match of the round. I'm sorry, Fridge. It's really unfortunate. We really look forward to seeing you perform, but it is what it is. So Yidam is a lot less contested now. There is one less Enad Hart in the lobby. He's already got the wall finished. He's finishing the Crusaders right now. If Depraved Lunatic is not careful, he may be on the menu. Ooh, he's up at the fire helmet too. That's a very strong position. Honestly, I would be shocked if Yidam didn't try to just eat all these Kiaras for breakfast right now. Depraved Lunatic kind of just gets away. Yidam choosing not to go too aggressive as Depraved Lunatic is going for the teleport out. All of our Kiaras are about to meet up in this area, all trying to loot through Chapel. Yidam might be meeting Halifax in just a moment. He is cooking something. Will it turn into a fight? Yidam, you gonna hit? There it is. Okay, putting the aggression onto Halifax, but honestly not choosing to go for the full kill. Maybe he thinks this is not a kill he can necessarily take, but Homecoming says, you know what? No. I am all about that early aggression. I want to get those early kills because I want to be snowballing into a better position. Halifax throws down the ultimate. Oh, hold on. My co-caster got disconnected from the chat. Let me pull him back in. Motif, are you there? Perfect. Wait.
All right, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It disconnected me for a second. What all did I miss?
You've got Homecoming attacking Halifax, Yidam choosing to not grief anybody, and Chapel and just TPing out, opting to finish his build instead. Homecoming still very aggressive against Halifax. We do have Flammable fighting Yidam over here in the uptown side of the map. Flammable dropping very low. Yidam is also getting pretty low, but Flammable unfortunately will end up falling, and that is the end of Flammable's tournament run here in the ERCL. Halifax does end up getting away as Homecoming chooses to go over to Pond to finish his build.
Or Flammable, really good player, struggled a bit today, happens to the best of us. There's a very good chance that you might see it from me later today, actually. He is someone that if you ever see him in your queues, don't hesitate. He will smack you.
Yeah, honestly, he is a very powerful player. He is very aggressive, and yeah, very, very good Adriana, one of the most dedicated Adriana players in all of NA. We have Depraved Lunatic without the weapon finish, trying to get away from Sleeping Lion, who already has the BOA and the EOD suit online. A very powerful position to be in. What else is going on here? How's Miazroy doing? He's got the car running online. He's finished the radar. He's got the motorcycle helmet. This is kind of a decent mid-game position to be in for him, right?
Oh yeah, this is actually a pretty solid spot. I actually run into him here quite a bit whenever he's doing this. He does go for both wolves, attempts to kill anyone here at factory, so he's on pace, looking to snowball. Are we seeing any different builds this time around? Prismat swapped last round. Is he going the same thing as the round before? It looks like he is still doing the Plasma Tonfa with the sneakers.
Yeah, he's on that Plasma Tonfa. He's got the EOD suit online. Straight Jackets, Uchiwa. He looks like he's pretty built. Halifax. Oh no, this was not Halifax's game. Got caught by Homecoming earlier, now getting caught by a Verse up in archery. Was unable to get anything online because he had spent so much time getting ran down by Homecoming. Unfortunately, that will be the end of Halifax here in round number 3. But a Verse now is going to be getting that little bit of a snowball going, since he has gotten his first kill in round number 3. Ooh, Gunner has the Joyous already, finding potentially someone to grieve over here in Bright Eyes, but Gunner is squishy himself, throwing down the ultimate, trying to get the invulnerability. The big crits coming down, but Bright Eyes has managed to land the ultimate, dealing a ton of damage. One more crit is all Gunner needs. Oh, it does not come out in time.
Goes down to Bright Eyes. It's really nice. I think this might be... No, I think Bright Eyes did pretty well last game, actually, too. So this may just be what he needs to qualify for finals. We might be able to see a Luke in finals. Maestro is over here, though. This doesn't mean Bright Eyes is safe. He's making a lot of noise, and we all know Maestro loves to look for those kills. But it looks like he's actually shying away.
Yeah, honestly, I think Miazroy is just trying to get... Yeah, he's trying to just finish all 6 assignments before engaging here. Ooh.
Takes it. Misroy coming in for the fight, lands the Q. Oh, Bright Eyes gets the bat skill for the stun. Misroy misses his E, uses the ult to disengage a little bit. It's pretty much anyone's fight, but Bright Eyes and Misroy are both going to go ahead and just disengage, decide to not take any risks over it. I really can't say who I thought would have won it, but Ashian is chasing Hoko here. Homecoming might be able to get away. His E should be back up any second now, and it looks like he's probably saving it to do EWE so he can make enough distance so that he doesn't get hit by Ashian's dash. Because if you get hit by the first one, she gets a second one, and it really just makes it that much harder to get away from her.
Oh, my heart is pounding. Homecoming just barely getting away there as Ashen, our European Fiora expert, Fiora master, is putting a lot of pressure on him over in the Temple Pond area of the map. Ashen getting the bears for free, and well, I gotta say, Ashen looking pretty strong at the moment with 14 farm. How's that weapon mastery? Already at 7. I was curious if he even had level 7 weapon mastery in that fight against Homecoming, because I feel like if he had rapier skill, there's no way that Homecoming actually got away there. But looks like Sleeping Lion.
Hoko.
Yeah,
looks like we barely missed a fight between them. Something I do want to bring up is there's actually been very few kills for this early set of the game. We do see Gunner, Flammable, and Halifax all down, sadly, but I think by this point, normally we were seeing more. Wumbo and Prismat taking a little small trade there, but not anything major. Just going to separate and then look to see if they can maybe grab some extra food or stamina, who knows?
Yeah, it looks like it's a situation where, I don't know, Wumbo hasn't finished his full transition on the weapon yet, still on that Bohemian, so I'm not surprised that he is not trying to overcommit to a fight at the moment. We also have Sleeping Lion potentially getting hunted down by Miazroy. Miazroy checking the bush, Sleeping Lion forced to go over the wall to get away, but the W does land. He is bleeding significantly. That's a very strong true damage bleed. He's trying his best to get away, but on that bike, it is really hard to catch any Sylvia who's moving that fast, so Sleeping Lion will be getting away there, but there are a lot of players over here in Dock. It could turn into an all-out brawl at any moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. That is something that you'll actually run into more often, where in high elo, players know you love to sit in the bush and rest whenever you're low. So it's very often that after seeing a kill shirk away and not noticing it on cameras, they will go by and check those bushes. 9 times out of 10, sometimes the better play is just to hide in like a bad spot where you wouldn't be expected to see. We are seeing Avers down there crafting something. I wasn't sure what it was, but he did have Ashian teleport in on him. My big thing was Sleeping Lion basically walked into the building with him. I wonder if they had like a little scuffle, or maybe Sleeping Lion saw him and just decided to back away.
Yeah, I think these players maybe just playing a little bit more conservative, trying to not force anything. Since there are still so many people alive, they're kind of probably afraid that if they get into a fight, it could turn into a third-party situation, even if they ended up winning the 1v1, and that would be bad overall. But Ashen being caught in a versus trap, the full combo coming down, but the dog is in the way, and the Qs will not quite connect. A versus is now on cooldown for a certain amount of time. But of Ashen, he manages to just get away. Ooh, the Meteor Claymore and the Battle Suit, making him pretty strong, even in this mid-game. Like, that is a pretty good place to be for Ashen. The Battle Suit, it honestly kind of statted really well considering the lobby at the moment.
Well, we're seeing a round 2 of what happened just a second ago. Ashen, very quick reflexes, does get out of the root pretty well. I think you're definitely right. Battlesuit might be the call here. We are seeing a lot of casters in this lobby. Definitely not entirely casters, but because we do see Hoko on the Yuki, who actually has made it to mid game, possibly be able to see him make a late game transition this time, and then Bright Eyes as well.
It's also good against Enad as well, and we do have that one Enad heart running around, so Battlesuit just kind of in good shape in the current meta against these like more meta picks like these casters and these Enad hearts, maybe even a little bit of Enad Aya, but we haven't been seeing nearly as much as that as we have been seeing Enad heart lately. And remember, excuse me, there are 7 hearts in the semis. The most represented character of every character in the game is actually Heart, with 7 representatives here in the semifinals. So yeah,
I know I
honestly,
said earlier that she was slept on, but it doesn't look like it anymore.
Yeah, people are realizing, yeah, Heart's kind of amazing. Like, kind of just great, especially when you get her going.
It's a matchup I'm not personally looking forward to. It's not that I think, like, I can't win it, but it is very annoying. I can't ever kill her, but she has all the kill pressure against me. Speaking of kill pressure, Yidam going on to Avers here does have the ultimate to stall a little bit. He's going to be able to jump this wall and follow. Avers isn't out of the woods yet, but it looks like he does manage to get away dodging that last Q. Yeah,
a good dodge there by Averse is going to make sure that he is able to get away. Yidam putting a ton of pressure onto Averse. Remember that he also has the Laurel Wreath finish. That means Yidam is about as strong as he's going to get in terms of his itemization. From this point, you can only just scale on mastery and scale on levels, but pretty much there's not a whole lot of pivot pieces that Enad Hart wants to use in order to get more powerful in the late game. A lot of these other characters...
We still haven't seen him transition to Bohemian, actually.
Wait, oh, Wumbo? Yeah, wait, hold on.
He just did, never mind. Sorry.
Depraved Lunatic getting chunked out by Yidam. I was just saying, Yidam is in incredibly good shape at the moment. And Depraved Lunatic on that Kiara. Kiara versus Enad Hart is one of the most one-sided matchups in the entire game. Enad Hart ignores defense. Kiara stacks defense. It's not a good matchup for the Kiara player. And just like you saw, getting completely shredded. But Yidam is TP'd right on top of Ashen.
Every player's worst nightmare. Teleport right next to someone, and of all players, it's a Fiora, one of the stickiest characters you can run into. But it does look like Yidam is going to get away from him. Not quite disengaging Sting, just close enough to land Qs and poke, but it looks like they are going to go their separate ways. Seeing a fight between Wumbo and Avers again, feels like, or well, last time it was Yidam, feels like Avers really is just constantly in the fight. Holding down Avenue or Uptown, pretty much saying like, this is my area, and anyone who comes in, I'm going to look for another kill.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. Like, honestly, especially when you have so many people still alive in a tournament setting, it's good to get a comfortable location that you have, you know, vision on, get your consoles, get your cameras down, you know everyone who comes in and out, and you control that area. It's very powerful in a tournament setting because you do not have that, like, mystery factor of joining a new zone and potentially getting jumped on by a bunch of people who are already set up in that same fashion. So, yes, finding a comfortable zone for you to patrol is a very good way of playing the game in a tournament setting. Like, this is exactly, in my opinion, like the way to play a tournament is just find a comfortable zone in the mid game. Just do your rounds, take the animals when they spawn, make food, and take kills when you can.
True. Oh man, Prismat with a big ult on Wumbo. Looks like it's not going to be enough. Wumbo does go for the charm, but Prismat W's it. Goes for the E, just barely misses it, but gets the Q. Actor that is paid right behind them. This could go to anyone. Is that Wickle bleed I see? Prismat got Wickle on Hermes and Auto Arms already.
Ooh,
Pretty
Prismat's
interesting.
items are wonderful at the moment. He's on double force core items, auto arms, and boots of Hermes already completed. He's already on the lunar embrace as well. Man, I've never seen a Hyun not get the lunar embrace. Is it do you path for it? Like, what's the deal with that? We have Ash.
We naturally run into a bunch of wolves, so we're able to get it a lot. But Ashen into Prismat here drops a very badly timed Tonfa skill, really can't do anything about it. It's mostly a predict. Bright Eyes is on Ashen, getting all the W's. Bat skill looks like he's gonna go down to Actor. Prismat's here. It's third party central. Bright Eyes might be the next one to go down. We've got Roy up at the top too. Bright Eyes goes down to Prismat, but it's not over yet. Actor is still paid, is still here, but it looks like he may be just opting. Oh boy.
Yeah, we've actually this paid getting pressured now by Prismat. Now that 2 people have fallen in this 5-person brawl, we do have the opportunity for Mia's to come in and clean up because he has been sort of on the sidelines this entire time. After this page dropping very low, Mia's ready to jump over the wall if that were to be important. Or the right play in the situation. After this page, got a lot of his damage reflected back onto him by Prismat. After this page dropping very low, the secure from Miazurek does not actually connect in time, and Prismat does get the kill on after this page. Prismat having a wonderful game at the moment with 2 kills going over to him. Plus, he also, remember, he has that Wick bleed available to him. He also has all the items from Wick, so his gear is great. Like, he has transitioned to the exact right pieces he wants to be on. He's got 2 kills. He's got farm. This guy is in fantastic shape.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing the power of Tank Wu that is just being able to survive to the late game, and then from there you're able to run down your fights that you can pretty much know you're able to win while getting away from all the safe ones. He did drop a lot of components there, and I noticed they interestingly looked like the components needed for Smart Bomb, so maybe he is debating building some traps in his downtime.
Yeah, he might be over here trying to get some scrap metal to maybe finish some Smart Bombs. Did you see which pieces he had? I didn't quite catch that.
I saw blueprints, scrap metal, and then I believe a battery.
Yeah, well, I mean, Smart Bombs are one of the best tools you can have in that late game portion of a tournament match, especially since there are probably going to be so many people still alive in that final zone. We've been seeing a lot of these very congested final squares with at least 4 or 5 people still kicking it. We have Yidam, we have a Verse fighting each other both very low. Ooh, the charm misses from Yidam. Yidam throwing down the ultimate to negate the E coming out of Verse, and now it's going to be Yidam kind of in the advantage position as he has all that HP restored back to him. A Verse, our current rank 1 in the group, does go down to Enad Hart Yidam. He's already transitioned to the Wonderful tonight, so he is in fantastic shape at the moment.
Oh yeah, Yidam is definitely looking to be one of the more threatening people in this lobby. Killing out a Verse pretty much secures the late game. You won't have to deal with the pesky Hyejin, but we still have to worry about Prismat, who does have Wickle items and such. Someone we're seeing in this late game that we didn't see before was Hoko. Homecoming doesn't have really much going for him for kills yet, but Homecoming is known for being able to just stack kills in the late game, so he's not someone that we can just pretty much brush aside just yet.
He does have that X Factor. He does have that sort of protagonist energy. He kind of just wins sometimes. If he is able to mind control the rest of the lobby, he may be able to pull off some pretty insane upsets, but Wumbo is standing still. Wumbo is doing something. I don't know what that was, if that was like, was that a cute move? Was it something? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Yidam goes down as we have 4 players all engaging each other down in Doc. Doc is the place to be if you want to fight right now. Yidam, who is one of my most powerful players currently in the game, he had 3 kills. He goes down to Prismat, I believe. Yeah, Prismat secured that kill. That is another kill going down to Prismat. Homecoming, teleporting into Chapel. What the hell is he doing?
Must have been a misclick, unless he's just got some gigabrain idea that I never thought of.
I'm thinking
you would have to expect it out of the #1 Yuki NA, right?
I genuinely think that was not a misclick. I don't want to just hype up his idea too much. I really think he chose Chapel to try and get a safe TV. I guarantee that's what that was.
Because we're looking at zones starting to close. He probably saw a lot of noise already at Forest and decided that it's not a great idea. You see people going down, he'll just go somewhere where he knows no one's going to be at and walk in somewhere a little bit safer.
Yeah, I don't want to just hype the man up, but I genuinely think that was just a massive brain idea. Like, I really think that was. Like, I would not expect, of all players, Hoko to misclick a red zone. There's no way. I think he saw there was nobody in Avenue. He saw that there was a bunch of people heading in this area, and there's still 8 people alive. Why risk TPing right on top of 3 people or in between 3 people? Might as well just take the safe TP and lose 10 seconds. Not a big deal. Very good heads up.
We might start to see one of the, oh boy. Hoko going on to Ibusaki. This is probably one of those moments where you really end up regretting that TP, but Hoko is going to be able to stick on him. He missed the root earlier. Looks like he gets it this time, but the ult is down.
Good parry from Homecoming to negate that root. It looks like Ibusaki's starting really low, but you have to be aware of the fact that there is a Emma about to third-party your fight, and Homecoming is awfully low, and Ibusaki is on one of the most durable and mobile characters in the entire game. Well, just like that, Ibusaki gets away, and Homecoming, with just half HP, is forced to run away and avoid this third-partying Emma. We do have Sleeping Lion TPing into Factory, and suddenly we have about half the lobby, you know, aggregating over here in a zone that's going to be closing in about 50 seconds. All these players are going to be forced to go through this. It's a rather wide choke point, but it's a choke point nonetheless, and all these players are going to have to go through it. Prismat's ready to guard it as well. There are a ton of players who are going to have to go over here, and Hoko has no time to work with. This could be rough for our Yuki player over here in game number 3 of Group A of the semifinals. Sleeping Lion trying to just bike through and avoid prismaticism. Damn, that is a lot of damage.
Keeps running out, but yeah, it does do it quite a bit. Didn't even get the wall stun, funny enough.
And it still did so much. Prismat in such good shape at the moment, so powerful. He is the Queen of Hearts, no way, man. Prismat in fantastic shape at the moment. How's his mastery? 18, way outscaling the rest of the lobby by a mile.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to pretty much close this out, taking every fight he can. Doesn't matter if you can kill him or not, he just goes for the damage. Misses an E there against Hoko, and Hoko chooses not to completely fight. Prismat, though, having none of it, going to continue poking. Oh man, we're starting to see 5 players over here grouped together. It looks like this could be a pretty wild fight. What do you think?
I'm starting to think that maybe this Kiara is playing the wrong character at the moment, as all of these players want to see Kiara go down. Ibusaki forced into the red. Prismaticism going for the chase. Surely this will be a kill, but the ultimate does land in just the right amount of time. Ibusaki gets enough max HP to get away from these aggressive players. Over here on the other side of the fight, we do see Homecoming clashing with Me Is Roy. Me Is Roy trying his best to get that kill here about Homecoming. He is awfully low. He is in a bad position as he can't quite catch up in healing. He is only ticking 17. Hoko has no food. Oh, that is not where you want to be in this final fight, with no food and no position or really any mastery to work with.
Oh man, Prismat does get the wall stun. Sleeping Lion doing a little bit of damage. Looks like he's trying to get away from him as much as he can. Hoko actually running into another group at the top end. There's so many fights going on, we can't cover it all.
Prismat dealing a ton of damage to Sleeping Lion. Sleeping Lion manages to get away, but now Sleeping Lion is being pressured by Me Is Roy. There are 8 players left, and the zone is closing in 45 seconds. This is going to turn into an all-out brawl over here in this final square. The question is, who will emerge victorious? It's almost feeling like a dice roll at the moment. We're seeing Homecoming and Ellison going at it over here on the right side of Doc. Homecoming with the ultimate. It does land. Ellison will go down, and that is one of our first players to drop here in this final square. We are also seeing Ibusaki falling to Ellison, I assume.
He died to Ellison, actually.
Yeah, had to be. So that is probably just a really good third party coming out of Homecoming. Now Homecoming probably has some food to work with, but remember, we got some time back from killing Ellison, but he has very little time on his timer, and he has to get into the zone before it closes within the next 3 seconds.
But he's probably going to be zoned out by Wumbo. This is a really rough position to be in. 6 people, final zone. Wumbo is dropping the ult to pretty much disengage it. This is not one of the spots you want to see, especially if you're a player who doesn't have cameras. Timer is advantage, and this is one of the places you're going to use it.
If you don't like politics, I got bad news for you, because this final square is nothing but politics. These players are trying to establish themselves in a safe location and say, you know what, hey, I'm not going to mess with you if you don't mess with me. But then again, as soon as a fight breaks out, everyone will try to pile on whoever they deem the weakest, easiest target to get a free kill. You just want to try to establish yourself as not a threat. But the ultimate does land from Homecoming, and that's going to give the kill over to Homecoming from Sleeping Lion. That's more time on his timer to work with. He can leave the zone, get some food, try and rest, as Me Is Roy is trying to kill Prismaticism, but vice versa. Prismaticism gets the stun onto Me Is Roy, and Me Is Roy is going very low. Superior One has been completely unfocused in this entire final situation, but it looks like Homecoming is able to rest and get a little bit more HP to get back into this fight.
Yeah, and looking at it earlier, we're starting to see the same fights again. Maestro going in on Prismat, Hoko going in on Superior. Seems to be stuck between him and Maestro. Maestro gets an E. Prismat gets the E on the wall stun on Superior, and it honestly, Hoko dies to timer!
Oh, Hoko, no! Prismat with the stun onto Mia's right, and Mia's right is going to be dropping down to half HP. Prismat is sort of dictating the pace of this final square. He is deciding who is going to be focused just by simply stunning them against the wall, but maybe these other players have had it with his stuns. Oh, a beautiful combo from Prismat will be taking Mia's right out of this match.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I think at this point it may just be Prismat's fight to win, but Ellison still, or Superior has a lot of outplay potential on this character. Emma is known for being one of the better 1v1s in the game when having the best pilot. Prismat missing the E. Superior making distance. There's 12 seconds left. Is it gonna go down to timer?
Yeah, it might actually. I don't know who has more timer in this situation. Superior 1 is trying his best to kite out, so he believes that he has the timer advantage. Yeah, Superior might actually have this. 27 seconds to 17. If Superior just runs away at this point, then it is game to win this. Well,
he does want to run away, but he needs to stay close enough to make sure to get kill participation for this.
Ooh,
but there is that risk that if he does it for too long, he could just end up dying to him. 4 seconds left. Superior needs to get an auto.
That's true. Superior is able to get away just in time. Prismaticism goes down, and Superior 1 has taken our final game in this group, and that concludes semifinals Group A, as Superior 1 takes his first place. What?
Oh man, what a wild game.
8 people in that final zone. 8 people in that final zone, and it was a complete bloodbath over there, right there at the end. Like, I can't get over the fact that Hoko auto-attacked somebody with the stun, and that gave him enough time, or it unfortunately cost him enough time to end up exploding to the zone. What an insane result there. I don't know if that was intentional or if he just didn't realize it or if he didn't mean to click it, but no matter what, wow, what an absolutely insane conclusion to Group A. Superior 1 taking first place in that final match with 2 kills. We also had Prismaticism with 4 kills. A very, very impressive performance from our Hyunwoo player, getting 4 kills and second place. And of course, Mizrahi didn't end up getting any kills there, but he got third place. It's pretty good placement. He already had good points to begin with, so there's a good chance that he is secured in that top 6 position. We also do have Homecoming. He did pick up 2 kills, but it was 4th place. We'll see if that's enough for him to qualify.
Oh yeah, we do have the final scores out. Do you want to talk about them now?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go over to our final scores.
All right, so in first place, we have Avarice with 54 points. Maestroid TV, 45 points, second place. Third place is Sleeping Lion with 38. Fourth place being Superior 1 with 36. Do you want to take the rest away?
Yes, in 5th place, we had Wumbo coming in with 35 points, playing very consistently throughout this entire group. And finally, I'm surprised his points are so low considering how well he did in that last game. Just barely making it in there. Dethroning Ellison was Prismaticism with 28 points, and just barely missing the cut was Ellison, Homecoming, and Gunner 62. That is going to conclude Group A. Some of the most insane matches we have ever seen in competitive North American play. This was one of the most stacked group of all time. If you're seeing the list of players who ended up getting eliminated being that powerful, then you know you had a powerful group. We are almost ready to go into the second group of the day, but before we do that, we're going to be taking a quick break. Before we go into that break though, do you want to just sort of like give a few thoughts on the conclusion of that group?
One of the biggest things that I really loved about this one is we saw Homecoming, who was almost at the bottom of the bracket in terms of points, in one single game, barely not qualify. And this just really goes to show that no matter how someone performs throughout the entire thing, it only takes one good game, and they can turn the entire bracket upside down.
Absolutely. Like, we were saying this the whole time. It doesn't matter if you did poorly in the first game. It doesn't matter if you did poorly in the second game. As long as you have a very, very good game 3, anything is possible. There's still the chance for you to come back in, and at the same time, if you're already in that top 6 and you're kind of floating around there around rank 4, 5, or 6, you gotta make sure you perform well in games 2 and 3, or you may end up dropping out just barely, as we did see in that group. But guys, that's gonna be it for Group A. We're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna continue our games with Group B. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, and we have concluded Group A, and it's time to move on to semifinals Group B. Now, the results of Group A kind of shocked me a little bit. I don't know about you, Motif, but I thought the results were a little bit surprising.
Definitely, there's a lot of people that really just weren't able to show today that I know are amazing players. But it is what it is, you know? Some days you have just bad games. It could be bad RNG. I know there was actually one fight where I was watching Gunner fight against the Luke, and he missed like 3 crits in a row with 60% crit chance. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, sometimes you just get some bad luck, and hey, that's the game. It's a little bit of an RNG fest. But anyways, Group B should be one of the most impressive groups we have seen in this whole tournament, and maybe one of the most impressive groups we will see in the whole tournament. Let's run through the player list real quick and sort of highlight some players that we should be keeping an eye out for. So the players who managed to emerge from their qualifier groups in first place were Burning Z, Nazimi, and Tulki. Now, these are 3 players who have been exceptionally consistent in both tournament play and on the ladder. Burning Z and Tulki, both players who have been rising very high in the solo queue rankings, and Nazimi was very, very consistent in tournament play through both squad matches and solo matches. So I'm not surprised to see these players up at the top of the current seeding. We also have Piemaster, Waterfudge, Flint, Goof, Bamboo, like the list goes on. Isu, Deus, these are all players who are a Gobu. Like I could just name the whole lobby. It doesn't matter. This group is so unbelievably stacked with fantastic players. So what are your thoughts in this group? Who do you think? Okay, predictions. And I'm not saying this in a negative way. Predictions. Name 6 people who you think might be getting out today in this group.
People who might be losing? Oh man,
no, might be getting out as in like succeeding and moving on to the next stage.
I feel much more
not like you're gonna lose. So, no. Which 6 players do you think are gonna advance to the finals?
So Tulki and Piemaster are 2 that I personally love to see a lot of. Deus Ex Sim is also an extremely great player, and then Isu being one of the better here's that we have in NA by far. Top 10 player, see him all the time, really great performance. The one here that I'm really curious to see, Goof. Goof used to be the rank 1 in a normals MMR, which was our main way to go off for leaderboard. But his playstyle, playing tank Kiara, does not normally net him a lot of kills. So we're going to have to see if his playstyle will actually do well enough to get him here. Now, a question I do have, because I know there's going to be a lot of people in chat who can't read Korean or other foreign languages myself. Nazimi is player 13, correct? And who is the other foreign named player in the chat or in the game?
Yep.
Right, just an easier way for them to identify it. You know, when we're talking, Bamboo is an amazing Yuki player. We see him a lot. Really looking forward to showing him. Give us another example of how good Yuki can be. Waterfudge also playing Yuki. Pretty interesting. Waterfudge is more of a recent addition to the high tier players. He used Jukai to really shoot up the ladder board very quickly. So we haven't had a lot of experience with Waterfudge yet. It's maybe that Yuki was his main before he swapped to Jukai. Oh yeah, Binks.
So yeah, we have Gobu, who is 50 DKP minus. It's the same person. We also do have Piemaster, who is the current. I don't know. Look, I'm biased. I play Piemaster. I play duos with Piemaster all the time. He is a fantastic Heart player, and he's going to be bringing Enad Heart here today, and he is very good and very consistent at it. So, anyways, that is what we have going on with this lobby. Do you want to say a few things about Binkex, by the way? Because that's a player we haven't really highlighted much yet.
Binks is a player who's very good at lead dilemma character. We're not going to see much in this tournament, but Luckily, we do have one player representing it. Binks, however, has been questioning about what weapon he's been going to go lately, depending on his lobbies. I talked to him a bit about it yesterday, so we're going to have to see what he does. Lead Island is a character who's able to play around with a lot of different builds, hopefully going to be able to get good going off of. But it looks like Deuce XM actually getting into an early fight. We may see our first kill of this lobby already. We couldn't have it on screen, but he does go down to 50 DKP, first kill of the game. You see it all the time. Nadine, the early griefer. Everyone knows it. You build blue weapon, you rush in, get your first kill. Man, I can't believe that we're actually seeing that happen already. But overall, there's a lot of great character picks here. We're seeing a little bit of everybody, some overlapping, but hey, that's gonna happen, right? You can't really get away from it. Flint already done with his weapon too.
Yeah, absolutely. So Flint is sort of one of the more recent Adriana players. He didn't start out originally on Adriana. He's been known for playing a lot of different things. He even kind of took a break from the game for a while, and he's come back and just decided, you know what, Adriana, kind of the character I want to play. So Flint, very comfortable on this Adriana. He starts Avenue, he goes archery range afterwards, finishes that early incendiary bomb. So Gobu, again, Gobu is one of the players that I've been wanting to talk about a lot because, look, I don't want to hype him up because I don't want to get in his head too much, but Gobu is a very strong early game player. He is very well known for building this Ballista, a playstyle which is not something you see a whole lot of in the game. Ballista Nadine is considered kind of a low tier character by a lot of regions, but Gobu has been showing extremely good things. I believe, I could be wrong on this one, I believe he took 2 accounts to Diamond using just this build. So I'm not surprised to see him on it here in the tournament.
Man, Flint goes down already to Kyoya playing Sniper Aya. That's actually a surprise to see.
Yeah, honestly, Kyoya on Sniper Aya, like, I know Kyoya plays Sniper Aya, but I'm surprised to see a Sniper Aya at all here in the semifinals. Like, it's not a build or like character weapon combination you've been seeing a whole lot of in solo play. So Kyoya bringing it here today, kind of surprising. We're also seeing Wadafax on Adela. Again, we saw one in the early in Group A, but we're seeing one again here in Group B, which is pretty exciting.
He goes in, takes the fight. Wadafax, I think, isn't really going to give him too much attention, though. Starts to back off. The interesting thing about Sniper Aya is he is going to full amp build, which I know is really good for kills. We've talked about already that anyone who gets the kill lead can pretty much just bolster themselves as high as they need to in the leaderboard to make sure they transition over to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gobu is on pretty decent items at the moment. He's got the Imperial Crown, the Sunset Armor, and the Ballista done. Shizzy landing the Q onto Gobu and realizing that is not a fight I want to take. Itemization-wise, I have nothing compared to that crossbow Nadine. I'm going to instead opt to just walk away. Aisu does not have the weapon finished as he is over here in Pond after Gobu's already gone through this area, trying to get as many gems, pickaxes, and hammers as possible to finish all these amp items. So he does manage to finish the Ruthenium Marble at least.
Yeah, no, and this is a build that we see, it does get online late, but just because here is missing items, he is not going to go down easy, and he very well can kill you with just a blue weapon. He does use ult to clear the bears. Funny enough, this is a tactic I see on some people all the time. If you know you're not going to be taking fights anytime soon, killing both bears extremely quickly removes the idea of someone else third-partying you while you're doing it and you're low, and just makes it a lot safer for you to get that chance at getting an RNG item, playing the slot machine early.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Wadafax ending up dropping over here to BinkX. We're also seeing Tezka ending up dropping to Bamboo over here in Dock. Man, these are some characters getting that early, like early item lead and early aggression over here. Bamboo going all the way up to 5 items quite early. He had the plasma sword done and he's trying to finish what appears to be a Hovid, but Shizzy meeting BinkX, who just got a kill a moment ago. BinkX is going for that next kill onto Shizzy, as Shizzy has very little finished at the moment. BinkX on his usual rotation up to Ali, getting that early game kill. He's all the way up to 2 kills already. This is pretty standard stuff for Bink. Bink is very, very aggressive early game and will use this momentum to snowball the rest of the match.
Yeah, Bink has been struggling a little bit with this Tonfu tank matchup, so I'm sure he's happy to see that there's only one Hyunwoo in this lobby instead of the other one that has 2 with C. Burning Z teleports right on top of Gobu.
That's a jump scare.
Away, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh man, it all comes down to this. Gobu, does he have... Oh, it doesn't even need it. Gets a kill pretty easily. I was wondering if he would need a weapon skill, but the second hit, Trigger of Ult, pretty much making it a solid kill.
Yeah, honestly, that is not what you want to do. You do not want to be TPing right on top of a Nadine. You certainly do not want to be TPing right on top of Gobu, who is one of our more aggressive early game players. man, especially when they have the opportunity to set up that squirrel trap, you are in rough shape once that happens. And just like that, we do not have a Shukai in the rest of this first round, which I think everyone seeing that Burning Z went down there is a sigh of relief for absolutely everybody else in the lobby, because everyone is so sick of Shukai just sort of infinitely scaling into the mid to late game with those massive amounts of cooking stacks. Ooh, Pie Master getting the tree.
Gobu, though, however, is probably pretty happy if Jukai had food on him. For those of you who don't know, Jukai, whenever he does craft food, does give extra healing or stamina gain. Doesn't matter what it is, it'll just do 30% more of what it normally was going to do. So if you happen to get even some of the worst healing items in the game, like Chilean Sea Bass, instantly become better than most of the available heals that you could normally make.
Yeah, absolutely. So, how is Nazimi doing? What is Nazimi doing? What is this build that Nazimi has brought today? Rockers, Jackie, Imperial Crown, Tindalos Band, Fuma Shuriken, and a White Crane fan trying to finish the Tachyon Brace as well. This is a very interesting build. Looks like it's very CDR focused with some nice early game items to try and get you to that late to mid game. Man, interesting stuff. The question is that I have not a lot of max HP, not a lot of damage. Is this going to end up being enough for Nazimi to scale in the late game? Ooh, Goof potentially getting caught here by Nazimi.
It really could come down to Nazimi having to land multiple of his abilities. For instance, Q has 2 double hits. Goof is able to pretty much just walk off. One of the best things about Tank Kiara is just its ability to run away. And Goof, of all players, if you don't know, Goof has the highest average placement of all players in at least the top 30. By far, easily, average placement of 4. So he is one of the players that I'm expecting to see at the late game, every game. Gobu lays down the squirrel traps. Gonna just continue his farm for animals, but it does look like the Pie Master is gonna be coming over. Pie Master, funny enough, recently is only a new Heart player. He didn't play Heart too much. When I first met Pie Master, he was actually a Jackie main. So I think that goes to say something about Heart's position in the meta, and possibly even Jackie's position in the meta, because I think Teska is the first Jackie we've seen.
Yeah, Jackie is in a very interesting place when it comes to tournament play right now. Ooh, Pie Master dropping very low in a fight against Gobu, using the ult for the reset. Keep in mind, Pie Master does have that Laurel Wreath online. Both these players understanding that each other is in a power spike at the moment. Bamboo versus Isu. Isu on a character that cannot chase whatsoever. Wait a minute, no it can. But it doesn't matter, Bamboo is going to go down to Pie Master, as Bamboo is unfortunately going to be eliminated here relatively early in this second group. Pie Master getting a nice little early kill, just sort of hand fed to him by Isu. Man, that's rough. If you're Bamboo, I'm upset, right? Like, I would be upset if I was in that situation.
It always hurts to get stuck between 2 people. We are seeing Tulky down here on his Rosie. That is pretty interesting. I think it's a chat favorite from what I saw earlier. He is one of the few people who opts to go battle suit with the build, a little more defensive. Isu does take a quick trade from Pie Master and breaks off. This is something you're going to see very often. People aren't able to actually sit down and take long extended fights because it's too risky, but they're more than willing to trade for a little bit of mastery as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Tulky over here. He does have the Powder of Life, so maybe that's going to be like a Force Core or something going forward, but keep in mind, most of these Razzies do not choose to go for a Kel over Electron Blaster. I think a lot of them have said that they really do just prefer to have that Electron Blaster because it has such good stats for the character. How's Kyoya doing? Kyoya's got the Glacial Shoes online. Kyoya's got full build online. Kind of looking pretty good over here, but a little bit squishy with just the Sunset Armor to use for max HP. And Christian is not too far behind with a TP about to land right next to him. Tulky wasting no time getting right into this fight. The ult lands and a ton of damage connects as soon as that ult is in fact popped. Ooh, Christian able to get away because he is playing Hyunwoo, and Hyunwoo just kind of just dashes away in a lot of these situations.
Yeah. He's definitely not able to chase. Something interesting here is we see 3 Tree of Lives on the map. So one of them definitely had to get like a really good RNG drop. I mean, have all 3 Tree of Life spawn? I don't think so, because Cemetery closed, so I don't believe anyone was able to get that one.
Good question. No, people have not taken this tree yet. It is available, but no one has quite gone for it yet. Honestly though, with Chapel still being open, it's not too difficult for players to just run through and grab the tree. Sure, you'll lose a little bit of timer, but you do end up getting that tree, so it's pretty good. I don't think these players necessarily are dying to get that, though. I had a feeling if Pie Master didn't get his first tree over in Forest for that Laurel Wreath, I assure you he would be going for that right away, because that is essential for finishing his build, whereas I don't think anyone else in this lobby needs to get a tree in order to get their build online.
Oh, that's definitely true. Gobu going for my favorite food personally, making baked carb. So easy, such a great beginner food. Anyone ever asked me like, hey, what should I focus on for food? Baked carb and baked potatoes are one of the first ones I go for. Now we are seeing a contest from Wick between Toki, Kyoya, Binks, and Waterfudge. Binks does get it, but he's super low. He's probably gonna go down to Toki here in just a moment. Oh, he barely gets away. But he doesn't get the items, so the question is, who gets to loot the body and does what with it?
It doesn't look like it was going to be Tolki because Tolki ended up opting for the chase. It looks like Kyoya is going to be the one who gets all of the loot off of Wickeline, assuming, who is this? Waterfudge didn't end up grabbing anything on their way out. Honestly, kind of a surprising result. I mean, it's no surprise that Dylan gets to get away from pretty much anything they want to get away from as long as they commit their ult to it. But yeah, that was a really rough position to be in, and Binkex did end up getting both the buff and get away with their life. So that's a pretty good position to be in if you are Bink.
Definitely. Now, from here, we're taking a look. Gobu has 2 kills, Binks has 2 kills, Piemaster and Isu getting into a little fight. Not lasting very long, though. It looks like kills are spread out kind of decently. We do have a lot of people that haven't been able to get anything done, but we don't exactly have anyone other than Binks with Wickeline, specifically because that has an outstanding lead here. I feel like it could still be anyone's game, and I'm really hoping we don't see another 8-man final zone, but if it comes down to it, at least we know it's going to be a lot of action. Don't you think?
Absolutely, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fight break out in the top side with Gobu versus Waterfudge over here in archery range. I think Gobu knows that no one can really run away in this situation, so they're going to be using this to their advantage and try and corner Waterfudge and maybe get an early kill. Well, I guess I can't really call it early. We're in day 3, but you know, it feels early considering we still have 11 people still alive. Remember, Binks and Gano are both coming into the zone right now, so if Gobu's not careful, he may end up getting caught by these 3 melee players. After all, melees are sort of prone to, what's the polite way of saying this?
I think we call it melee gang, where they get ganged up by the...
yeah, hive mind killing the range character.
Focus the range characters.
Yeah.
If Hoko's in the chat, his chat will pretty much know it's hashtag melees.
Melees.
Can we get some ranged nopers down there while we're at it?
So yeah, like that might be a situation he may find himself in if he's not careful. I clicked on the map by accident. So yeah, Gobu, he needs to find a situation where he is not going to potentially be facing 3 melee characters against his 1 ranged. Waterfudge TPing out against Binks, manages to get out in the end. Now Gano is kind of close to Binkex, and maybe that might turn into a fight pretty soon. But also Gobu finding Binkex here, and remember, Binks has that wick buff, so it's kind of hard to fight him at the moment.
Also have to note that he is on a steel shield, blue arm piece. Provides decent stats, actually gives you a nice bit of AP, gives you some defense. Does have negative movement speed, but I think it's on a character like Lita Island, you don't care too much. He does need to make some transitions here. He's probably sitting around thinking about what his next play should be, and hopefully we can see him get those transitions he needs to actually make it to the late game.
Absolutely. We also have Isu wandering over here through Avenue. There are 4 players currently in this side of the zone. Another thing that we do want to talk about is the fact that we do have 3 players down there in Dock, Piemaster, Christian, and Waterfudge, all meeting in this south side of the map. We do also have Gano, Tolki, and Goof in the top side of the map. All these players getting awfully close to each other. It could break out into a fight at any moment between all of these players. One thing that is certain, though, is that with Piemaster getting caught by Christian, the huge haymaker being thrown, he is dropping incredibly low at the start of this fight. He's going to try and jump away, but Christian knows exactly which way he's going to try and run.
I think he's getting very far. He does have the charm. Kyonwoo's E should be back up. Barely misses it. Piemaster has to wait for his E to come back up. Christian's starting to run away. The fight could turn. Waterfudge is coming up on the side. Looks like he's chasing the noise. Man, a lot of third partying going on. But it looks like the fight pretty much whittles down. And I have a question for you at this point.
Oh yeah, I'm listening.
Never mind, it's actually gone. I was gonna ask. Kyoya is fighting I forget their name. I'm so sorry. Nazimi, yeah, they were fighting Nazimi. Looks like Kyoya is not going to be able to get away from this Emma. Very sticky character, really makes it hard to get on top of. It looks like they're gonna commit the full way. Doesn't mind for time. Kyoya may be out? Okay, looks like he is. So my question was going to be, there's a gold chest at the top, and we hadn't seen anybody go in for it. Do you think eventually there could be a position in the meta where players will fight for this gold chest as if it were an objective like Wickaline.
I wouldn't be too surprised. So actually, wait, where did you say the gold chest was about to come down, or did it already get taken?
It was in between Avenue and Alley. It had already landed, and it was around the time we were looking at the 3 people in dock. So it was sitting for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm curious if it was Goof that ended up getting, but now we have Kyoya getting caught between Gobu and Nazimi. Oh, the crossbow skill coming out from Gobu will spell death for Kyoya as Kyoya gets slammed into the wall and taken forcibly out of this match. We have Tolki fighting against Binks where the land, oh, the ult does land from Binks, and that is the end of Tolki as well in this match. Binks taking a kill and going up to 3 kills. Didn't just get early kills, was able to translate that into some late game kills as well. We're down to just 9 players, half of our lobby left. This is a very safe set of players over here in Group B. I noticed Group A, we were losing players left and right in the early game. In Group B, we're in day 4, half the lobby is still alive.
100%, but most of these characters that they're playing do have escapes of some kind. We're seeing multiple tanks with 2 tank Kiaras. Binks actually plays a very tanky build himself in the beginning. Gobu having tank stats, getting a nice chunk on Goof before he teleports out. Funny enough though, I was just mentioning Binks. He's fully transitioned his build, by the way.
Ooh, I gotta mention, Goof was chunked super hard by Gobu and was forced to TP out, but Goof, now at low HP, is being pursued by Pie Master. Unfortunately, the charm does not quite land for Pie, so that is Goof able to just ult and walk away as Kiara tends to just do. What were you saying about Binks? Binks transitioned into some different items, huh? Oh, yes, he did.
Almost entirely different build.
Yeah,
weapon and all.
That's pretty interesting. So one of the things that you can do as a Thailand player is play a very early game. Ooh, Isu catching Binks there. Or was it Binks catching Isu? In any case, Binks taking a ton of damage right there at the start of the fight. Isu already in pretty good shape in this fight. He's still at full HP, but remember, Gobu's not far behind. Gobu knows there is a fight happening here, and Binks is forced up against the ropes and is maybe going to have to run through the red in order to survive.
He doesn't have ult either, so he must have run into some kind of fight a second ago that we didn't see. Because his ult should have been at least off cooldown since he got his last kill, but he may have used it as an escape whenever we were watching Goof with Pie Master. Yeah, absolutely. We also do, we can't count him out, Christian has been pretty strong. He has no kills, but he has been a force to be reckoned with through all of this game. We saw him chunking Pie Master earlier in the match, and well, I'm not sure if he is going to be able to translate those into some, some actual kills, but man, he's sitting on 2 mithril pieces. He's got the Cabana finished as well. His itemization looking pretty good, just trying to avoid fights and run past people, but Pie Master isn't really trying to let him get away. No, but this is going to be another situation where he may place high, but with low kills I don't think it'll completely be enough. Binks and Gobu going at it. Gobu does get the slow. Christian might get his first kill here, actually, and there it is. Yeah, Christian gets the kill onto Binks, but now since he sat there greedily trying to loot, we have Pie Master and Gobu ready to third party. Pie Master clearing out the scroll trap. Pie Master potentially caught between Christian and Goof. Goof ready to third party or just loot the body. One or the other. Either way, Pie Master gets the charm onto Christian. Christian dropping very low. Going down here. Oh! Beautiful with a Water Fudge catching both Goof and Christian. The kill will go to Water Fudge as Water Fudge is now being chased by Pie Master. Oh man, it feels like it's third party central at this point. Fight after fight after fight. Because as Pie Master chasing him, you've got Gobu and Isu coming over here. Isu always looking for a bit of action himself, but it looks like everything's going to fizzle down for a little bit. Gobu goes back over to his scroll traps to relax. Water Fudge having to TP out, wasted a bunch of timer. There is an open area with Alley, but if you TP there, you don't have a lot of time to get out, right? Risky TPing right back into the only like available zone within the next 10 seconds and somehow dodging these 6 or so players that were already in that zone. God, he has been rolling some pretty decent RNG with that. What a risky TP. Also, we have Gobu setting up a sort of a lattice work of squirrel traps here, trying to create a safe zone for himself that no other player is going to want to go through. But remember, if you make too many traps on the ground as Gobu, you may end up drawing the aggro of the rest of the lobby. Gano opting to put his aggression onto Nazimi, but Gano really is finding no damage either way, and Pie Master is just sort of asserting himself as the big force to be reckoned with here. Gobu opting to not take this fight and instead just run away after seeing the damage that Pie Master can output. Kind of rough thing here is Goof has to come back in from this side, and I think Nazini is paying the mind to that because he's kind of gatekeeping him at this point, saying like, if you want back in, you're gonna have to fight me for it. So Nazini is pretty much put, Genio.
It's Gano, yeah, Gano.
Yeah, sorry, Gano in a pretty bad spot. Pie Master coming back again. I think at this point he's just like Up a creek without a paddle, goes down. Now Piemaster and Nazini end up going through. Oh my god, that damage!
Beautiful charm coming out of Piemaster, landing around into the cute prediction. Oh my lord! Oh, Gobu gets the kill.
Those are the takes that you hate to see of now Piemaster and Gobu, but I think Gobu's just gonna. Oh my god!
Oh,
The
Gobu!
cancel with the D skill. Gobu's killing it. Gobu is showing you why we used to say that Gobu was easily one of the best players in the game and does not want to give up that title anytime soon.
My lord, Gobu. Holy! A total bloodbath over here on the top side of Forest as both Gano, Nazimi, and Piemaster all go down. Piemaster cleaning up, I believe, 2 of those kills, and Gobu... No, Gobu got 2 of those kills. Piemaster only getting 1, and Gobu in the end cleaning up the kill on Piemaster as well after Piemaster had already used his charm and used most of his tools. What an insane fight between those 4 players, and now we're down to just Water Fudge, Aisu, Goof, and Gobu over here in the final square. Gobu's got double guillotines. Gobu's got squirrel traps, but Aisu, he's got remote mines. He's got double guillotines, and Water Fudge has remote mines of his own. And you know what? Goof says, I don't have any traps, and everyone has so many traps, so I'm just going to try and take my fight outside of the zone. Oh, beautiful pyramid. Water Fudge negates the damage from Goop. Now Water Fudge maybe getting his kill donated over to Aisu as he walks onto his remote mine. 0 timer left, and Aisu gets the kill onto Water Fudge. But Gobu, while they've been fighting, has managed to completely cover the entire final zone with traps.
This is definitely one of the cases I say all the time. There's 2 characters you don't want to just let set up, and it's Nadine and Isol. And here is exactly why Gobu is pretty much claiming the entire zone into zone, making Goof and Aisu fight. And there goes Goof to the trap. It's just Aisu and Gobu left, but there's nowhere he can go safely, so he's just gonna drop.
Beautiful position from Gobu there, forcing Aisu to get knocked right into his field of traps and end up cleaning up the game for himself. Gobu takes game number 1 with an amazing 6 kill performance. Man, the way the players played that final zone is, it's beautiful. Like, I've never seen such exquisite play from a Nadine player in my entire life. The positioning, the trap preparation, and just the knockbacks. Gobu putting on a masterclass on how to play ballista crossbow Nadine. Also, I want to point out that, like, despite all of that, we had in 9th place Binks. He had 3 kills. He dropped in 9th, and he felt like he was alive until the final circle. There's no way that he dropped in 9th, but he also did get those 3 kills, so that's a lot of points too. Placement is not everything, so hey, those kills are going to go a long way. We also did have Aisu 2nd place, 2 kills. That's a lot of points for him as well. And Piemaster 5th place with 2 kills as well.
Oh yeah. Christian, I think, is a great example of showing why sometimes playing poor placement can be good in this, because as you never know, a kill just may like end up in your lap and you're able to snag it. So at the end of the day, I think we're looking at a pretty solid lobby. Binks, even though placing low, probably going to end up pretty high on the points. We do have the scoreboard out, so why don't we go ahead and talk about that?
Yeah, so let's move on over to the scoreboard. We currently have in first place Gobu, aka 50 DKP minus, with 34 points and a commanding lead over the rest of the lobby. In second place, we have Aisu-sama with 18 points. He got second place. He got 2 kills, and it was a pretty good performance. How do you feel about the rest of these guys?
At this point, I'm really excited to see where we're going to end up going with this. Binks is definitely a player that I'm rooting for in my heart because we both play pretty much close to the same weapons. I like to mess around with glove a bit myself. I'm not a lead Dai-Lin player, but, you know, melee's for life. But we are seeing exactly why Gobu is going to be a force to reckon with at this point, being able to secure a strong early game and an insane late game. The players are going to have to adapt to this because after this game, they're probably all going to be sitting there in chat going like, okay, guys, we can't let Gobu do this again. How are we going to like work around this? There is no teaming allowed, but everyone has to like keep that in mind, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Aisu in second, Piemaster in third with 14, Binkex with 12 points, fourth, Water Fudge in fifth with 11, and Goof in sixth with 10. I'm not surprised to see these names up here at the top of the list, but I am gonna say you can't count out anybody else in this lobby. We have Christian, Bamboo, Kyoya, Nazimi, Gano, Tolki, Burningsy. Like, these are all insane players, and they're doing pretty well positioning-wise and placement-wise, but can they get the kills to put them up into the top ranks? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're still going to have to see if anyone swaps anything up. Would you guess if there's anyone here who may swap to a different character? We did talk earlier about how some players are not playing on their normal characters, and it is pretty interesting. Deuce being a pretty interesting one, I think. Deuce XM is not a player I expected to like place last in one of these lobbies.
No, Daze is one of the like higher ranked players coming into this lobby. He has, I think he's diamond on his main. He has, you know, he did a pretty good performance in the qualifiers as well. He is just a consistent player, but keep in mind, maybe his character isn't the best pick for tournament play at the moment. In my opinion, Sissela... Okay, I'm a Sissela man, guys. I'm biased. I gotta say what I gotta say. Sissela gets focused. Sissela has inconsistent starts. So, if she gets killed early, which is what happened in that last game, that's not going to be very good for Daze, especially since you're going to be routing the build that he plays most of the time. It goes through forest. Or not, sorry, forest. It goes through pond. And guess who also goes through pond? Gobu, exactly. I know that's what you're about to say. So like Gobu is extremely good at clearing out those early kills because he is so powerful with that early game ballista. So if he can't make it to the mid game, or if he gets teamed in the late game, not much he can do about that, and Daze will not end up doing too well. I wouldn't be surprised if we also saw maybe a pivot on Flint, because Flint, he picked up Adriana, but he didn't see much success with it. What about you? Do you think there's anyone who's going to maybe switch characters?
We did talk about a few people who were playing something that we weren't familiar with. Waterfudge was on Yuki, but he did a pretty good job with it. At this point, I'm not sure if we're going to see anyone switch characters, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Binks maybe switch weapons or save plans, right?
Absolutely.
We do have different routes that are available for most characters.
But Binks had a really strong early game. Like, I think he's going to stay with the same strategy for sure.
Possibly. I think it's really interesting because he actually does that transition almost every game, right? So it's like he's almost got two routes built into one, and it's like a chef making a meal, you know? It's like you've got the two different flavors coming together at some point.
He has like the appetizer and the dessert. Like he goes from start to finish. It's just this beautiful sort of progression of items. He has that nice early game teaser of damage. It's really high pressure. It's got some max HP, but in the late game, it's more of an Enad focus. He has the Divine Fist. He has a lot of these pieces that are giving him that ability to negate that stat that is so popular in the late game, which is defense. A lot of these late game items tend to be stacking on defense, and he is focusing more on a stat that ignores that defense. So very heads up play from Binks, and a very creative build as well.
Is he on Lead Island last game?
Shizzy was on, I want to say Luke. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Shizzy was on Luke.
I believe he was playing Statue Camo Ops Loop, so it looks like we did have a swap with Shizzy here.
That's true. That's true. Also, that may end up changing things overall. Flint is over here in Avenue, but he is the only person over here in Avenue, so he has it uncontested. He might be able to do a little bit better this time around now that he can get his items online. One thing that is worth pointing out that is very important for the outcome of this group is Piemaster. Piemaster is the only heart in the group. Now, that's just some pretty fortunate seeding for Piemaster, because that means that no one is really trying to contest his second tree, which is the one he needs for the Laurel Wreath. Generally speaking, hearts, they only try to contest second tree because that's when they are strong enough to contest a tree, and it's along their build route. So it's going to be very convenient. He has no one really contesting his route or his trees, which is a really nice advantage for our only heart player.
True. I will say we have some pretty interesting starts in this lobby because there's a lot of different people like going around that in areas I'm not used to seeing. Kyoyo's starting Temple on Kyunwoo. That's a sign of one of two things. He's either playing Amp Glove or he's playing Tonfa, which, you know, I could get behind seeing more of that. It is my personal favorite to play at the moment. But we have a new character coming out soon that may change. Christian is getting the early aggro on Pi. He does have the Wing Glove or the Wing Knuckle online, gives him a little bit more MS, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Piemaster is slippery with that E. Maybe I'm wrong. He gets close enough. He should land a Q here. This is just going to be like a slow grind, but I mean, a kill's a kill, and points are points.
Pi is upset. This, like, I do not see this as griefing because Christian is able to get this kill if he is able to pull off that last stun, but Pi finding a very nice long wall to try and play around. If I were Pi, I would be moving up towards the corner up there in order to get to that red zone. It's harder to chase people through the red because people don't want to, don't want to grief their timers. So Pi, the very heads up play, the correct move, moving up to this corner up here to avoid Christian. I was saying there was no one contesting his route, but I was only talking about hearts. Apparently, there is a bloodthirsty Hyunwoo to contest his route.
For sure. Now, at this point, our last game, we did see a kill this early. Gobu managed to kill, I think it was Wada.
Deus. No, it was Deus.
Oh, Deus. No, yeah, he got the kill early on Deus. So we are going to get to see Deus come into the late game this time, actually get to see him play. He is our rank 1 in NA, or at least was yesterday. Maybe I missed some updates on the leaderboards. Who knows?
Yeah, Deus is incredibly good on this Sicela. He's one of the more consistent Sicela players in the entire region. And I think he's making an adaptation. Instead of starting in Pond or going like second or whatever zone Pond, which is what he did last game, he instead, I believe, started in school and went archery range afterwards. So he finished his spiky bouncy ball. He got all the stuff he needed, hopefully with enough time for Gobu to get away from his second, or to get away from Pond so he can actually go loot it. But the problem for him that he maybe hasn't realized yet is that Isu is there. Isu has already looted a lot of Pond and is going for the desperation play over on the bridge. I saw him over here on the top side. Now he's checking the bridge as well to get any possible remaining gems. We also have Christian taking gems out of Pond. We also have Burning Z taking gems out of Pond, and Deus, unfortunately, is going to show up to a zone that's already had like 4 amp characters run through it and take a bunch of stuff. I mean, even Gobu's taking gems out of Pond at this point.
Well, yeah, but he is killing wolves on the side, so he could get one of the drops he needs from there, and it could help ease his build quite a bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Pie Master. Oh man, Pie is not even done with his Crusader's armor yet. Pie at this point in the game would like to be in Uptown finishing the rest of his build, but unfortunately, having been, I can't use the word griefed, because grief is not really what I mean in this situation. Having been, like, honestly, strategically pressured by Christian over there in Cemetery, made it a lot harder for him to get his stuff online. Now,
sure, he feels like he was griefed. Anyone would in that situation.
He'd probably call it grief, but like genuinely, like Christian had a fantastic opportunity to get the kill there. It was really close. I would not consider that griefing in the slightest.
100%. I mean, but even I've had Avarice one-shot me like in 2 seconds, and I've sat there and I've been like, why'd he grief me? Everyone hates to have it happen to them. Now, surprisingly enough, we're seeing very few fights here. Shiz and Toki, though, maybe at the top?
Yeah, there is a
brawl.
brawl.
Yeah, lands the ult, but he's low HP. I think this might go to Toki.
Yeah, Shizzy kind of not doing any damage to Tolki, even with the empowered ultimate landing on Tolki. Tolki with the finished battle suit, probably, honestly, plus the sheath negating a lot of that damage. We have Pie Master and Bamboo going at it over here. It hits, it connects, the Yuki ultimate dealing a ton of damage over to Pie Master. Flint just trying to be a nuisance in this fight, but also maybe inadvertently slowing down Bamboo. Pie doing what he can to just get away, but his food is pretty good. He is eating that mocha bread. He is ticking 47 per tick, and Flint has decided to not pursue this engagement. But unfortunately for Pie Master, he is reaching the point where he has hit a zone where there's not a lot of places to run. His best place where he could use to maybe get away from this fight would be to jump this wall over here in Dock. Will he get to that point in time? He's already used his E over here in the small building. Oh, he is just kiting his heart out right now. Oh, this is...
yeah, but this is like second time in this game he's had to do it, getting some autos so he can get a little bit of SP. Honestly, I felt like Pie Master got robbed a second ago when he got hit by that ult, but he is going to go down. So Bamboo does finally get the kill for it. Pie Master probably really kicking himself at how hard of a game this was. And Gino goes down too.
Yeah, Gano ending up dropping to Nazimi over here in Beach. Suddenly, all of our players are starting to fall one at a time. I was surprised that auto attack did so much damage. I guess, what's her name? Emma does have sort of an empowered auto attack on her passive, so maybe that's where all that damage came from. But man, that was a fat chunk of an auto coming out of this Emma player, Nazimi. How is Dace doing? About what I expected. He's found none of his amp pieces yet, trying desperately to loot a zone that has been picked absolutely clean by several players, and now, unfortunately for him, Water Punch not far away, able to start pressuring him. Dace, you're a madman.
So I feel like Water Punch may not have checked his items. Honestly, if I got hit by that Sicela Q and it did that little damage, that's my immediate like, oh, this doesn't feel like a threat at all. I should go in on this.
Yeah,
Water Punch is choosing to play it a little safer and not take the fight.
I am all in that situation because I mean, he has a spiky bouncy ball. That's not a weapon. That is 45 damage and nothing else. 45 attack power. No amp on that thing. There's no CDR on that thing. There's no attack speed on that thing. There's really no attack power on that thing either. So, well, it's surprising that he didn't get all in right there. Isu trying to get on top of Nazimi, but unfortunately for him, Nazimi doing some pretty perfect kiting and also having that Tachyon brace is going to make him hard to catch. Isu What Deus? Okay, Deus finishes the Ruthenian Marble. I was gonna say Deus has the biggest balls of anyone I have ever met, trying to pressure Isu with a spiky bouncy ball. But no, sorry, the biggest spiky bouncy balls. Never mind. Flint, how's he doing? So he has the full build. He's got the smoke bomb. How do you feel about this Adriana build?
This Adriana build is really strong, especially with the new boot. CDR is one of the best things that she can get. As I said earlier, Adriana is one of those characters who just wants to do Wick. She has what I like to call the God build, when she gets online with Queen of Hearts and Hermes. So I'm sure that's probably where we may look to transition. But for now, even before that, she's a huge threat. And anyone who runs into a really good Adriana player, they may just have to hope.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Tolki and WhatIfX. For a second, I thought this was two. I thought this was two Razzies, but it's a Razzie and it's a Razzie and an Adela potentially brawling over here. But keep in mind, WhatIfX does not have the accessory, so maybe not quite the fight you want to be taking as this Adela in this situation. So okay, let's highlight something. There's a character we didn't see pretty much any of in the last game. It's because they died pretty early to Gobu. Do you know which character I'm talking about? I'm not talking about
Early
Deus.
to Gobu?
Yeah, early to Gobu.
Okay, because I was going to say Deus. Outside of that, Tezca would be someone we haven't seen a lot of, the Jackie.
That's true. We have not seen Tezca, but that's not exactly who I was going after. I was going to mention Burning Z. Burning Z is on Shukai. He died pretty early after TPing right on top of Gobu in Factory in the last game.
Yeah.
This is an infinitely scaling character and a very scary character as well if you let him get those food stacks, but he's not super stacked up at the moment. So I'm interested if this will be maybe a factor that people weren't accounting for based on the results of the last game. Gobu with a Crusader's armor. What?
There's a lot of side effects, though, that go along with Jukai going this long in the game. Big man's made his rounds carrying his sack, but instead of presents, it's probably full of lighters.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's just going to make it this much harder for anyone else to get them.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. We have Waterfudge taking some bears. I've never... What is more iconic than Yuki killing Doc Bears? I feel like he's probably got a couple force cores off of that, but let's talk about the weirdest thing I've ever seen in a Yuki's inventory in day 2. Do you see what I see?
Ansleaf.
He's got a Dansleaf right there. Look at that. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but it doesn't matter. That's the rare lifesteal sword that you can only, sorry, the legendary lifesteal sword that you can only get from finding a VF blood sample. It's the rarest material in the game that 100% drops off of Wickling, but Wickling hasn't spawned yet. So he must have gotten it off of a bear or from a airdrop. That's a massive advantage for Waterfudge, as it does have a huge slew of stats. It has 80 attack power, 25% lifesteal, and healing reduction. Most people don't know that that thing actually has healing reduction. It got tacked onto it at some patch a few patches ago.
It's a really good item. But that begs the question. Oh, hold on, Christian and Waterfudge. Not an extended fight. Isu's on the side though. So while we've got a little bit of downtime, how big of a factor do you think players finding RNG items is going to play into the rest of this tournament?
I think
especially early.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, but at the same time, it's not like so imbalanced to the point where it makes the game unfun or unfair. I think a transition from, say, for example, well, let's say you're on Tachyon Brace and you get to build Hermes boots early, that's not going to make it be a huge difference in you winning a fight or losing a fight, because you're still sacrificing some stats to get other stats. It's just sort of these items that are generally very good at scaling to the late game because they have very high defense, things like that. But now we do have Tolki fighting Nazimi over here in Pond. Tolki,
so
just
close,
barely surviving that drop of the Caltrops right there, trying to throw down some pressure back with the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough.
Tolki hesitated for just a second.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have been enough for him to get the kill, but it's like those little moments of hesitation are the things that you're gonna beat yourself up for later. Even if, because you'll never know, right? It didn't happen, so now you'll never know if that would have won the fight for you or not. Waterfudge and Bamboo over here, the two Yukis, are they gonna fight it out? Try to prove who's the better Yuki in this lobby? Looks like him. We get the parry, both disarms. Oh man. Looks like Bamboo's gonna fall back. He took the bad end of the trade there, but I don't think that necessarily means he's going to, like, lose to him later.
That Yuki fight could take forever, so we're going to check out what's happening between Flint and WhatIfX, as Waterfudge and Bamboo seem to have both ran away from each other. Flint ends up getting third party by Tezca, a character that is so good at third partying, and ends up being a kill for Tezca, the first kill of this group for Tezca.
Tezca scared me when he jumped in there.
It's a bit of a jump scare. It kind of gets your heart going a little bit. Ooh.
Oh yeah, and Axe Jackie. Funny enough, that's one of the worst weapons Jackie can have, according to the community. He's playing, we like to dub it, Sniper Jackie. Pretty much having all the attack range that he can at this point. Binks Looks like he may get another Wickle, but Waterfax is here to contest it. It comes down to a Smite War, basically. Binks does get it.
Yeah, with the weapon skill that will be Binks.
Get it out.
Oh, he tries to ult over the gap, and he goes the wrong way. Binks goes down to Waterfax. Now it's Deus versus Waterfax, and keep in mind, Wick Buff is not on the table here for either of these players. Waterfax getting chunked quite significantly, getting E'd by the Deus Wilson pull there. But Deus doesn't want to capitalize on that. He backs up and says, you know what? This fight's not worth the risk. I'm going to get out of here.
The question now is, did Waterfax loot the corpse, or is he just walking off? And if that's the case, I didn't see Deus look into the corpse really for that long either. But we don't know. You know, the top players, they have really snap reactions. You can open it, grab everything without thinking about it, and just walk off.
Absolutely.
So it's like, we're going to have to see if either of them were able to take the items so that they can get that advantage. There is no Wickle buff in factor for this game, but Isu does have Boots of Hermes. And it's those force core items that are going to make it or break it for some of these characters.
100% agree. And we did see that Bamboo did end up going down. I don't know which. Okay, so I had to be Isu who ended up getting the kill between Waterfudge and Isu. The question is, can Waterfudge grab that Dines Leaf? He did. So, wait, no. He already had it to begin with, right? Never mind. Yeah. So Waterfudge was the one with the Dines Leaf. He's trying to face check, or trying to like face tank Isu, but that is not where you want to be fighting Zahir in general.
A lot of his abilities, though.
Yeah, that is true. But the tornado did land Waterfudge in a very rough shape at the moment. He's trying to find an opportunity to dash in or away, one or the other. Isu's trying to read the situation and see if this is going to be an engage or a chase situation. Ooh, Waterfudge kind of healing back up with that lifesteal on the Dines Leaf. Isu just opting to get away and rest.
Oh yeah, this is one of those situations though. A lot of people like to say that Zahir is technically a free character, but if he does miss his abilities, he loses out on that DPS quite a bit. He has to land them to keep getting charges back for W. So if you're able to sidestep even 2 or 3 of them, if he's in your face, all that DPS goes away, and then at that point, you might actually be able to turn the kill, like we almost saw there. We are getting a lot of characters who are kind of closing in on Forest now. We may see another fight, especially with Big Man and Kyoya this close to each other.
Yeah,
but
we
it
are
looks
seeing...
like it's going to go by fine. How many stacks does he have, by the way? 78?
He's on 78. How do you feel about a 78 stack shoe guy? Is that a scary range, or is that underperforming?
It's kind of slacking, actually. For me, I start being afraid once we hit around 150. And if you hit like a 200 stack Shukai, I start questioning if I need to play for second place or not.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Or, you know, potentially fighting him in unfavorable circumstances for the Shukai. Yeah, so I would say he is a little bit low on stacks at the moment. Once you break that 100 stacks mark, that's when things really start getting a little bit more juicy for you. But until then, well, he's gonna need to maybe go back to culinary school and fix that low stack count. But until then,
you know what? Lighters.
Yeah, you gotta find more lighters. Unfortunately, those stacks, they do not come for free. You do have to find materials to cook with, and in a high-ranking lobby like this, players might be more aggressive about taking these food materials. It might be harder to get your stacks online.
Be interesting there. Tezuka walks and Kyoya choose not to fight at all. Kyoya may be low on food or stamina because he looked like he was trying to go out of his way to pick up that chocolate. We are seeing a little quick fight here between Azimi and Waterfax, though. Looks like it's kind of even on either side. I really don't know which way this is gonna go. What do you think?
Honestly, it's pretty even. I think what it really comes down to is whether or not Waterfax can find the opportunities to weave autos in, keep that range right where you want to be in order to get those autos off. Also, if he can find one nice combo, that will be really big as well. Now for Nazimi needs to actually connect with those skills. A big thing about Emma and her momentum in a fight is actually landing your skills because A, that's how you do damage, but B, you get cooldown reduction on your skills every time you land them. So when you land your W, I believe it refunds it by roughly 3 seconds, and if you land your Q, it refunds it by roughly like 1 second per Q that hits, or something like that. I don't remember the exact specifics, I don't play Emma a whole lot, but in any case, that is an important part of her kit. She needs to be actually hitting things in order to chain your skills together more and more. Now,
that is true, but Waterfax has a lot of MS, which kind of brings it down to being more of a prediction base. Oh, and Tezuka and Waterfudge going at it.
Yeah,
looks like Waterfudge has the advantage here. Burning Z coming in, drops the ult immediately, doesn't even bother Eing.
Ooh, the kill goes to Waterfudge though.
Good call by Waterfudge going for the Q there, but now he has to fight a Burning Z who has no ult though. Waterfudge, does he have his? He does, so I think this is a fight that he could definitely take at this point. He is going to choose to back off though. I don't mind it at all.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting that he got the kill there. Jukai does put down Spicy Fish Stew. Waterfudge can go pick that up. It's pretty nice to have. It was nerfed, so it's not nearly as good. Deus XM and Christian going at it, though.
Yeah, Deus XM and Christian were the only ones in Uptown, but now we're seeing Burning Z waddling into the zone to maybe try and get involved in these fights. Burning Z about to walk right into Deus XM. I know we see so much in terms of vision, but these players can't necessarily see quite what we see, and sometimes you just walk headfirst right into one of your biggest threats, and that's what just happened right there. But both these players, they saw each other and went, you know what, I'm not gonna fight that. I'm gonna split off and just do my own thing. Deus, he must be good on food because he is opting to not pick up that spicy fish stew. Christian finding Deus once again as the fight resumes over here in Forest.
A lot of damage coming down from Hyunwoo. Lands the wall stun, gets to the defense shred, does the combo with it, but he gets pulled back by Deus. Oh man, Waterfudge coming in here. Maybe they're looking to get another kill. All he has to do is land ult at this point, but you can't use it until you know that she has used bubble. Christian with the E. Deus gets out. Now it becomes a fight between those two. It comes down with the Stella ult. Here comes Jukai, probably gonna E and ult in again. Waterfudge might get out at this point. It's gonna come down to Christian and Burning. Burning very hungry for these kills. Probably hasn't made enough food for himself.
Burning is also so patient with that ultimate. I am shocked. I am mind blown that he didn't just blow the ultimate right there to try and kill one of those players. I feel like he could have easily killed Waterfudge in that situation, but he ended up not going for it. Waterfudge had to go out of Chapel and come out over here in Uptown. Waterfax here to gatekeep, but ooh, he may end up paying for it as Waterfudge does actually get the kill turnaround onto Waterfax. Waterfax going down, losing our Adela player over here in day 4 at the moment. Now Kyoya is chasing Burning Z right into Waterfudge right after he finished a fight over there. Burning Z kind of hurt right now, kind of low on HP, and oh, the wall slam from Christian. That will surely be a dead Shukai as Christian does get the kill. Another wall slam from Kyoya. Wait, Kyoya's on Hyun. What? When did that happen?
Yeah, so that actually was something I brought up earlier. He's got a pretty interesting here, but it looks like he's not going to be up much longer. Probably going into Goof. Goof is going to clean this up, no problem. But the question now is it Christian or Waterfudge, or just Goof for third party this again? Looks like we're going to be down both Hyuns in this lobby. Sad life, unless he gets out just barely from the Sima. This is something that most players hate to see about Hyunwoo, is he's just able to run so much. Gets pulled by Deus. Really feels like he can't get away from anyone. Once again, it's just chain after chain of new initiations. Everyone's getting to put their hand. Nobu, first time we've really seen him fighting today.
Now Gobu's caught in between all of these players. He's going to try and get the finish on a Nazimi. Nazimi very low. The ultimate comes out from Gobu. Yep, that is it. Nazimi falls and the crossbow skill to gain the distance. Gobu will survive until he runs right into Goof, who is moving at Mach 3. Holy cow, he is so fast. But I guess it's because the movement speed from out of combat on the Hermes boots, plus the mithril armor, plus the crane fan, aka mithril crane fan. That thing has a lot of movement speed on it. Deus XM now trying to pressure Waterfudge. Waterfudge is in a lot of trouble here, as I believe his ultimate's still up and he has smart bombs to work with, but he is not willing to commit onto Deus XM. He does not want to force this fight, but Aisu is nearby as well, cutting off that exit. Waterfudge is sort of in a situation where he doesn't know what to do now or how to handle it, and he will end up going down to Deus as Deus picks up another kill and his second kill of the game.
It's not safe yet, though. Aisu is there. Aisu knows he's kind of low. Oh, never mind. Goof coming by to keep Aisu occupied. Drops the ult. Aisu gets the tornado. Has to run away at this point. It really comes down to if he can land the abilities to keep the movement speed up. Goof misses the E. Aisu might be out at this point, but he is taking a lot of damage. There comes the ultimate proc. It's so close and goes down to Gomu. Oh,
Goof did not get the kill because Aisu wanted to donate it to Gomu. Oh my god. What a result! I can't believe it. That was Aisu in that moment. You could see the cogs ticking, like turning in his head going, do I give it to Goof? Do I give it to Gobu? And he decided to go with Gobu in that situation. Gobu picks up a kill. I'm sure he's extremely confused as to how that happened. But now we have Goof versus Gobu versus Deus as our final 3 as the zone closes in about 8 seconds.
I think we can put a pin on that moment and re-talk about it later, because there is some good decision-making that goes behind donating that kill to Gobu that we can bring up. There's a lot of fighting going on yet. Don't have that time. Goof is going hard in on Deus here. Gobu's getting pretty good chip damage. I think this might be the end for Deus in his round 2 game. Kiara comes out with the ultimate, gets the kill, but does not get the reset. That's very important because now the cooldown goes on long, and this is final circle with them both in bad spots. It's just Goof against Gobu. I don't think he's gonna have his ultimate back up for the rest of this bit, because Gobu just gets the hard initiate here, gets his ultimate off, lands the D skill, and this might be it. Auto, one more, Q. Yep, there we go. All right. I called it a little early, but it was what it was. Gobu, our second round winner. And it's again with, I can't see how many kills, I think 3?
He ended up with 3 kills, yeah. That is the second time now that Gobu has won in this group. 2 games to his name. Gobu in fantastic shape at the moment. In first place that round, we had Gobu with 3 kills, and Goof actually had a fantastic performance there as well. In second place with 2 kills, and just below him was Deus with 3. Now, I gotta say, one of the most impressive things about that group was how evenly distributed the kills were in that game. Normally, we've been seeing a lot of these games go to, like, we have, 2 people, 3 people at the top that have like 4, 5, 6, 7 kills, crazy counts. But no, in this game, the highest kill count was 3, and that was Gobu. And below them, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 players with 2 kills and a ton of players with 1 kill. So the points were very evenly distributed in this game. Honestly, one of the most exciting final zones I've ever seen as well. Or not like final squares, but like final zones. Uptown was a complete brawl there. Everyone filtering in out of forest, this non-stop fighting between all of these players. That was crazy, man. That was absolutely crazy.
100%. Funny thing about Gobu there was I actually forgot there was a Neat Dean in lobby until he showed up back in Uptown. He had been left alone the entire time. We talked about Jukai stacking, but funny thing, Nadine stacks just the exact same way, just without HP and more damage.
Absolutely. So we do actually have these scores ready to go from that second round. Remember, there's still 1 round left in Group B, so it's still anyone's game to make it into the finals next weekend. But before we talk about this next game, let's talk about the results of the last game. Currently, the scoreboard accumulated over the first and second game. In first place, we have Gobu. It's no surprise to absolutely anybody. He won both rounds. He has 59 points. How about the rest of our guys?
Aisu in second place with 29 points. He did die, I think, 4th in last game, but still, he's managed to get a good bit of kills in his last few games. Placed 2nd in the game before, really good contender. Goof, 3rd place with 28 kills. Like I said, he's a placement monster. I expect to see him in the final at least 4 in every game.
Hold on, before we go too far, hold on, wait, real quick. I want to talk about this. This is exactly, you said let's put a pin in this and talk about it later. This is exactly why it's important. You noticed what happened there, right? Aisu decided to donate his own death over to Gobu instead of Goof. And look at the scoreboard right now. If Goof had gotten that kill instead of Gobu, we would see Goof ahead of Aisu in second place. Way more secure with 3 additional points. But since that is the way it played out, since he donated it to the person who was already well ahead in first place, those kills essentially got wiped off of the board. He essentially denied his own kill by donating it to the person who was unreachably far in first place. A very, very brilliant play by Aisu.
100%. That's one of those things that you really have to think about in this. Gobu, he's pretty much, his slot's locked in, basically. It's kind of the commentator's curse to say that, but I can't see a world where Gobu doesn't make it at this point. Giving him the points just makes it a little more enticing that someone else could be dethroned, maybe.
So in 4th place, we currently have Waterfudge with 25 points. And in 5th place, we currently have Nazimi with 16. Who's in 6th? Are we sure that he's going to stay in 6th?
I want him to be honest. Deuce is a very good player. I'd love to see him ranked number 1 in today, but it's so close. We technically have a tie at this point, and the question then comes down to,
it's a 3-way tie.
Is he 6th?
It's a 3-way tie.
Yeah, is he? Right, it is a 3-way tie, so it's like, is he 6th, or is he 5th, or is he 7th? Because I know there are tiebreaker rules, and I'm sure that our staff has really gone through that at this point, but if they haven't, we'll go through it later. If there is a tie, it could go down to kill, it could go down to placements. We will have to find out. Moments like these are when you've got those nail-biter moments, because Deuce may look at the board and go, I'm 6th, but he could be 7th and might have to be a little more pressured.
Yeah, one of the craziest things about this is that we're not going to go like too deep into the tiebreaker rules at the moment, but if it does end up being a tiebreaker situation at the end there, that could be something that is pretty crazy. Yeah, so we have a 3-way tie between Daze, Nazimi, and Christian, all the way down there between 5th and 7th place. A very, very tight race between these 3 players, but doesn't mean it's over yet. We still have another game, and honestly, 16 points, you can get way more than 16 points, even from 0 points.
Yeah.
So it's still anybody's game. You could see anybody on the leaderboard shoot up to that top 6 spot. It is not secured for anyone aside from probably Gobu. I'd say Gobu is the only person
100%.
who is for sure going to be qualifying for the finals on next weekend.
Easily, we see characters all the way towards the bottom like Flint. They could easily hop up. Great player. We know he has the capability to get the results. Deus was in that same situation last game,
Absolutely.
where he was at the very bottom, and look at what happened with him. He's all the way in 6th.
Totally, yeah. He jumped from, I believe he was just straight 18th all the way up to top 6. So it's still anybody's game to make it up there, and especially a player like Dave's, especially the players who are currently right there on the bubble between 6th and 7th. They need to really bring their A game today and close out this group with a nice performance in the final game, because you do not want to be dropping down to 7th, the most heartbreaking position in the entire group. So,
Speaking of, I am
yes?
excited to talk about these picks.
ooh, are
Once
there
it
some
swaps over
spicy
to where
picks
chat
going
can
up?
see it, let me tell you, it half of the lobby looks like a brand new lobby.
Really, I honestly, like, I didn't want to pay attention to it too much because I didn't want to spoil myself. I want to see it at the same time the chat does. But apparently we got some spicy picks going into this final game. But we're loading into our final match right now for Group B. After this, remember, we still have Group C. So don't think this is our final match of the day. It's just the final match of this group. But it also means that this is for all the marbles. This is where everyone is going to be bringing their A game to try and qualify for the finals next Saturday. Top 6 advance. Who do you think is going to make it?
Well, the easy call is Gobu.
I am
can
going to
pretty much
agree with
say
you.
that one,
No, I will
right?
disagree with you.
I think Goof is probably going to make it. Like I said, he is a placement monster.
He is a placement monster.
I think it's going to be a surprise if he doesn't make it at this point. Isu's looking in a good position. I think the big one here is it's like I would like to see Deus, but I would really like to see Piemaster bring it up. He is a great player that I love to see. He is the only heart in this lobby, and as much as I don't want to see multiple hearts in final, you have to hope at least someone makes it through, right?
I have to try my very best to not be biased at the moment, because Piemaster, I mean, he's like my duo partner. I play the game with him all the time. Love Piemaster. I hope he does end up qualifying, but I don't know, man. He has to bring something pretty exceptional in this last game in order to keep that momentum. He did well in the first game, but he sort of fell short in the second game, so we're going to see if he can bring it back in the third game and make it to the finals.
Sicela players? Nah, doesn't happen.
Wait, the what? What happened?
I said biased? A Sicela player? Nah, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no. Okay, look. Everyone in this game is biased. Everybody.
100%.
Don't even talk to you. Everyone in this game says main equals bad. Everybody.
Oh, yeah, no. Tenko is terrible. Anyway, so these picks. Gobu's changed characters.
Oh no, not the confident bit. Oh, he's playing. Please, this is probably gonna be Ancient Bolt. I'll tell you this right now. This is probably gonna be Ancient Bolt. I've never known Gobu to play Amp Edgen. So this is probably gonna be Ancient Bolt, but I don't know, man. This is kind of looking like an Amp route. Wait, no, it could still. That's Scorchbow. He's playing Amp.
Yep. He's gonna sit down and show you exactly why we say he's one of the best right here. Now from there, Shizzy swapped characters back over again to it's actually not Tonfa, sorry, Nunchuck Lee Dailin, and then Kyoya is on Sylvia.
Hold on, I had to drink some water. Kyoya is on Sylvia. What on earth? Kyoya has brought a different character every single game so far in this group. What on earth? Someone did their homework.
Yeah. Very much, actually. Outside of that, weapon picks could be a little different, but it looks like we're seeing pretty much of the same. Piemaster is on his weapon this time, but doesn't have to deal with that Hyunwoo bullying him around in Cemetery this time.
Yeah, Christian decided to get through there pretty early and not mess with him. So look, I'm a little happy about that. My boy, forget it, man. I'm full bias. Let's go, Piemaster. Woo! Anyway, so yeah, like honestly, I'm surprised he didn't stick around, because Christian, he saw success by griefing Piemaster early in Cemetery last game. I'm surprised he didn't go for it again this game. 50 DKP minus, aka Gobu. He's very close to finishing that what's it called? I'm blanking on Elemental Bow. He's very close to finishing the Elemental Bow. He has the straight jackets done. Nazimi looking pretty vulnerable here though. Doesn't quite have that ultimate yet. Binks as well, a little bit vulnerable. So if Gobu manages to finish his weapon right away, he might be able to get some early kills. Flint. Oh no, Flint's been having a rough time this entire group, and he's already being bullied by the Dioscuri Dual Swords Jackie. Oh, Flint, no. Flint's gonna probably go for
the kill that Tezca needs to put him back into the race.
Yeah, but
so it's like I can't blame him for chasing it this much, but Flint does get out just barely. However, there is Toki right down below. Toki should be on most of his weapons, his build by now.
Where is he?
The question is though.
No.
Oh, I mean,
not.
Toki has nothing.
Toki has absolutely nothing finished at the moment. Poor guy.
We're about to go into night 1. Toki, are you? Did you DC for the first bed? Hello?
Toki,
He'll probably start killing everything here. I believe, like all other Rosies, we're gonna see the EB soon, and he has been doing his battlesuit build, so he needs to get to beach to get a lot of it online.
So one thing that you maybe not quite okay, he did find a drink, but there's someone TPing right on top of him. It's Pie Master, actually, of all people, who is looking pretty good. Items are kind of online. Gobu, he has the elemental bow, he has the sunset armor, and the straight jacket. So here's how's Isu doing? Isu with the Ruthenium Marble and nothing else quite online. Kyoya versus Binks. A lot of people aggregating over here in Beach and Hotel. Almost 6 or 7 players all on top of each other trying to contest these bears as they do spawn in Beach. Tezca looking a little vulnerable with not a whole lot of defensive stats, but decent offense on that early game Dioscuri. He has the magazine online. That's a pretty good place to be in terms of early HP though. So a little bit of an advantage.
Solid build for right now. Because it's like, you gotta think, we're playing for kills at this point. Tezca needs to like make or break. He might as well go all in. Toki does go down to Gobu. Gano going in on Krishnars. I don't believe we're gonna see a kill here, but you never know. Oh, gets the ult damage. Krishnars might have E back up, and he does, gets the kill. Gano getting a little too confident with the fight. Lead Island goes in with the ult. We're seeing fights everywhere. Shiz and Kyoya. I think Kyoya gets this kill too, sadly. So we're seeing 3 down almost immediately.
Yeah, Kyoya with a very nice kill there on to Shizzy. Shizzy trying to turn and do a lot of damage with that ultimate, but it really just kind of didn't do anything against all of this like defensive stats on the sheet metal armor, as well as some other, you know, gear on Kyoya. We also did not quite catch it because there were other fights happening at the same time, but we did see that 50 DKB minus, aka Gobu, did end up taking out Hulky, who was trying to get some items over here on Beach, but was unable to translate the you know, the items before this very well-built Hedgen sort of came by and took him out of the game. Now Biggs is being chased by Whatafax.
I mean, I don't think it goes pretty much further than that. Whatafax, though, does have quite a few resources available, but Binks does have his ultimate to get out whenever he needs to. There is the off chance that Binks maybe could make the turn and go for Whatafax, but I think at this point we're probably fine.
He is teasing the idea right now, though. He is really.
Oh yeah, he's definitely. I think a lot of it is Binks needs to teleport out, and he knows he's gonna waste a bunch of time going anywhere else, so he's probably waiting to see, like, because I assume he may have vision of the range if Whatafax leaves so that he can teleport. But all the time he's gonna come up here, maybe get another fight. Whatafax definitely wants it.
Binks is lurking in the side, trying to maybe get in on this, or alternatively, maybe he doesn't want to fight.
He needs to be.
Yeah,
I don't know, because it's like he's going for Rocker's jacket, but he doesn't have his steel chain yet.
I think he's just trying to TP.
Maybe he hasn't crafted.
Waiting, I think he's just waiting for Whatafax to leave so he can TP out, because he needs to get, probably like a chain or something over here on Beach. We have Pie Master trying to contest that tree. Looks like it's also Bamboo trying to get it as well, because he wants to make that Leviathan, and looks like Pie Master is just sort of better shape in order to take it. Bamboo opting to back out and just concede it to Pie Master. Now Pie Master is gonna be very, very strong after he gets this Laurel Wreath online. Really the only thing that could mess him up at this point is if he gets like third party in a mid to late game fight, but other than that, Pie Master itemization is on point and he is ready to scale into the late game.
Oh, wow. There's actually... Oh, well, hold on. There's a fight going down here. Gobu gets the ult, gets the fear on Deus. Deus might go down here. He might have bubble still. Nope. Goes... That's pretty much it. All she wrote, boys. Avarice is probably sitting there laughing his butt off right now.
Once again, one of those situations where if the Sicilla cannot get their items online, they just aren't a character, getting completely bursted out by... That's not a verse. Who is that? Oh, it's Gobu. Just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. So Isu is now going to be aggressing on to Gobu here. Gobu is taking a bit of damage, but Isu did get caught by Gobu's root there, and he is going to be sort of forced to not take this engagement anymore. Nazimi is chasing Binks very aggressively. Ooh, the polymorph is going to land. Boom, right there. Now we have Binks in a lot of trouble. It just barely lands, and Nazimi picks up one more kill to get him rolling in this last game of the group. Nazimi trying his best to stay in that top 6.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for Binks. He's done a really good showing, but I don't think he quite makes it with that placement. One thing I wanted to go over is a pretty bad turn of RNG. Pond is down, and we do have a Jukai. That's the main place he wants to get all of his stacks, so he's not going to be able to do his hyper stacking nearly as fast as he was before. From here, though, we do have Goof and Wadafax. Might end up in a fight. Wadafax pops ult a little early, I think. Maybe doing it just too preemptively, or maybe he just jumped the gun. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure, and I don't know exactly the interaction there, but I'm pretty sure he was trying to use the ultimate, kind of like a Sicela W, to cancel the root to maintain the pressure onto Goof, but timed it just a little bit late. The root landed before he managed to get it off, so that is going to be both a wasted ult and a disengaged safely from Goof. Now,
very good point.
We're down to just 13 players, which means we've already lost our first 5. That is not a whole lot of people as we're about to move into night 2. Question is, who is going to start getting these next couple kills? We're already seeing huge damage coming out of Isu. He is almost pushing 2,500 HP, and Bamboo has really no opportunity to get in here and do any damage against such a tanky, such a tanky Zahir. Zahir really has a lot of options for dealing with characters who are trying to dive right on top of him.
Bamboo has kind of taken the unfortunate path of taking a build that needs to transition using Tree of Life and just being in a lobby where there's people who have real strong builds towards the mid game to contest it. I don't think he's going to be able to get one today, so he's probably going to have to figure something else out when it comes to his weapon, because he's not going to get that Leviathan online and he still needs to finish his headpiece. But I really would love to see him, pull something out of his hat.
Yeah, so the gimmick behind that particular Yuki build is that you do kind of just stay on the mask until you get a blood sample. Like, you can do other things in the mid game, but the idea is to just get those 6 items online, including just a mask for the extra movement speed, because you can spike pretty early. But it doesn't look like it doesn't look like Bamboo was able to translate any kills off of that early power spike, and as a result he's sort of stuck in this mid game situation where he has nothing he can really do about it. And now he's being chased down by Tezca, who is very aggressive and weirdly fast. I guess it's the Chinese Opera Mask really giving him that extra alcohol move speed, but now Bamboo is looking to turn this fight and is dealing a ton of damage by kiting him back and forth.
This might be the moment that Bamboo needed to get that mask we were talking about. If he gets that online, it could be the turning point. I thought Tezca would have been able to win that fight, but it looks like they're both behind in some regard. And Tezca doesn't have his ults anymore. At this point, he's probably forced to red zone. Bamboo is going to force him to do it, so now Tezca's going to have to go into hospital, and he may run into Isu, so he's not out of the water yet.
Yeah, oh, Bamboo, you bold man, going right through the red too, saying, nah, that mask is way too important. I'm not letting you get away. I will sacrifice 6 seconds off my timer in order to put some pressure onto you.
His ankles broke.
Oh, well, looks like Tezca's
up. Understandable.
Yeah, Tezca's just gonna hide in the bush. I think that's the end of that fight. For now, anyways. Master, how's he doing? He's at 15-16 farm. Wick is up. Who's there to contest it? Monchek, are there any
it doesn't look like he's there to contest it.
Any Wick takers around here? Anybody? No.
If anyone's in the chat and they're there for Wick every time she spawns, go ahead and drop nodders.
Yeah. Let's get some nodders here. Kyoya and Waterfudge might be the only players who might even be able to take Wick here, as everyone is just sort of letting this happen uncontested. Kyoya starting to notice.
Waterfudge sees it and says no.
Kyoya maybe hears it and says no. What on earth, guys? This is worth killing. What are you doing? Pie Master fighting Wadafax over here in Chapel, trying to get that catch onto him, but the Q didn't quite land. Pie Master understanding that accessory is not finished, and that is an advantage for him as he is fighting someone without a finished build, and he already has his transition pieces for that Laurel Wreath, but he just got stunned, and now Christian is here to maybe third party. The last thing a Heart wants to deal with is a Hyun Woo while trying to get a kill. The third parties are not favorable for Heart. Ooh, wait. Where is Wick? Okay, hold on. Christian in the fight with Wadafax, getting chunked quite significantly as Wick wanders up into alley. You know what might happen here? Flint might get Wick for free if he checks the right directions. Where the hell?
She's crossing the middle section right now.
Yes, we have found Wick. So if Flint manages to get Wick, this might be Flint's game, because that is huge for Adriana. Adriana benefits a lot from these transitional pieces, but Kyoya looks like he is managing to get the aggro as Flint is being pressured by Waterfudge up here in the top right of alley. Flint dropping to half HP. Waterfudge opting to not pursue this battle, but Kyoya is getting Wick for free at the moment, and with one swift combo, that will be the end of Wick, and items going over to Kyoya.
At this point, I'm pretty curious because we've mentioned before. Oh wait, Wadafax, Piemaster, hello. Piemaster gonna get the kill he needs here. Wadafax does look like he's in a bad spot. Drops the ult. Oh no!
Kill goes to the Zemi.
Armor comes down. Piemaster still has a chance to get out, but Isu's coming over too. Can Isu steal the kill from Nazimi? Possibly. Piemaster looks like he's gonna be able to get out. Isu is not one to give these up. He can get the movement speed off the chicken and continue chasing. Piemaster doesn't seem like he has any SP items, but then again, he does have art passive. He may not need them.
Yeah, so, dude, Piemaster is pissed right now. I can assure you that long-term fight between him and Wadafax, after all of that is said and done, the kill doesn't even go to him. It goes to Nazimi. Nazimi with just the heart, or the W snipe, getting the kill with the hat. We're having Bamboo fighting Waterfudge. Our Yuki duel, our Yuki brethren are fighting each other over here in the top right. Are they fighting or are they trading mastery? Yeah, it's hard to tell for sure. But in any case, these players are not going to be overcommitting to each other and potentially getting kited out and killed by the other Yukis.
Checks the wrong bush.
Yeah, he ended up going the wrong way, and just like that, the Yukis are going to be getting away from each other until they get right back into each other with the Bamboo ultimate coming out of the bush. Yeah, he parried the second activation. That is a huge amount of damage. That is the true damage aspect of that ultimate. Ooh, oh, beautiful parry, but he parried the first slash instead of the second, so Bamboo still gets hit by the bigger chunk. Waterfudge gets the kill. Bamboo goes down, and that is just one less Yuki in this lobby.
I don't blame Bamboo there at all. It's something that happens with me all the time. When you're parrying with Tampawu, if the first hit hits you and you parried it, you're still gonna take the second hit. So it takes that discipline. You see the big one, the big like ultimate come out, and you're like, oh, I need to do something about this. But you have to wait. You have to be patient, and that just goes to show. It's like even some of the best players, you can't help it in these last moments. Flint in a fight with Nazimi does go down, and you hate to see it. Flint unable to get any kills to this game, but I mean he did a great job with placement.
Yeah, a bit of a rough match there and a rough day in general for Flint. Flint, a fantastic player, and I'm sure we'll be seeing good stuff from him in the future. Nazimi, however, picking up his third kill of the game. Really good position to be in. The pendulum axe going down just so he could safely loot this body as Isu is trying to maybe put some pressure on, but Piemaster's here to say, you know what, don't forget about me, guys. I am pretty strong as well. Still on the wall, has not quite yet pivoted towards Wonderful tonight.
Oh yeah, now we're heading towards the late point of this game. We're about to go into day 4. I mean, Nazimi obviously doing really well. Kyoya does have Wiccaline. He has to be acknowledged, right? Sitting on Kelt, sitting on Boots of Hermes. He could probably run down anyone he wanted to at this point.
I gotta say, one of the most consistent players in these groups as well, or in this group as well, has been Christian. He's got the Mithril gloves. He's got the Cabana online. These late game items that are going to be dealing a ton, are doing a ton of work for him also. We were talking about Burning's kind of low stacks in the last game. Ooh, someone's TPing right on top of him. He is going to not be trying to fight that.
He doesn't do anything about it.
But the TP got canceled anyways.
It looks like they canceled it anyways. Dobu gets the fear, but he's about to walk straight into Burning Z. This is a pretty interesting point for him. Burning might get that kill he was looking for a second ago, but misses the E. And oh my god, Pigeon messes it up, but Burning misses the D skill, but it doesn't matter. Jukai pressed his outplay button, boys. I
think Gobu thought that was a different wall than it actually was, and in the end, Waterfudge, who tried to run away from that fight, ended up getting cleaned up by Kyoya as well. Burning Z and Kyoya looking a lot stronger now that they both have gotten an extra kill. And unfortunately, Gobu doing his best on Amp Hedge and getting 2 kills will end up going down nonetheless. Teska's still alive.
Well, I mean,
Teska's been kind of slept
still
on.
Alive.
Yeah, Teska's kind of slept on in this game, I gotta say.
He's actually got a really good build too sitting here. He's got quite a bit of HP, a lot of lifesteal. We're looking at basically 40%, I believe. Not counting crafting mastery, because obviously that's gonna throw your numbers off a little bit, but it's like he could man fight anyone in this lobby, I think.
Yeah, 42 plus craft mastery, so it's closer to like 45. You have Christian fighting Kyoya over here in alley, being able to negate that entire knockup, the knockback, all that CC. Ooh, the bear aggroing onto Kyoya. Oh, the stun does not connect, and Christian is dropping incredibly low, and he does end up going down. Wow, if that bear stun had been even slightly lower, that may have been a different story entirely, but Christian, who has been playing very consistently, does end up going down to Kyoya. What an interesting pickup for Kyoya.
I have to say, though, that was a really masterful play by Kyoya. Barely avoids the bear stun, just getting out of it with that dash. I mean, like, honestly, really good Sicela player, and hopefully it goes well. Isu doing the old Zahir meme, just sitting in a bush, and you're like, why is the bush speaking religion? And it's just, it's one of the best things that Zahir is good at. He was labeled an assassin for a long time for his ability to just blow you up. And, I mean, kill's a kill.
Absolutely. One player who's been pretty quiet in this last group has actually been Goof. I don't even know where Goof is. He's over here in Temple, but it doesn't matter because the final zone is going to be Avenue. Yes, we haven't seen an Avenue final zone. What'd you say?
He does have myth armor though. Isu actually has myth helmet.
Ooh, that's a comfortable place to be. Honestly, mithril armor in this lobby is very good, considering we have Isu, who's an amp character. We have Burning Z playing an amp character as well. We have an Emma. We have a. I know. Sylvia is not necessarily an amp character in the traditional sense, but does a lot of spell damage. So it's still going to be very important. Like all of their damage is sort of translated through spells, despite only building really attack power. But yeah, so that mithril armor is going to do a ton of work now that it has spell damage reduction tacked onto it, a flat spell damage reduction. I'm mostly curious about how some of these players are going to play the final zone. Piemaster in general should be a threat here. He has 0 kills though. Let's do a little bit of a mastery check, but before we do that, there's a fight maybe breaking out between these two players. Let's do a quick little mastery check, see how our players are doing. Who is the strongest in the lobby? Piemaster at 14, Kyoya 16, Tezuka 14, Isu kind of slacking there at 12, Burning Z very far behind at 10, Goof at 13, and Azimi at 14. So it looks like 16 is the number to beat, while 14 is sort of just the I am strong but not too strong point in the lobby.
I'm actually really surprised. I thought Nezumi would have been in the lead, but I mean, it looks like his farm may be a little bit behind or something compared to Kyoya. Kyoya, though, has taken late game fights, which late game fights are what's going to let you get that mastery. You know, he did take down Tank Wu, has a lot of HP, is going to heal a bunch, and then did a bear right after, which has a bunch of HP.
Absolutely, yeah, these late game fights are worth a lot more mastery because that is just how mastery works. It gives you more experience the more damage you're dealing, and you're dealing more damage in the late game. It's just sort of natural how it would stack up like that. Now we have Isu getting pressured by Piemaster, a beautiful dodge on the tornado from Piemaster. Isu being forced to run all the way through the red to TP back into the zone. This is bad for several reasons. The first of all is the fact that he has to use up all of that red timer. Additionally, he's going to be teleported right into a zone with 7 players. But he actually got in safely. Very fortunate teleport location for him. Actually, that was the luckiest place he could have possibly been. Everywhere else is very contested. Ironically, though, the least contested location in this zone at the moment is the main building, which ISIS has decided to occupy. Most players tend to avoid this central location while sort of fleeting to the outside zone of the zone, but that's kind of means that the center is almost always the safest.
And it's got a lot of hidden little like nooks and crannies where vision just doesn't reach for some reason. One extra thing really is that there's been a running theme in these games, and it's that range is dominating over the melees. We have 1 melee left in this final zone, and pretty much everyone else is either ranged or generally considered ranged by like the general players.
We've got 3 melees. Come on, you can't. Don't give me this. Kiara is ranged.
We do not accept Kiara
is ranged.
They are not ranged. They are not melees. They are ranged characters in a trench coat.
They have melee base stats, which makes them a melee character. Anyways, the point is there are a lot of yeah, you could say there's a lot of ranged characters. Really, you can kind of clump them in on casters though too. There are a lot of amp characters in this final zone. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sort of. A lot of these like spell damage focused characters, which means that yes, spell damage reduction is very, very important. Tezuka dropping down to half HP, I believe, against Burning Z, who has still not used his ultimate. Everybody's ultimates are still available, as we only have 10 seconds left before the zone constricts to just this tiny final square. It's 7 players in the tiniest zone possible.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of those moments. We saw one before where there was 8. Now we're at 7. It's pretty much you're going to have 4 people who take in on the corners, and then everyone else has to fight for a spot. Some people will use their timers to basically wait it out and see who dies. But at this point, it looks like people are getting pulled out. Tezuka gets pushed outside. Piemaster taking a lot of damage. Looks like Tezuka might go down to Goof.
Ooh. Pimax ultimate gets interrupted by that polymorph. Now Kyoya might be able to get this kill for free as he is very fast at the moment. Pimaster does end up going down. Tezuka is still alive but dies to the zone. And now we're seeing Burning Z dropping the ultimate. Aisu ends up falling. Now we have Nazimi trying to pressure Burning Z as he only has 4 seconds left on his timer. Kyoya goes in for the kill and does get it. Nazimi got the kill onto Aisu. It was not Burning Z, so he did not get the timer. After the initial blood bath has concluded, we are down to just 3 players. Nazimi, Kyoya, and Goof, as all these players are jostling for position and trying to get their way into the first place for this match in order to get that top 6 position to qualify for the finals. Kyoya lands the E, the long range E on a Nazimi. Nazimi drops very low.
Nazimi is definitely the black sheep in this one, getting targeted out by both Kyoya and Goof. But, I mean, it looks like Kyoya's going to reach really hard for it, comes back in. Now he's got to fight Goof. Goof should have his ultimate up, pops it. Nazimi gets off the cycle. Now it's going to be a question of who can out-DPS the other. Against a tank Yara, it's kind of rough. Kyoya does have the EB for damage. Kyoya drops his ultimate. Kyoya's looking pretty rough at this point. Goes out. Looks like he might get to rest.
Looks like
he has a chance.
Yeah, Kyoya's going to use this time to try and rest up, but keep in mind, Kyoya will have far less timer than Goof, and you only have 23 seconds left to kill him before it goes to a timer scam situation. Goof, at this point, is just trying to survive as he is guaranteed to win on timer, but Goof is actually kind of losing this fight. His ultimate will not be up in time as Kyoya is actually putting a ton of pressure onto Goof. This may be Goof going down in the end, and suddenly Kyoya is looking fantastic to win this match. Goof is trying his best to dodge, but it will not be enough as Goof does go down, and Kyoya takes game number 3 and wins the final match of Group B.
With 7 kills at that, let me tell you, Kyoya was definitely one of the people that we weren't paying enough attention to. He came in this last game and really turned it around.
What an insane result for Kyoya. I cannot believe that that is how it ended up playing out. Kyoya went from 0 to hero there and has surely, with 7 kills first place, rocketed firmly up into the top 6 of this group. There is no way he does not qualify for the finals at this point, but man, what a performance from all of our top 6 players. Well, top 7 really, actually top 8. We had so many people going into that final square. I'm surprised that it played out the way that it did. In first place that round, we had Kyoya with 7 kills, Goof with 1 in second, and in third place, Nazimi, a fantastic performance with 4 kills. Something you have to pay attention to, though. Something you have to keep in mind is that since most of the kills ended up going to Kyoya and Nazimi, that means a lot of these players that needed to get placement points, needed to get kill points in order to qualify just from, like, 8th, 7th, maybe get into that 6th place position, may not have been able to find the points they needed to get up into that point. So, will they end up qualifying?
That is true.
That is sort of the question.
Gobu, who had won the last 2 games, at this point, you could ask if maybe the Hyejin was a mercy pick. Try to give it so that the other players in the lobby could get some points. But I mean, I thought it would have been pretty interesting if he won all 3. Do you think if he stayed on the Nadine, he had a good chance for it?
There's probably a good chance. I think Gobu's Nadine is extremely solid, but we do have the results for you. We do have the final scores of Group B. And I gotta say, I am surprised, but at the same time, not very surprised by these results. Let's send it over to the scores and check it out. In first place, we have the 2-time champion Gobu with 68 points. We knew he was going to probably get first because he had done so well in both round 1 and 2, but the most impressive thing is in second place, we have Kyoya with 48 points, rocketing all the way up from 11th place, 11 points, all the way up to second with 48. A masterful performance by Kyoya in that final round. Motif, take us through the final 4 members who qualify for the finals.
After Kyoya, we have third place Goof, 43 points. Pretty solid gameplay, like I said, placement monster. He was someone that I expected to pretty much make it just off that alone. He averages fourth place, like I said, often gets 1 to 2 kills. We saw it a lot here, especially in these lobbies where someone gets pushed out. He often chases for that kill, gets it, and is able to actually come back in with that extra timer and do well. After that, we have Nazimi in fourth place with 38 points. Really great MO play. Really love to see it. It's a character that I don't really see enough of in tournament play. Ladder, it's everywhere though. But I'm telling you, I love to see it. Such a great pilot. Fifth place, Aisu, showing the Zahir representation. I don't think we have another Zahir that's done nearly as well as him. But then in sixth place, we have Waterfudge, 31 points. Really consistent so far with Yuki pretty much the whole way through. We thought that, he was going to end up playing Jukai, but man, really showed us, huh?
Yeah, honestly, these people who ended up qualifying, I am not surprised at all. This was the group of people who ended up qualifying. Unfortunately, Christian, who had been playing so well on that Hyunwoo the entire time, did just barely not make it, as well as Pie Master and Deus, fantastic players, pretty consistent throughout the entire day, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short on the kills in order to make it into the top 6. But congratulations to our top 6, and that is going to conclude Group B. We still have one more semifinal to play through today.
Oh man.
Oh, it's going to be a big one. But in any case, we're going to go to a quick break before we get into Group C, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the ERCL semifinals. We are almost ready to get started with our final group, but before we do that, I would like to do two things. First of all, I want to give a massive shout out to MOTF for joining us casting in these first two groups. Unfortunately, he can't join us for the third group because he's playing in the third group. He managed to qualify for the semis, so let's all cheer him on and wish him the best of luck. So thank you, MOTF. Check out his Twitch channel, check out his social media. Yo, check him out. Great guy. Thank you so much for casting with us, and I'd love to see him casting with us again in the future. Now, I am joined right now by my other good friend. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello guys, I'm Homecoming. I'm a Solos aficionado, a free BMW giver. It's nice to be here.
So we have Homecoming joining us for this final group, and honestly, I'm super excited. Have you seen the player list of the players in this last group?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of action. I'm looking forward to the forest fights. Most notably, there's Shoichis in this group, and man, do I love watching level 6 Shoichis running each other in Spot Check.
Dude, Shoichi is looking so good right now. Like, we have Yoon, who is a player who tore his group a new one in the last like set of games in the qualifiers. It looked like an absolute beast out there. We also do, honestly, we just have a lot of really interesting players in this group in general, a lot of wild cards who could bring some crazy gameplay. Aethers is a player who ended up showing up yesterday with a lot of really good wait, Aether, he was on Adriana. I'm pretty
Adriana,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, and well, he's known
like
for
game
playing.
We're going to Nadine.
Yeah, he's known for playing a variety of characters, and you guys haven't seen it quite yet because we will not be getting over to the game until it's finished loading. But I'll let you know, he does have a bit of a character swap coming into this group. We also have Celeste, we have Jenny, we have Motif, Magnus8, Proster, Binbins, like Rengar, Oscar, Ghost Electricity. We have insanely stacked groups all throughout the day, and this group is no exception.
I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot of super duper competitive players, and I want to see what the lobby dynamic is like. The biggest thing about solos is if you bring 18 different players together, every lobby is going to look different, different character tiers are going to arise, and I think this is going to be one group where some characters that may not look so great may have some better matchups that allow them to kind of do better in this lobby specifically.
Yeah, and one more thing that's actually really interesting about this group, like group 1 had 3 hearts in it, group 2 had 1 heart in it. And I'm pretty sure since we have 7 hearts in the tournament, I'm pretty sure this group has 3 hearts in it as well, or at least did if they were playing the characters they played in the qualifiers. But I know for sure, I think Spooky is in this group, and he plays Amp Heart. So it's a little bit different from everyone being on Enad. But in any case, yeah, we do have 3 hearts here in this group as well. Man, Heart is looking real good right now. How do you feel about Heart in the current meta?
I think Heart's just a great character overall. I think both Amp and Enad builds are really good. Both have a lot of different build paths as well. So if some of these players have done their homework and found out that their main routes are contested, hopefully they've done extra research to find out like how they can run the different weapons, the different guitars, and make their build work in a lobby like this.
Also interesting to note is that we do have 3 Razzies in the group as well. We have Roaster, who is one of the highest ranked Razzies currently in Eternal Return, like in the North American scene. We also do have Absolute Terror, who has been kind of on an absolute tear through the ladder as well. He's been doing very well lately. We also do have Cuddy Boo Boo, who is also in the semifinals here today, and it wasn't easy to get here. If you got here, that means you had to sort of do very well in the top 6 of some very competitive groups. And we were just talking about this earlier. Aether's is not playing Adriana today.
Yeah, it's on the Bow Nadine starting Chapel. I can't say I know this route, but knowing 8th, it's got to be something spicy.
Wait, if it's a Bow Nadine and he's grabbing, yeah, it's a twin bow.
Twin bow?
Yeah, I think this is a twin bow, or he's gonna throw us both for a loop and it's golden ratio or something. But I'm pretty sure it's a twin bow, right? Like,
yeah, probably, maybe. We'll check in a minute.
Oh, that's awkward. Wait, no,
Leather
Proster, what are you doing?
Oh my god, Proster with the great pistol aggroing.
He's identified that Absolute Terror has no mana. Oh, shoot.
Proster just looking to bully a little bit here, finds out that Absolute Terror already checked the chickens of Doc and goes to the other 2.
Yo, respect. Also, Aethers does not, yeah, he's going for that twin bow. Also, there's a player we haven't talked about pretty much at all yet. And of course I have to talk about him. Magnus8 playing Shukai. How do you feel about Magnus8, and how do you feel about Shukai?
Magnus8 is super solid Shukai. I'm actually surprised to still see him with a minute left in day 1, still in Chapel. Usually he gets in and gets out super duper fast, but it looks like he couldn't exactly find his loot, so he's here a little bit late. And I'm not sure how that'll mess with his path or his interactions with other players coming into Chapel, but looks like he's about to go out.
I think he's doing slightly, you mean like as his first zone or as his second zone? He didn't spawn here in Chapel.
Second zone.
Yeah. He's generally really fast at routing. Wait, what's his first zone to finish that card win so fast?
I think it is Factory, because I've built that item before.
Ooh, we have our first blood in this this third group of the day. Kesher taking down Celeste right here at the start with a Stairway to Heaven and Straight Jacket Sneakers already finished. That's pretty. That's
the power.
That's
that's
good
the power of
right
Amp
there.
Heart. You get some evolves, you find a character, and Celeste without the weapon probably couldn't do much to fight back.
Yeah. How are our Razzies doing? So the Razzie issue is that if you have 3 players all playing Razzie, they all kind of want to contest the same routes. They all kind of want to build the same items. Roaster, he's already got the magazine and the Electron Blaster done. Absolute Terror, pretty much on the exact same items. And Cuddy Boo Boo opting for a different path. It's kind of struggling to get the same stuff online. Does have, they all have their EVs though, so that's, you know, you can't complain too much, right?
Yeah, there might be something break out in hospital soon with Proster heading there along with Absolute Terror, but we'll see how that develops.
there anything that really stands out to you about this group? Like, are there any sort of interactions that you're maybe not like aware of, that like, oh, you don't know how this particular matchup's gonna go? Like for me, double amp heart is not something I see every day. We currently have both Kesher and Vespucci meeting each other at pretty similar points with pretty similar power spikes. Vespucci opting to go for the early heart ult to just try and say, you know, let's push back, let's not have a fight here, and just, you know, back out and fight it later.
Yeah, I think that something about this lobby is there's a lot of like semi-tanky characters here. Obviously you have the Hyunwoo, you have the Xiukai, but you have characters like the Heart that has multiple fight resets. You have 3 Razzies as well. A lot of these characters just make for prolonged fights, and I think that's going to be a turning point. It allows more third parties, obviously. But just having like a more skirmishy lobby, not exactly made with 100-0 people, I think that makes for a really interesting like battle royale lobby dynamic, where a lot of people can just kind of play for pings. Like you don't necessarily have to kill somebody, but if you have like scouting of the area, you play for pings, you can get a third party, and you can win some fights you normally wouldn't be able to. So
something really interesting that I kind of gleamed there that I hadn't really picked up on in the qualifier stage was we saw Michael Udall crafting over in Pond. He's doing the pretty standard Ruthenian build for Zahir, but he already had bamboo traps, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was already starting on pendulum axes. We saw him dropping a ton of double guillotines in the qualifier stage, and it's a little bit surprising to me that he builds them so early. Like he gets started on his trap game incredibly early in the match, which is honestly kind of impressive. Ooh, Rengar Oscar.
Oh my gosh, Nico Sushi shows up in Rengar Oscar's territory. You do not want to be at a temple at this time in the game, and Oscar showed him why.
Yeah, Rengar Oscar already having the joy use finished. Jenny catching Broster, one of our most like anticipated players in this entire tournament, already dropping to Jenny, who is a player we haven't been seeing a whole lot of on the ladder lately, but has been traditionally and historically a very powerful player in tournaments. Jenny is not somebody you can ever count out. He has unbridled aggression, and he will run you down, and honestly does his homework. Like, look at this build. He is almost full build. He is full build right here at the start of day 2 on Pistol Aya. Not a character you see a whole lot of people playing right now.
Yeah, and I think Proster and Absolute Terror running the same exact build is the reason that Proster was there in the first place. Didn't have the bike helmet, so had to go to school after. And when you're mirroring somebody with the same exact build as you, sometimes you have to pass up items to get them later. And maybe he'll find that...
Oh no, go ahead, yeah.
Oh, Zared and Jenny. Oh my god, ECU and Zared. ECU, I don't think we'll let this one go. Zared with the movement. But ECU might have enough move speed to catch up. Oh my lord, ECU!
Oh, the jump onto the bat and then the reset with the Q and then the jump again. Oh my god, ECU is so clean with it. You can tell that this person has the most experience on Shoichi of anybody in any of these lobbies so far. Man, how do you get away from that? He had like triple dashes. That's so powerful.
It's always smart to find ECU before ECU finds you, because if ECU finds you and he's already pressed W, it's not going to be a good time.
Absolutely. We have Shuvi Senpai getting very close to Jenny, potentially starting a fight over here, but then again, so is Ghost Electricity as Kesher is trying to catch him with that Q charge up. Kesher already full build, but the items are kinda, I mean, they're items, but they're not exactly what you would consider late game items, right? Especially not on an amp heart build. It's something you can finish pretty early, get a nice little bit of max HP, and probably run someone down. But at this point, most people in this lobby are actually already full build. And we do have Cuddy Boo Boo getting chased down and slain by Rengar Oscar, who has had the Joy use since night 1. Incredibly good shape for a Fiora player this early. Now Vespucci, potentially greeting for looting that body, is going to be feeling the wrath of that Joy use in just a moment.
Wow, and another Razzie dies without full build. The Razzie contention in these lobbies makes for some not fun experiences, it looks like, so far. A lot of early game. Oh my god, a lot of fights spring out across the map, actually. Oh my, ECU and Absolute Terror and Pons. ECU goes for dagger resets, dodges the Razzie Q, finishes off Absolute Terror. Oh my god, ECU. Vespucci and Rengar Oscar here on the other side. Rengar Oscar probably... Oh my lord! Binbins on the Enad Heart versus Motif. Motif probably just opting to run away here. But so many fights breaking out so far.
Yeah, suddenly everyone decided... Oh, go ahead, what were you gonna say?
Binbins catches a slow, but Motif might... Oh my god, the whiffy! Motif trying to walk away, but Binbins might actually have the CC to catch up to this one.
Motif is actually in a lot of trouble right here. Binbins lands the re-slow. Not looking too good. Motif forced to go into the right. Oh, but he hits the board with that, allowing him to continue his charge just a little bit longer to give him that extra space that he needs. Binbins is sacrificing so much of his timer in order to try to secure this kill. Motif is forced to come back in and just run into the zone because he has no time to TP. Now it's time for the refight between him and Binbins. It's looking pretty rough for Motif. No, Motif! But in the end, Binbits will get the kill. A good kill for Binbits to get early to give him that extra mastery to scale into the late game. He already has the Laurel Wreath finished. That is an incredibly good position to be in.
Kesh in 8th in school here. Looks like Kesh is going to try to trade a combo. 8th does not want to fight here. Doesn't have full items yet.
Yeah, 8th
hopefully
is
can get a juke over wall.
So you've played a lot in Dean. Can you sort of run me through what is going on with the 8th build right now? Is it because he struggled to find the items that he needed, or is it because this is just sort of part of the game plan?
I think 8th might have gotten zone. Oh, actually, Kesh, maybe with one more comment, can take down 8th here. 8th, the house is forced to turn, dodges the charm, dodges the Q. Oh my gosh, 8th.
That is all of Kesher's offensive power right there. Keep in mind, Kesher's playing amp heart, not auto attack heart, not ENAD heart whatsoever. So as soon as you miss those skill shots, you are not doing damage anymore, and Nadine would be free to just kill you there. But in that situation, he opted to just back off and not chase the Nadine anymore. And Rengar Oscar is now potentially going to be getting into a fight with Jenny. But again, similar to that fight over in school, they're just going to be walking away from each other, saying this is not the fight I want to take at the moment. Pond.
Here he is, Magnasape, spikes and Pond here, only about 23 stacks, but it looks like this is where he wants to be right now. Jenny may be looking to stop the Jukai from doing Jukai things, so.
Ooh, Binbins in the sidelines. No one is expecting Binbins to be in this bush right now. Magnasape stealthing to try and get away, but Jenny now knows that the stealth is offline, trying to go for this very aggressive play. The dash forward, the R activation, the root goes down, and Magnasape is in a lot of trouble. Oh, beautiful dodge by Jenny, somehow just bullet timing with that barrel away and not getting hit. But now Jenny is getting pressured by Binbins. The yummy IW is looking awfully yummy today, but Binbins lands the charm, lands the slow, and Jenny is in very rough shape here. But can Magnasape steal the kill before it's too late? Oh, the ult comes down, and now this is potentially a double kill for Magnasape. 2 kills! Magnasape.
Oh my lord, the 23 stack Jukai is still burning down 2 characters with his ult. But beautiful game sense by Magnasape to barely squeak out himself and then actually come back and take both of the kills there.
Taking a sad situation and making it so much better. Rengar Oscar putting a ton of pressure onto Kesher, but Kesher with a very clutch charm does end up pausing that pressure from Rengar Oscar. Rengar Oscar is going to be forced to back up and heal to, not necessarily overcommit to that engagement. Now ECU in a fight against what I can only, no, Michael Udall is fighting against somebody. He got pinged, but there's nobody around him. Maybe it was like a arrow rain or something. I'm not sure what exactly. How's the cooking going? A lot of water bottles. Somebody's cooking up. Must be a Shukai
pretty
nearby.
Good. Yeah. Must feel pretty good to get the cooking materials off the 2 people that just died in pond right next to your conveniently placed water holes as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, going to pond to try and get your cooking materials, but then also being granted 2 free kills on some of the strongest players in the lobby. Couldn't be happier if I were Magnasape right now. He's going up from 23 stacks all the way up to 59, and he's only going to go up from here, trying to get as much fish as he can before the zone ends up closing.
Oh my. Ghost taken awfully low by Oscar here.
Ooh, we have 2 fights happening on both sides of the map. Currently, Ghost Electricity and Rengar Oscar dueling with each other, while also ECU, Vespuki, and Shubi Senpai might be fighting over in Factory. The zone is about to close over in Pond as we have both Michael Udall and Magnasape still in that area, both trying to get some food. I believe it was, no, I think Michael Udall, okay, I know exactly what Michael Udall is doing. He did not go for potatoes, he did not go for the bodies, he was probably looking for materials for double guillotines. I'd imagine he had bamboo traps and needed some axes or something along those lines. It's the only thing that really makes sense in that situation. Magnasape teleporting right on top of Aethers, but I don't think Aethers necessarily wants to be fighting against a 65 stack Shukai, which isn't that many, but you know what? I still want to fight Shukai anywhere if I'm 8th in this situation.
It looks like Magnasape is actually having some trouble getting stocks online this game. I think he still has things, but maybe he just took all the materials and is waiting to go to an open zone to cook.
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna do a bunch of cooking right here in the top side of Hotel. It's pretty empty. There's not a lot of players here. We're also seeing the Spooky over here getting a Wick kind of for free. No one's really contesting it, but ECUN is sort of in the area, might be able to do something about it.
ECUN might be sniffing out pings here. Doesn't have much time left before the Wick does go down.
Ooh, ECUN go. Oh, beautiful ultimate from Spooky to just ensure that ECUN cannot get in on that fight in unfavorable circumstances for him. Jumps over the wall. ECUN has the Q reactivation to use that, but did not have the dagger reset there and wasn't able to dash over. Now Spooky, unfortunately, will get caught once again. He had a chance to get away, but he ended up sitting down in the bush. But a nice charm and Q comes out. There's a lot of damage going on to ECUN. He also has that Wick buff as well, so ECUN might end up dropping here in this battle.
Nothing much does end up happening. But Spooky does get Wick loot and Wick buff, which is going to be good to scale in the late game. It was a pretty late Wick take too, so that means Wick probably will be available for Final Circle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's some more stacks. Not as much as I was expecting, but it's something, right?
Yeah, I think Magnus Ape, even with a couple kills, maybe can sacrifice some of the stacks. It won't hurt him way too much.
Oh, and he's actually still going. He needed a little bit more water. Already at a 110. Okay, so now Magnus Ape, I would say, is looking a lot better. But Spooky fighting up against Ghost Electricity. The kill will go to ECUN for both of them. A nice little double kill for our Shoichi player. Nicely done. That means
Shoichi representation.
That means Wick's off the table now. And all the Wick items go to ECUN.
Knowing Ampart, there might be some traps or something in the Heart's inventory. So maybe the Force Core or other loot is going to be going into traps for ECU late game. Shoichi isn't really known for his Final Circle prowess, but maybe with traps online or some other key targets killed, he'll have a better chance.
Fully agree. Also, Aethers. So they're up to 225 stacks, which is pretty good. How do you feel about stack counts? Like, what is good? What is sort of mediocre? What's on par for an Nadine player?
I think it's about on par, especially for a lobby like this where a lot of the camps are going to be contested. I think Ace doing pretty good as of now. Obviously, the game's going to go on for a while. There's still zones left. And he's going to need to take some of the bigger camps like Bear and Wolf camps. So hopefully he has timers for these.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually Ringer, Oscar, and Magnus Ape that are going to probably be able to take these camps before the Nadine has the chance to come and take them. So that might be a little bit rough. He might be stuck on that 225 for most of the rest of the game. You guys just cooking constantly. He's not stopped cooking since he left Pond pretty much. Jeez, that is some fat damage right there. There's a lot of damage coming out of that W. So we are down to our last 7 players. How do you feel about each character's strengths in terms of where they are item-wise, you know, kill-wise? Like, what are your characters to look for in this final zone?
So I want to see ECUN actually get to a Final Circle, because that means he has to pick one character to lose, and that's something I really like watching as a spectator. I want to see if ECUN can kind of take away some of like the squishy. Oh, Ranger Oscar actually on Shugi Senpai here. Shugi Senpai is in the middle of a lot of people. Even if they get out of this one, Magnus Ape is just around the corner. If anybody sniffs out Shugi Senpai, this might be a Lead Island death.
God, Ranger Oscar is so fast at the moment with that Joyce, the double dashing. Man, it is so difficult to run away from a Fiora, and honestly, Ranger Oscar is kind of willing to chase into the red for at least a little bit to test that timer and really push the Dylan far out. Ranger Oscar
knows that Shugi Senpai can only go one of 2 places here.
Yeah, trying to coin flip, but guesses wrong, unfortunately.
Mike Ludol and Ranger Oscar here. If you're the Fiora right now, you really want this console. It's a really bad place to be in the top side of the map in Uptown right now, Final Zone Uptown. As a melee character, a lot of these characters can like set up traps, and you could be zoned out of circle completely if you don't act pretty soon here. Shugi Senpai caught in another pickle. Mike Ludol found. And Shugi Senpai might just be able to sit in corners and wait this one out.
Well, I'm pretty confident just based on mastery and based on their sort of playstyles. Yeah, he's already at 44 of whatever the heck this is. So what that means is that he has a decent number of traps, because that is where your trap mastery is stored. We also have MagnaSafe already up to 125 stacks, still cooking as much as he can because those stacks are vital in order to do a lot of damage on Shukai. But yeah, so I'm pretty confident Michael Udall has at least a few double guillotines to work with. We also have Aethers at 257 stacks, so our players are scaling, right? Our players are getting the advantage points where they need them to help them win this final zone, and at the very end of the day, they've made it to the final zone. They have only 7 players left, and they're just trying their best to survive between them. But ECU, honestly, this isn't. First of all, I think this is a really creative place to hide. I don't see this spot pretty much ever, and I'm kind of impressed by this. But also, he has 4 kills to his name. He's honestly comfortable. If he dies here, almost doesn't even care. That is a decent chunk of points. It's 12 points just on kills, and he's also top 7, so he gets some points from placement as well. That's almost the same as like a 0 kill or no, it's way more than a 0 kill second. It's also pretty close to a win in terms of points. So ECU is feeling pretty good about his current position if I were him.
If you're ECU right now, you know you can kill at least one more character though. You also have 30 seconds of zone timer because you've been killing people all game. So I'm expecting a lot more out of ECU in this final circle. He can just go down, but I know he'll do better.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We also do have... There's a lot of skull traps stacked up in that bush. 8, that doesn't work anymore. Well, it does, but it's significantly weaker. The first trap, once it hits you, it like applies a 70% like damage reduction for the rest of it. But I guess 8 doesn't care. Damage is damage. Even if it's lowered, it's still damage. And I respect it. Respect it a lot. We have Michael Udall and Shubi Senpai all clashing here as Rengar Oscar and MagnaSafe are ready to third party this. Michael Udall going very low, but a huge chunk of damage on Rengar Oscar. Michael Udall does end up falling to Rengar Oscar, and now we have MagnaSafe with the just press R forehead option there, and just like that, Rengar Oscar will go down as well. We've lost 2 players of our final 7. Both Rengar Oscar and Michael Udall do end up falling right before we get into our final square in the end of game number 1 for Group C.
And just press R forehead, he did. Another kill goes over to MagnaSafe. 8th kind of sneaks into the zone during all the calamity that happened here. Maybe we'll be able to control at least one corner of the zone because a lot of the characters are kind of nearing the edges of Uptown, not really thinking about zone closure.
Yeah, absolutely. We do kind of, honestly, a player who's been pretty quiet ever since the early to mid game has been Kesher, finding this comfortable spot up in the top where no one is really staying nearby. But keep in mind, MagnaSafe is right there, and he is approaching at terrifying speeds at the moment. Look at that man go. That is terrifying. If you have that charging towards you and that many stacks, 143, I'm pretty scared. Now ECU is trying to get an engagement onto Aethers before it is time for him to go because he is playing Shoichi, and Shoichi doesn't get to live into the late game. Aethers does go down to MagnaSafe. Kesher's ultimate gets interrupted by MagnaSafe. And oh, jeez. Suddenly, there is only 2 players left.
Another just press R forehead, and MagnaSafe gets 3 more kills actually, right?
Did he get? Oh, he got all of those?
I believe he got all 3 kills there.
Oh,
just left on you. Shubi Senpai has to fight MagnaSafe before MagnaSafe's ult comes up, but I don't know if Shubi does enough damage.
Yeah, just
or
like...
if he even can win against a Jukai without ult. MagnaSafe ticking for 60 every tick. Gets a trade, R comes back up, Shubi Senpai drops. MagnaSafe with the 7-kill victory.
There was, yeah.
Third-party sense was...
In those situations, you just kind of have to know exactly when to press R, but also know when not to press R. And I gotta say, MagnaSafe, he pulled it off beautifully. He acquired 7 kills, which is, well... That's impressive. For a Shukai player, I'm just kidding. Shukai is a fantastic character at the moment, and MagnaSafe is the current best pilot, in my opinion, in NA on the character. And yeah, he's showing us why he is so dominant on the ladder and in tournament play with that 7-kill first place performance. Congratulations to MagnaSafe for such a fantastic showing right here at the start of Group C. Now, one thing that I do have to highlight is that ECU did get 4 kills and get 4th place. That is a lot of points, and Rengar Oscar as well. He may have only ended up in 6th, but he had 3 kills to his name. Not a whole lot of other players in the lobby ended up getting kills. So what that means is that we're going to see pretty low points for everyone below the top 3. Now, I'm pretty sure our scores are ready. So, Hoko, do you want to go talk about the scores with me?
I would love to.
So who's currently in first place? I know
We
it's
have
a surprise.
Magnusape in first place. I'm not sure. I had to check the scoreboard for that one, but Magnusape with 37 points. Really well played game by him. Really consistent player. It's not like this is a pop-off game for Magnusape. Magnusape has these games quite often, especially in high-rank lobbies. So that's quite expected of him. In second place is a character that I wasn't sure I'd ever see do well in NA tournament.
But it's a character who's been doing like progressively better and better, especially on such a powerful pilot. ECU playing Shoichi, taking 20 points out of the first round. He got 4 kills, a very nice performance by ECU. In third place, we have Rengar Oscar playing Fiora with 14 points, doing quite well. In fourth place, we have Kesher with 13 points, playing for placement, getting an early kill in the early game, and that's going to be pretty valuable for you, especially going into the late game when you don't have necessarily as many opportunities to get those kills on a build like that. Shuvi Senpai in 5th with 12 points, and rounding up our final 6 is Aethers, who made it to the top, I believe the top 5 in that last game, with 8 points. So, how do you feel about the top 6? How do you feel about the current standings of the players just out of the top 6? People being in like 7th, 8th, and 9th with just a few points away from that top 6. Do you think these are going to shift? Do you think this is the final 6 that we're going to see qualify for the finals?
Look, the best part about this tournament format is no games really matter. Any players with literally no points can still come back. And I think that going into next game, I know there's going to be pop-offs in this lobby. It's just a question of who. Celeste went down 18th last game, but I know Celeste is such a phenomenal player, and I'm expecting so much more from him next game. Bad RNG on the Boa, but I really want Celeste to come back and win it.
Absolutely, and he's been playing Sylvia, which... Is Sylvia bad? What narrative are we on right now? Where's the propaganda? Can you sort of enlighten me on where Sylvia is right now in the meta?
Sylvia needs a Devil's Marksman at the moment, and after it gets the weapon, Sylvia can run away from people it can't win against, and Sylvia can chase down people that Sylvia beats. Sylvia late game is really, really good right now. I think early power for Sylvia just isn't there anymore, but as she scales through the late game, as she gets mastery, as she farms, and maybe as she third parties some key fights, I think Sylvia gets a lot of strength. We've seen it from Kibo, we've seen it from Kyoya, both today, and I think this character is good.
I agree. I actually think Sylvia is in a pretty good spot at the moment. The chase potential, the survivability from being able to just bike away from things, then you have no like wind-up time in the late game. It makes her a really mobile character and just a really consistent character once you make it past that early game. Oh, I can't talk about it. I'll talk about it in a moment. But also, one more thing I want to highlight is that Binbins did end up going down relatively early in the mid game. In that last match, and honestly, Binbins, in my opinion, has probably some of the best opportunities to end up carrying this group towards like qualification. He's not too far out. I think he got at least 1 kill, so he's not too far out from qualifying, but he needs to get that good game. He needs to get that placement. He needs a few more kills as well, and he has the ability to. He's playing a hyper-scaling, very powerful, good meta character, and he has the like player raw ability to pull it off too. So I'm still expecting some pretty good things out of Binbins. This group is stacked. It has so many opportunities to end up with any of these players just completely popping off and ending up in the top 6.
I feel like the Razi representation was really lacking last game too. We do have 3 Razis and 3 solid Razi players, but a lot of them just got caught out early, or maybe were pathing in bad spots. But I do think this character has a lot to bring to the table, and I hope that one of them actually gets out of the early game rut and can show us something.
I think one of the biggest issues, like you mentioned earlier, with these Razi players, it's nothing to do with the players, it's to do with the fact that they are all contesting the same route. Let's check it out. Cuddy Boo Boo, okay, he's not there, but Proster is over there in Beach. We have Absolute Terror also there in Beach, and Cuddy Boo Boo is starting in Dock, which is their second zone. So they're all cannibalizing each other's builds. It's so much harder for these players to get their Razi builds online, considering that they have to deal with each other taking their same materials. Proster. Wait, ooh, Absolute Terror ended up dipping, and I assume going to Dock. Let me check. Yes, Absolute Terror, similar to Cuddy Boo Boo, ended up starting in Dock, so that means that Roaster is going to have a hard time finding anything in Dock that they will need to finish their build. Kind of interesting.
I don't think Proster will be totally griefed out of items there. I think having the beach start is the most important. The other two Razes are kind of contesting each other, so it's going to be weird coming from dock together, sharing dock loot, and then sharing uptown loot together. So carbonated water is going to be harder for one for sure. But you do get dock chickens, so hopefully those characters will be kind of fine together. We'll see how it progresses, but I think Absolute Terror and Cuddy Boo Boo, their contention of each other is going to be pretty impactful, and I think Proster's kind of going to sneak by here with a decent build.
So something kind of interesting to me, this is one of our only character swaps in this lobby, is Magnus Ape is playing Magnus. He decided, okay, look, I got my just press R4 head 7-kill dub in the first game. I am big chillin'. I'm just gonna go play Magnus, which is what I actually want to do instead of playing that Shukai. Now we have EC Yoon with a white weapon getting pressured by Karn, Wen, and Jackie, played by Zared. Ooh, this is a rough situation to be in. 4-hour Shoichi player. How do you think this is gonna end up going? Besides the obvious, not good.
Yeah, Zared should just be able to run him down here. The Shoichi is super weak early, especially if you can test second zone, and Zared does take him down. 8 takes down Motif and Ali. Whoa, that's not Twin Bow.
Yeah, that is an Ancient Bolt. 8th is doing the hard pivot on his build, going from Twin Bow, which was not apparently doing enough damage in the last game, pivoting all the way over to Ancient Bolt. Now we do have Magnus Ape also in the area with a white weapon. Aether's just now pressed tab, checked the items, and knows, wait a second, this is a free kill. Magnus Ape cannot bike away yet. He is not level 6. This could potentially be another kill for 8th, but he is opting to just let it be and focus on finishing his items. I want to talk about Aethers as a player. I want to talk about Aethers in terms of his preparation for this group. Did you see what Aethers has done to prepare for this group?
Eighth has done quite a bit of analysis on each individual player throughout quarters and semis. The amount of studying this player puts in is pretty like wow. Oh my gosh, Shu-senpai actually takes on from the middle of my monologue.
Yeah, Proster ended up going down after getting item checked by Shuvi-senpai. Shuvi-senpai having way more finished. Binmitz in a struggle against Celeste. Celeste putting a pretty decent combo on Binmitz, but Binmitz is trading a lot of damage, but that heal coming out from that Q is going to be significant for Celeste. Both these players finding their moment to pause and reset the fight. The chicken kind of get, oh, a beautiful interruption by Celeste on a Binmitz, but Celeste is going to drop in like 15th, 14th place because so many players are dying right now. Oh my god. Binvince is now very low HP and is trying his best to get away from Shuvi-senpai. And Shuvi-senpai is looking for another kill in this game. The players are just dropping like flies right now.
Shu-senpai doesn't get the Q over the wall, so can't chase Binvince. Binvince has no ultimate though, and I think Shuvi knows. 8th almost hitting out on Magnus Ape, but Magnus Ape has the bike this time and can just kind of stroll out of this one.
Yeah, so anyway, let's go back to what we were talking about Aethers before everyone decided to kill each other. So what's up with Aethers? Why is he such a studied player? Or not why, but like explain like more about that. Ooh.
Yeah, so 8th kind of threw like too many fights are happening. Rengar, Oscar, and Magnus Ape. Magnus Ape without the bike available. Rengar Oscar might be able to walk him down. Magnus Ape is going to need a good wall stun here. Really good placement on it.
Does not quite get the wall stun in the end, and now Rengar Oscar is going to be able to probably get this kill for free as he already has his shoes finished, and Magnus Ape does not. Unfortunately, Magnus Ape trying to play Magnus, and it doesn't quite work out for him. The Pendulum Axe drops. Oh, it connects on top of the ultimate. Rengar Oscar is in so much trouble right now as Michael Udall. What the heck? That was so cool.
I tell you what, Scaz, the only thing scarier than a ranged character is a ranged character with traps, and Rengar Oscar got a taste today.
Oh my god. Okay, but like, you can't just be like, ooh, traps, ooh, ranged character. The way he played that was masterful. He put that trap down and then also got the knockup right then, right there, forcing Rengar Oscar to eat that entire Pendulum Axe and then get comboed by the ultimate. Oh, it was so well played by Michael Udall. Nicely done, Michael. Wow, what a combo. Can we talk about Aethers yet, please? Okay, let me rapid fire this. Aethers, he does a lot of homework. He has a master sheet full of routes and builds of all of his players. He always likes to study his guild, or his group extensively because he wants to know all the possible plays that there are places that they could be playing in order to avoid them or catch them in case he needs to power spike in the correct area. Otherwise, he might be able to get like caught in a situation he doesn't want to be in, so he wants to get the kills when it's available for him. So that's why he is so extensive in his studying before each of his groups. So Aethers, when it comes to preparation, is pretty much unmatched compared to everybody else. We done?
Drake.
Did we get it? Drake. did we get it? Did we get it? Okay, cool. We can finally move on to other subjects. The Spooky is going for bears. He has the purple haze done, and he's also kind of built, but missing that EOD suit yet. And also Zared, who is full build, is ready to jump in and get in on this fight. Or go for the bears, I guess.
Bear is a win con in Pond.
True.
Zared, I think, does end up getting it. He's going for the fight as well, but Spooky with a really clean dash over the wall. It's kind of a sticky situation now, but tries to time out a little bit. Zared whips the Q. Oh my gosh, Spooky with the fail into the success or something. That was all planned.
Yeah, that was surely just all part of the plan. Yes, sir. That was yes. That was in fact what he meant to do from the very beginning. Honestly, taking a kind of failed situation and turning it around in a very positive way, failing 2 dashes and then baiting accidentally Zared from dashing over the wall. Nicely done.
Oh, Nico Sushi and Spooky are not going to do anything and just walk past each other. Zared also finds a Sylvia, but Nico Sushi is just going to continue on the tourist path on the pond sightseeing adventure.
Yeah, honestly, these players, after having fought so much earlier, everyone's kind of just chilling. Everyone's just kind of saying, I don't really want to be fighting right now, because everybody who's still alive is probably a pretty major threat. Players are just trying to find their animal camp timings. They are animal logging at the moment, and they know when these wolf camps will be respawning according to their animal logs. We have the Spooky still fighting Zared as he's trying to kite as best he can. Zared trying to trying to get the slow, trying to get the bleed, trying to get something going here, but not quite connecting. The Spooky needs to find an arm piece, needs to find a chest piece, because this is not a build that you're going to want to be on for much longer, especially with only 5 farm. This is not going to translate well.
It probably needs to finish some items at 8 minutes into the game, but they're doing alright so far. They're just kind of chilling, getting up in placement slowly but surely. People are dying.
Yeah, we also have Binbins. How's he doing? Well, that's not the headpiece I wanted to see, but it's a scaling difference. Unable to find that tree or unable to find that headband.
Top 11 at the moment. That is a plus side
with a kill nonetheless. Maybe honestly it might just be a hairband issue. Like maybe he has the tree, but he hasn't been able to find the hairband. Oh, there it is. Going for the branches. Shubi-senpai in a fight against Nico Sushi. Getting caught that slow is significant from that wall, but the nice dash over the wall. The third activation on that Dailin Q. But Ghost Electricity, beautiful play there. Had the camera in the bush ready to go in on Shubi-senpai. A nice 1-2 punch, and Shubi-senpai does end up falling. Nicely done there by Ghost Electricity.
Mr. Chicken does eat the Q and fall for it. Ghost may be able to chase if that connected, but the valiant chicken savior lets Nico Sushi see another day.
Come on, Spooky. I know you can get an arm. I know you can do it. One of these days. What is it supposed to be? Is it a Shahjahan? Is it a
God drop knee
Julius band?
Miss band?
Could be. Binbits in a brawl with Zared. This battle between these two players, the camera drops so he is able to see the stealth. Zared surely will fall here as Binbits is fully online with a nice hat to boot. So lots of damage coming out from this Enad Heart with 2 kills. And honestly, very good position to transition into the mid to late game.
Yeah, very nice max range charm there by Binbins on a slow Jackie there to be able to close the kill out.
So we kind of have a pause. Like, we still have a ton of zones open. We still have a bunch of players still in the game, but they're all kind of spread out. who do you think ends up making it to the final square? We still have a lot of zones to go, but who do you think actually makes it through here? Let's make some wild, baseless assumptions and predictions. I like that.
Yeah, so I think 8th is in the best spot right now. He's been controlling archery in school all game, going between these consoles, taking the animals, counting timers, and I think that the homework's really paying off right now. He's on over 250 stacks right now, and that's only going to go higher if these zones remain open. The biggest counter in Nadine is if archery in school.
Binbits just dies! What? So
Ghost takes the wick.
and takes the kill.
Wow.
Wow. So that was a situation where Binbits thought, you know what, I'm gonna get Wick for free. And then all of a sudden, everyone had perfect vision of it, so everyone all at the same time decides to jump in and kill Binbits right there and kill Wick at the same time too. Absolute Terror will end up, what? That bleed killed? Are you serious? Absolute Terror ends up dropping to Ghost Electricity, as now Ghost Electricity is in a fantastic shape to, or fantastic position to potentially close out this entire game with 2 additional kills and Wick buff.
Wow. Ghost is a very happy guy after that little series of events right there. ERing into a free wick, getting a hard kill after, and then using the same wick buff to take down Absolute Terror.
Yep, I definitely, wow, I just realized that there are no melee characters still alive. Does the melee committee have anything to say about the current state of this lobby? Melees?
Sylvia is considered one of us.
That's
so
true, we did trade. We traded Rozzy to you as well, actually.
Yeah, the committee's still talking about that one, but
Okay.
Sylvia is an honorary member of the Melee committee. So as a Melee representative, I am fully rooting for Nico Sushi.
Yes, that's honestly, I kind of agree with you. To be fair though, is there an argument for maybe Zahir being considered a melee character, because he only ever seems to fight when people like get right up in his face, and when he starts chasing you, he stands right on top of you, so he's kind of a melee character if you really think about it, right? Maybe?
I am opting not to think about it, Skaz.
True. Okay, so in this situation, I really think the advantage goes to Ghost Electricity. He has Wick, he has 3 kills, 28 farm, he's looking real good right now. The only thing though is that he has no transitional pieces, but he does have the mastery to back up everything he has to say. But wait a second, Homework Man himself, 63 farm, 15 mastery,
330 stacks.
330 stacks. He is just dominating this area right now, like going from zone to zone and logging all of these animals. It's crazy how he's pulling this off right now, and it's going great for him. He has all of the pieces he wants to have. The Mithril Head, the Cube Watch, he's looking real good right now. He's very vulnerable to third parties though. If he gets jumped on by 2 players, he doesn't have that crossbow skill to necessarily self-peel people away from him, but he does have that arrow range, so he is kind of a lethal threat at range. Though you could make an argument for Nadine being a melee character if you really tried to do some mental gymnastics.
I am doing some mental gymnastics, and that is flipping into the next scene.
Catcher, Nico Sushi.
Catcher on the wolves, taking the logged animals, but archery is closing, so 8th with the early rotation hotel means that he will be able to catch a lot of the characters coming from archery with this console vision. It looks like that's exactly what he's doing. He's setting up for it. Actually, so smart to let a wolf camp go in order for control of the zone.
Ooh,
oh my god, 8th by Cuddy Boo Boo with his range! Oh my gosh, 8th instantly is paid off for his smart decision.
A range character just obliterating a melee there. Unfortunate.
Archery range still closing down, so maybe another opportunity to get a kill.
Unfortunately though, that will be one more wait, no, what am I trying to say? Fortunately, that'll be one more kill for Aethers. I was gonna say, unfortunately, it was a kill for Aethers. No, fortunately, that's one more kill for Aethers. So he's stacking up both animal kills and player kills, looking real good right now. His mastery is reaching that almost to that 20 mastery mark, whereas all these other players are not even close. Ghost Electricity, the closest behind at 14. Man, he looked like a machine gun of arrows and wolves right there. 8th is in fantastic shape at the moment.
I am really looking forward to how 8th does this game. Last game on the Twin Bow, this game on the Ancient Bolt. I think the transition was a really good identification of how the lobby was playing out and what his early spikes are and who contested him. And it looks like, I mean, obviously it's paying off big time.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still keeping my eyes out on Ghost Electricity, though. Hedgen is a character that exists. You cannot count Hedgen out at any stage in the game because of that massive, like, ranged burst, mobility. Everything that Hedgen brings is very, very, very potent at all phases of the game. You have to be respecting that burst. You have to be respecting that mobility. And if you're caught in a bad situation like Ghost Electricity kind of is right now, being cornered by Nadine, you can easily, like that, jump over these walls that no other character aside from, well, Adela now, but really no other character can really match or follow in situations like that. Some really good wall jumps. Now, we're down to just 6 players, but we're still spread across 3 zones. But this may get changed pretty soon as Vespucci and Michael Udall are fighting each other over here. The charm from Vespucci does land. There's a big amount of burst coming out of our Amp Heart player. Michael Udall with the dance. Ooh, Michael Udall is in tough shape after that boar started teaming with Vespucci there. The charge did land, dealing a ton of damage. Now Vespucci maybe not deciding to push this pressure here, going for the cooldowns, going for the re-engage after getting their stuff back up. Remember, that charm is essential for dealing a lot of damage and locking down your opponent when you're playing Amp Heart. Ooh, one more auto, or maybe 2, should spell doom for Michael Udall, and a kill for Vespucci. This fight is so stressful. Both of these players just barely living with slivers of HP.
Masterful use earlier by the boar of Michael Udall, and it looks to have paid off. Ghost chasing Kesher into archery red zone here.
Ooh, a nice Q and root lands. Oh, the fear interrupting Kesher's ultimate. Kesher is shields down at the moment. Another Q lands from Ghost Electricity, but the kiting is pretty efficient coming out of Kesher. A lot of damage coming out of this Amp Heart, but now Ghost Electricity has been third-partied by Aethers, and now Kesher is coming back in to try and snipe this kill. Ghost Electricity panic, dropping the remote mines to make sure he does not get chased any further.
Pretty nice to use a remote mine there to enable yourself to rest. 8th kind of sniffs it out and knows that Ghost can't really go much elsewhere with this. Ghost does opt to tank red zone timer, probably going to alley to TP somewhere safe. Most likely going to be hotel or somewhere.
Yeah, in the end, it looks like he is going to get away. He is going to be able to TP out, but he is sacrificing a ton of that red zone timer. Oh no, from one Amp Heart straight into another. Gets teleported right on top of Vespucci, and that is the risk of these late game TPs. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to deal with people being where you might show up because there's not a lot of room for players to be in the first place. And at this point, players could potentially burst you if they catch you at a bad spot or a moment of weakness. How's Michael Udall doing? Ooh, I love this move. He's setting up a trap here on this tiny choke point between 2 of our final zones. That Pendulum Axe is not gonna do a ton of damage, but it's gonna root them in place for at least a second or so. And that's going to be Michael Udall's chance to pounce and potentially get a free kill as they try to leave.
Vespucci dropping extremely low. Ghost actually looks for the re-engage after healing up from the TP in. Vespucci seems to be able to walk away. There's a minute left before the zone closes. Ghost without the ultimate, Vespucci without the ultimate. I don't think much more will happen.
Yeah, but unfortunately for one of these players, I don't think both of them can TP out unless Ghost Electricity takes this corner dash right here. If they both try to go for the TP, that will be a bad fight to take. In the other circumstance, you can go for this bridge, but we are... Oh! New trap putting down, but he might see it before it stealths. Yes, Ghost Electricity is aware that there's something here. No, he doesn't. He runs right into it, but the tornado does not land. Michael Udall's, like... trap combo didn't quite go the way he wanted to, and now Michael is taking a ton of damage as Ghost is kiting him out pretty well. Only 25 seconds left before both of these zones close, and they are going to be forced to run up to Avenue. Wait, that's the wrong player. Both these players trying desperately to make it back in as Vespucci was able to take the TP to run back in. Ooh, a nice arrow rain plus E combo over the wall. Michael Udall is dropping quite low. Just down to about 300 HP too.
Very smart of Ghost not to walk back to that choke and risk a lot of his own health going down. Nico Sushi and Kesher actually oh my gosh! Kesher actually turns on Nico Sushi when the initial engage was on Vespucci and destroys him. His health bar disappeared.
So I'm noticing just a slight difference in these builds. We're seeing Purple Haze versus Stairway to Heaven. We're also seeing a Lunar Embrace versus an Uchiwa. In this case, Vespucci actually has far more damage than Kesher, but the thing is that CDR is going to pay off. Ghost Electricity trying to kill Michael Udall before Aethers has a chance to clean up either of them, but the kill will go to Aethers nonetheless. He wasn't able to find the spacing on that old, like, Omen ring. But now Aethers is sort of trapped Ghost Electricity in a rough situation. Aethers just doing so much damage.
Ghost able to sneak out, but Vespucci on the flank is able to take the kill. Eighth without much health. It's in a weird spot right now, but it looks like Vespucci doesn't want to overchase because of third-party potential. Kesher is kind of sniffing it out, doesn't really know Eighth's health bar situation yet, but is staying around.
We're kind of in a weird situation. We have 2 amp hearts versus 1, like, so you could call it ENAD, but it's essentially just auto attack Bo Nadine, which is not exactly a final square that a lot of people have a lot of experience playing against, because there's just not a lot of amp hearts at the moment in the meta. But both of our amp hearts have made it to this final square. So who even wins here?
If I am a heart, I am kind of going for my heart brotherhood and hoping that the Nadine dies. I think if you're Nadine, you're the most vulnerable here out of the 3, and you don't want to draw aggro from the other 2. But if you're a heart, you can just opt to attack Nadine, and I think the other heart will just join. Hopefully Eighth is able to find some ground here, but we will see how much of the zone that Eighth is actually able to control.
Ooh, the arrow rain comes out. It does not go for Kesher, though, who's trying to rest outside the zone. Instead, going for Vespucci, as Aethers is just trying to command this back left corner. Now, Kesher is putting the aggression onto Eighth and maybe trying to take control of his corner. But Eighth has smart bombs, but unfortunately, he is caught between these 2 players. The smart bomb does land. It does deal a bunch of damage. Kesher forced to blow the ultimate in order to get that health back. The scroll traps are there, sort of creating a safe zone, though, for Aethers, as players do not want to travel in there. Aethers drops the smart bomb.
Eighth is currently getting aggro. Vespucci trying not to make any enemies right here.
But may have made an enemy of Kesher, actually. But Vespucci triggering that mine will end up dealing a bunch of damage to both himself and that boar. But the boar kind of took it like a champ. He didn't really care. Oh, the boar! Okay, the boar got killed before it managed to break all of his squirrel traps.
Eighth walking up is kind of leaving his smart bomb haven right now. Kesher and Vespucci.
Ooh. Aethers taking control of the zone after both of these hearts have used their ults on each other. Eighth gets Kesher. Now Vespucci with just 2 seconds left. Can he make it back into the final zone? He does, but he ends up dying in the end because he took that fat remote mine or smart bomb or whatever. In the end, it was Aethers' zone to win, and Aethers takes game number 2 in Group C.
Another Nadine victory in the semifinals today.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Eighth played that really well.
Eighth played that
really played around
wonderfully.
Traps and positioning super well. And also wasn't able to get like double charmed anything by the double amp hearts. Except it's always a huge threat in final circle. So props to Eighth.
I really think he played the politics of that super well. Like, he was putting pressure onto both players, but not really drawing too much of the aggro from either of them. Kesher tried to go around for that, like, swoop around on the side, try and push Eighth out of his comfort zone, but it kind of turned around on Kesher because he started standing on a bunch of remote mines, smart bombs, whatever. A bunch of damage started getting pushed onto him, and now once Vespucci sees a low HP character, he doesn't care who it is. He's gonna try and get that kill, and as a result, these players ended up fighting each other pretty equally without anyone really getting focused out too hard, and Aethers in the end ended up winning with that massive stat count, that large animal lead, and as well as that really high mastery. In first place for that round, we had Aethers with 5 kills, but also keep in mind Ghost Electricity had 3 kills in 4th place, which is a very good performance as well. So I believe we have the scores for that second round. Keep in mind, guys, we're about to go into our final round of the day and the final round of the group, which means if you didn't get the points you needed in this round, you're going to need to work for it in the next round. Would you like to run us through our scores?
Yes, I can, Skaz. In first place, we have Eighth, actually overtaking Magnus Ape's last performance by 1 point. We do have Magnus Ape following close behind with the Magnus performance that game. We have Kesher in 3rd place, Isiyun in 4th place, following his beautiful performance game 1. Rengar Oscar 5th place with 20 points, tied with Ghost and Vespucci also. There's four players tied for that 4th place spot.
Yeah, also one more thing that's kind of interesting. Like you said, 4 players all tied for that 4th place spot. We have Isiyun, Rengar Oscar, Ghost Electricity, and Vespucci, and honestly, not far behind them is Shiva Senpai with 18 points. So really, some of these tiebreakers are gonna be broken up in this next game. It's a crazy situation to be in, but it's still absolutely anyone's game to make it into that top 6. And remember, only the top 6 will end up qualifying for the finals next weekend. It's a very aggressive group. It's a very competitive lobby. But I'm curious who's gonna make it, man. Like, I have no idea. It's really anyone's game. And there's even players we're not mentioning who could easily sneak in there as well. Jenny, don't count him out yet. Binbins, can't count him out yet either. All of these players have a wonderful opportunity to maybe have an insane pop-off game and sneak right into the final 6, like we saw in Group 2 when Kyoya went from 11th to 2nd in just one game. Thoughts?
Like I said, anybody in any of these games is able to pop off. I really am not sold on who takes 3rd through 6th. I think 8th and MagnaSafe can be pretty comfortable right now. As long as you're playing for placement, you're going to make top 6 easy. But I mean, even like the players on like the bottom half, I wouldn't be surprised if a pop-off game happened from somebody and brought them into the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I really think it's anyone's game. That's what's so... Honestly, I'm a big fan of this scoring system so far because it leaves us with these situations where nothing really truly feels locked in outside of like maybe 1 or 2 players at the top who have been playing very well in both of the games. It still gives you that feeling of anything can happen. Anyone can make it. Since 6 people make it through, that's a lot of people. So, you know what? I'm excited. It could be anyone's game still. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to see in this next game. One thing that's been surprising me is that there's a few players who have been sort of showing up and doing a lot of really cool things, and a few players who have been sort of falling behind based on expectations. But one of the players who's been performing pretty well, but I wish they would get more points, has been Michael Udall. Michael Udall has been doing extremely well. I feel like I see him playing really well in almost every fight. I see him with the heads-up plays, he's making it to the late game, but the guy just doesn't have the points yet. He's just barely outside of that top 6 with 16 points. I would love to see him have a very cool pop-off game and make it into that top 6, because I know he can do it based on the play he's shown us today.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you kind of have to be cognizant about. You're playing well throughout the whole entire tournament, but because you're not exactly in that top 6 threshold, because you're not really safe by any means, you have to play accordingly to actually sort of do these things to propel yourself into the top 6. Because, yeah, playing average is okay, like placing decently is okay, having kill stolen, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, but as long as you're making the next game, like the final game, actually count, that's what really matters.
I fully agree. I fully agree. Now, the question is, are we going to see any crazy swap-ups in this last game? I have a feeling, I didn't see who was picking what, but I have a feeling that we might see... Wait a minute. Before I just say stuff. Okay, I was completely wrong. I was going to say, I have a feeling we're going to see MagnaSafe go back to Shukai, but no, he didn't go back to Shukai. He didn't go back to Magnus either. He is playing Luke this game, which is, I think, the only Luke in the group. Am I mistaken?
I think Bright Eyes played it in Group A earlier.
But in this group,
like, oh yeah, this is the first Luke in this group for sure. MagnaSafe is kind of known for the Luke gameplay. Ever since Luke's release, MagnaSafe was always a bot player, knows bad paths, because they played a lot of Magnus prior. So the transition to Luke has actually been a pretty good one for them. MagnaSafe, I think, is the highest ranked Luke in the NA server right now, rank-wise. And I'm looking forward to see what kind of path he brings, what kind of lobby dynamic he changes by picking Luke here.
So something that is important and worth paying attention to is the fact that we are down a Razi. It was, I'm trying to see which one changed, and it's eluding me. Cuddy Boo Boo switched off of Razi to go to Dylin instead. That's one less Razi contesting these routes. Maybe Proster and Absolute Terror might have a better chance of getting their builds online a lot faster, because they've been struggling with all the other Razis in the lobby, stealing all of their materials. It's been too competitive for them to get their builds online. MagnaSafe, I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to bring. I really am. Also, another character swap up was Jenny. Jenny's on Incendiary auto attack, like, what is this? Sacella. Like, what? How do you feel about this build?
Sacella is the term that we use sometimes. Very strong 2-zoner that lands in Factory. Transitions late game by building crit and then getting the Grenade of Antiox online. A weapon with really low ammo, but a ton of damage output, especially when you put crit into the equation. I'm looking forward to see if Jenny does any early plays here, go super aggro, but also how they transition to late game, and if their build swaps around, how many anti-ox they can carry. But it looks like the legendary weapon crafting is starting now.
So how do you feel about this build transitioning into the late game? I kind of feel like Sicilla on this build struggles to some degree, right? Like it's not like a perfect oh easy late game win. Like you kind of have a little bit of a struggle. Your damage doesn't really scale up super well. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, you don't out-damage players as you would like maybe with the Exodia amp build on Sicilla. You do have an earlier power spike with this one according to, or kind of in comparison to Ruthenium Marble. But the good thing is you are able to fight for your resources early, whereas on the Ruthenium Marble build you wouldn't be able to. So you can reach a full build a lot easier, except the mid-game and late-game spikes aren't as good as what they would be if you were on the amp build.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but one more thing that is kind of interesting about that, I don't want to focus on this too long because, you know, I don't want to be, you know, too biased, but like he is on sheet metal armor, which is not something I'm really used to seeing. He might be going for like a Crusader's armor or something. Maybe Jenny has brought some sort of special spicy version of this build and we are yet to see that. So I'm looking forward to that. Nico Sushi ends up dropping to Shibu Senpai with that early game aggression. We've seen this several games now, but Shibu Senpai looking real good at the moment, getting that early kill. And our first blood of the match. Also, Rengar Oscar does end up falling to Michael Udall. We were talking about this earlier. I was looking forward to seeing Michael Udall maybe pop off, get those early kills, and everyone's dying before I have a chance to go to their fight. So Bizbuki also falls to Ghost Electricity in a very fast burst fashion over here in Forest. Man, all of a sudden, it turns to night and everyone wants to fight.
Really reminiscent of last game. A lot of people just dropping early, a lot of extremely fast fights. Not many characters have the chance to scale yet, but a lot of these characters just on purple weapon, looking to go aggro, and some of them being rewarded.
Absolutely. We also have Binbins and ECUN. Ooh, ECUN looking for the catch on to Binbins. Binbins is one of these players that we are like sort of highlighting going into this match. Did very well in the qualifiers and is just a very consistent player in general, but ECUN is far more built at the moment and preys on these squishy targets. Binbins surely will be in a lot of trouble here and will fall once that W connects, and that's going to spell the end of this round for Binbins and probably the end of his tournament performance.
Oh, on the other side, Proster and Jenny and Chapel. Jenny's pretty strong at this point, but can't really fight the early spike on Proster. Proster seems to have rolled pretty good items here. For only 4 minutes in the game, especially with Razi contention, Proster seems to be pretty built and looks to walk through Jenny. Jenny has to disengage, and Proster looks to just TP to his next zone.
Yeah, honestly, like, I'm surprised that... maybe I'm not too surprised that they ended up not engaging that fight. Aethers with the snipe. Oh, does not connect onto Celeste. Celeste might be able to barely get away. Jumps over the wall and is safely out of there. Wow. What a... The arrow range is barely missing. The Q charge shot from Nadine just barely missing. That's very, very stressful right there for any Celeste fans.
If I'm Celeste right now, I am sweating, but at least he gets to see another day. 8th does get control of archery range again. It looks like school and hotel are the first 2 zones closing, which is always bad news for Nadine, but full control of archery and pushing out contention is always good news.
So ECUN is a player, I'm trying to remember what ECUN's placement, hang on, let me double check. ECUN's currently in 4th, which is a pretty good spot to be in, but you want to be a little bit higher. ECUN had done very well in the first round, but didn't quite bring it up in the second. So I think with that first kill on ECUN, plus some more, oh, Jenny, unfortunately getting hard countered as a Sicilla player by the mystical 2 people attacking me strategy. Unfortunately, the only significant way of killing a Sicilla is by just teaming on them. Well, not teaming, but, you know, killing them when it makes sense. Like, that's not teaming right there. That's just obviously killing a very vulnerable target. Proster and, who is this? Proster and Cuddy Boo Boo trading some blows back and forth. Cuddy Boo Boo opting to just ult away to get away safely as Proster is now being pursued by Magnusape.
Proster went really hard to get on the Sicilla there to get the kill away from Cuddy Boo Boo. Actually did get it and wasn't punished way too hard because Cuddy Boo Boo didn't have the cooldowns available after engaging on the Sicilla. So Proster, with the stats of the Razi, could kind of just walk out afterwards despite using all cooldowns to get in melee range of the Dylan.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're starting to hit the mid-game. Run me through the mid-game. What is your thought process if you are playing Nadine? Whoa!
So archery range is the only one open now. Usually you want to go to school or hotel to have a secondary zone. Alley is pretty hard because the console is so far away. Oh my, Ghost and Cuddy Boo Boo in Cemetery. This is a spot where Ghost spikes. Cuddy Boo Boo is in a questionable spot, but is able to ultimately get away.
Yeah, so I want to highlight the items that Aethers already has equipped. He had a 4 score plus a mithril armor. My lord, Aethers is in such good shape itemization-wise. Man, I'd be feeling fantastic if I were him. He can run from people, he can run to people very well, because his items give him a ton of defense and a ton of movement speed as well.
Magnasape finding the Cuddy Boo Boo, who is still kind of struggling from escaping Ghost, and picks him up. Good zone for Magnasape to be in. It's kind of the Luke death zone right now, so good pick up. Celeste struggling to finish the build here. There's 50 seconds left in day 2, but still on just a wetsuit. Knows that Sylvie can't actually die to Zahir here unless there's some kind of juke around the pit. And Celeste might try to fight his way out of here. Doesn't really need to, but maybe if he doesn't have console available, he's in a dangerous spot. Looks like he will be able to bike away if he so wishes here. Does just walk out though.
That is...
Ooh.
I feel like these players are both hitting each other, but at the same time just not hurting each other. Like, there's nothing actually significant going on. Okay, well, actually a few hits do land from Michael Udall. Now Celeste is in a little bit of trouble. The knockup from Michael Udall. The bike in to return the damage onto him from Celeste, but Celeste is dropping very low and will end up falling. A tragic death to Michael Udall, who picks up his 2nd kill of the game. And honestly, this is a really good opportunity for Michael Udall to maybe carry this into a late game power position, as he does have the mastery stacking up from these early kills. Ooh, Eighth in trouble.
Eighth trying to kite around using its Scroll Trap. Doesn't want to go too close to the wall, so Scroll Trap is rendered pretty useless. Uses it again though, Motif with the slow. Eighth, the attack speed slow. Motif uses the deflect to get some damage back on Eighth, but Eighth can get out. Zared and Magnasape over in Beach here. Absolute Terror kind of knows what's happening here and wants to finish the kill. Magnasape trying to buffer the ultimate to get out. Might squeak out of here, wants to go to the teleport out. Zared wants blood though. Magnasape has one less second on the timer. Motif is still on 8th. Magnasape with the movement.
Ooh, 8th will probably end up going down here though. Motif is putting a ton of pressure on. The board does not quite connect. 8th is just trying to run away before his oh, the slam misses. This is 8th's opportunity to get away here if he can monkey, or is it monkey wire or squirrel wire or something? Monkey wire his way into a safer position, going right over the wall. Nicely done by Aethers, being the slipperiest Nadine in the lobby. But I mean, he's also the only Nadine in the lobby, so it doesn't really mean much. Zared versus Motif. Zared is on a sort of tankier, you know, cool down ish focus build, but also we have Motif playing a other tankier, sort of cool down ish focused build. These players are both going to slam against each other and try and do a little bit of damage, but honestly realize they aren't doing that much damage to each other and just backing up and moving on with their days.
Seems to be a little trait of mastery here. I don't think either one wants to burn way too much food, but they do appreciate just trading blows a little bit for fights against other characters to go better later.
Looking pretty good right now. Ooh, they're fighting again. And
they are fighting again, doing a little bit of damage.
They are indeed fighting.
Both have a lot of tankiness, and they are still fighting.
So
Kesher is going to look to third party this. Kesher actually does some damage. Zared commits the ultimate for this. Motif is in a bad spot. Kesh wants Motif. Zared actually picks up the kill though. Kesh helps out a little bit. Zared does lose ultimate, but definitely worth it. ECU on Michael Udall in Uptown. Oh my god, ECU with the crit passive.
One of the I was gonna say one of the roughest matchups for Michael Udall, for Zahir in general, is Shoichi. This is a very sticky character that is hard to get around, and also he's able to use his W to sort of negate your biggest defensive tool. So be pretty rough. And unfortunately, Michael Udall will end up falling here. He had 2 kills, 9th place. Not the worst placement and not the worst kill count, so maybe that is enough to secure that top 6 spot since he was just barely on the bubble of not being in there, but we'll see if that does end up paying off for him. In any case though, we do have just 8 players left in our final like set of zones. There's still a lot of zones open though, I'll tell you what. Wick should be... Wait, Wick is already dead. Who got Wick? Wick is
alive. Avenue.
Chillin', big chillin'. Only lost about 1,400 HP so far. Absolute Terror and Ghost Electricity are ready to maybe third party this. We saw Ghost Electricity's patience with Wick last game, which ended up paying off in a kill on Binbins and a kill on Wick in general. So maybe this is another one of those plays where just staying in the area, he's able to do good things.
Ghost and Absolute Terror both want to kind of sneak this, but I think both kind of sniff the other one out. I'm guessing Ghost is going to go look for the console here. Absolute Terror probably going to run into Magnus Ape soon. But everybody just wants to zone everybody out before they actually commit on fighting the Wick here. Magnus Ape draws Wick aggro. Not looking good because considering Ghost just got console vision, he lets him know that Magnus Ape is stuck on the bridge here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have Absolute Terror drawing the aggro of Wick, taking a lot of early damage. Almost about 600 to 700 damage going to be going down on Absolute Terror very early, which is going to make it hard to be in these fights against both the Ghost Electricity and Magnus Ape. And of course, you have Zared not far behind as well, trying to get in on this fight. But now, after all that, Wickeline will just sort of wander into Avenue uncontested because all of these players have been playing keep away, or rather like protection squad for Wickeline to make sure that they don't necessarily get it stolen from somebody else. Or stolen by somebody else.
We'll just path around Avenue here. I believe Zared has Avenue console as well, that's pawn console, so he kind of knows what's happening here. I think Zared might look to pull or at least do some damage, drop aggro, and maybe try to burst it later. Zared is actually pulling it into the building and trying to burst. Magnus Ape knows there's sound here. Goes to the steal, Magnus Ape gets the steal off and full loot. Zared jumps back in, but the Wick buff. I don't think you want to jump back into that. Whiffs the ultimate, but
Magnus
Q
Ape
lands. The slow goes off. Magnus Ape needs one more Q. Oh, it just barely doesn't connect. Looks like Zared will be able to get out of here.
Magnus Ape actually played that super well. Unfortunately, he missed everything, but he did play it really well. I saw the lines there. I saw what he was going for. It didn't end up working out, but it was very well done. ECU now chasing Absolute Terror after Aethers has also been forced out into the red zone. Absolute Terror opting to take the red back to the bottom side of Research Center and go to Forest Valley, but ECU might be able to read this and catch him there just by accident. Yeah, pathing exactly in that direction as Aethers heads up towards Avenue. So the thing about that fight with Magnus Ape versus Zared was he threw the Q and then he knew it connected and he threw out the R to try and do like the big like ult combo and then like dash back in. Maybe he evolved R, I'm not entirely sure, but in any case it was well played. It just didn't quite end up connecting, but it was a good effort nonetheless. He also has Wick buff, so that's very nice too.
Yeah, I think if you're getting the Wick loot and you're getting a Wick buff, it's Luke, you're never upset.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, players are pretty much spread out again. Skaz, who do you think is going to take this one? A lot of characters look decent in Final Zone, but there's actually not a ton of characters that are super broken Final Zone. How do you think this one's going to play out?
I genuinely have to give it to Aethers. I really think Aethers has the best shot of taking this entire game. Not because he is, you know, super stacked out of his mind, but I feel like his game sense in those final zones is very good. We saw him perform very well in the last game. We saw how he was able to mind game the other two hearts into sort of fighting each other and taking advantage of that situation. He also built a lot of traps. So I genuinely think Aethers has a fantastic shot of winning this. Can't count out Magnus Ape though. He has Wick, he has Monkey King Bar, he's making an Opera Mask. He's in very good shape. Especially for a Luke player, this is exactly where you want to be at this stage in the game. Also, I want to give a huge shout out over to Iseun. Iseun is a player who can do insane things and has been bullying many players in the lobby repeatedly. I've seen him force probably 4 players into the red at this point. Like, he is very, very threatening at the moment. Well, there goes one of my predictions. Aethers is dead. Shoot.
Yeah, and honestly, the biggest threat to 8th was just getting found by Magnus Ape. It looks like Magnus Ape did get a TP into alley that 8th didn't spot with the console and was able to path right to 8th without actually giving 8th vision on him at any time. Kind of a A pretty good chain of events there by Magnus Ape to be able to sneak the kill on Aethers. I don't think Aeth would have ever fought that willingly. So, right place, right time.
He's so clean.
My gosh, ECU with the movement! Drops the ultimate, gets 3 dagger pickups, and takes down Shugi Senpai.
What a nice combo there in the red zone in a research center. Coming out of the zone, he's gonna fight some moles. Never mind, I thought that was a real fight. Absolute Terror was fighting a Ghost Electricity and kind of still is. This could turn into something if, yeah, enough is landing just to get the fear onto Absolute Terror. And that's gonna be Ghost Electricity sort of swinging the fight in his favor as he is currently full HP, but his ultimate is down. I want to highlight the fact that Magnus Ape currently has Monkey King Bar, Mithril Armor, Chinese Opera Mask, and Boots of Hermes. The dude is chilling at 5.06 movement speed out of combat. This is insane. This is absolutely insane, especially for Luke. This is where you want to be. It lets you chase people. It lets you get away from people. You don't have the best escape tools, but your escape tools are now just right-clicking away from them. So you know what? This is insane. Look how fast this Luke is moving.
With a late Wick take too, this Wick's going to be online for a little bit of time still, maybe able to like pick up some kills or burn some Q cooldowns while it's up. Looks to find Cash, the moves to a Magnus Ape. He lands the Q. Cash not in a great spot right now. Is probably going to have to use the ult to stall this one out, especially if Magnus Q lands the next Q here.
The ultimate does land.
Oh my, huge flow. Zerid here to third party.
Gets one little bit of a Q slash, which will cause a little bit of a bleed on a Kesher. Keep in mind, the bleed from Wick Puff was also active as well, so Kesher got very little healing from that. And yep, in that situation, oh, the beautiful Q from Magnus Ape does land onto Zerid as he tries to juke out of that, but it will not be enough. Magnus Ape with the E gets the slow. He goes for the Q, but it whiffs as Zerid beautifully dodges over the... Is it a van? It's like a truck. It's like a truck van. Van of fuck. Anyway, so
the
Zerid,
obstacle.
The obstacle. Zerid is now forced into a situation where he is trying to get away, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. The stealth. Oh, it was almost the most beautiful prediction of all time coming from Magnus, but it didn't quite connect just on movement speed alone. But it was the perfect trajectory. It just didn't quite get there.
Magnus Ape does eventually get to loot the body. Would have felt nicer to get the Jackie kill as well. But Dagger Jackie does as Dagger Jackie will. Gets out Magnus Ape, does get the kill credit. Wick will be wearing off soon. Ghost kind of sniffing Zerid at the back end of that fight. Doesn't look like Ghost will be able to close the gap. But it's kind of here. Commits ultimate, isn't able to actually get a kill out of it, but good looks.
We have an engagement between ECU and Absolute Terror on the top side of Alley. Currently, Absolute Terror and ECU have traded equal damage, although it looks like it's going in favor of Absolute Terror. The long-range E reactivation is knocking ECU back a little bit, and he is forced to run into the red. He used his ultimate, and it was not enough damage to end up winning that fight, forcing him to rest right there. But Absolute Terror is healing up as well with just 9 seconds. This is a very tough situation for ECU to actually win. Oh, the zone just turned red! ECU at the very least is dead to timer, and now the plus 7 seconds onto Absolute Terror means he has time to get away before it is too late as he TPs over to Pond. An insane pickup by Absolute Terror there, and a very fortunate situation for him getting that free kill. Well, it wasn't free, but he got a kill there, going from 0 to 1. Has a lot of points on the board, and every point counts, guys, when you're getting this close to qualifying for the finals next weekend. Absolute Terror versus Magnus Ape. A very good beginning of the fight for Absolute Terror. Magnus Ape is dropping very low, but has the Q locked and ready to go. He goes back in.
Third party's coming. Zerid on the back line chooses the Razi over the Luke. Zerid goes in on Absolute Terror. Absolute Terror doesn't really have the cooldowns to play with. Zerid, oh my lord! Magnus Ape takes the kill with the ultimate. Looks to want to take down Zerid too. At least wants to burn some timer here. Ghost is still walking across Pond Bridge, so this is just a 1v1 for now. But Ghost is going to be coming in with the ultimate. Zerid trying to put on the moves. Doesn't want to get the third party. Oh my gosh, Magnus Ape with another beautiful Q and a crit with the mop to clean up Zerid. Wow.
He's so clean, Magnus Ape.
My.
Oh, with the beautiful movement to get right behind Ghost Electricity there, dodging the Q. Just beautiful pacing, spacing, and just getting all up in his facing. Ghost Electricity has no chance in this situation unless he gets a very nice combo with the Arrow Rain, with the Root, and potentially a nice R activate in order to chain some omens into Magnus Ape's face. Jumping over the... Oh, he manages to get over the river just in time. Guys, keep in mind, there's only 16 seconds left until this zone closes and is constricted to just this final square. Can Magnus Ape end up closing it out, or will Ghost Electricity come from behind and have enough healing in order to win this fight and claim first place on Lumia Island? We got remote mines. We've got remote mines in play.
This is a win con. Ooh! To stop the cooking and get a bleed on.
Wait, that is huge damage.
Goes to the bottom. Oh my gosh!
But
Ghost
lands,
actually has a chance to win this one. Fear lands, but Magnus Q with the Q cannot get the reactivation. Maybe he's waiting for the out of combat move speed, but it doesn't have it. Oh my gosh, Ghost is actually in a really good spot right now. Magnus Ape is gonna need to close the gap and get some lifesteal, but
The Q lands.
Ghost doesn't get it. The Q lands.
Oh,
Ghost doesn't get the fear. Beautiful
Gets the
movement
fear.
by Magnus Ape. Ghost needs to wait for the next fear, has some timer to play with, but doesn't exactly have a health bar to go off of. Magnus Ape trying to not let him do it. Magnus Ape with 2 seconds left on timer. Oh my gosh, Ghost can play for a timeout win con if he gets a good fear here. Oh my, he's cooking, so you know Magnus Ape can't follow.
I can't. Oh, Magnus Ape jumps behind. One more slash should be enough, but the fear does land on Magnus Ape. That's gonna be it. Magnus Ape takes it. That is the end of game number 3 for Group C, and Magnus Ape, with his second win of the group, takes it once more in first place.
Magnus Ape movement was so beautiful to watch there, but Ghost, who was almost counted out by the 3-level advantage on the Luke, and just the sheer gear advantage from the Luke, he put up an extremely good fight. Both players had pretty good chance to win that. Magnus Ape does take it home though.
Magnus Ape. Magnus Ape. What? That. I need to compose myself. Magnus Ape played. Both of those players played that final zone so beautifully. I have never seen such a elegant, well-flowing final back and forth between two players. There was never a moment where I felt like, oh yeah, of course, blank is gonna win or blank is gonna take it in this situation. Both of these players were super down at one point, but through beautiful play, through beautiful positioning, through beautiful skill shots, everything landing at the right times, the ultimate coming out of Magnus Ape, the snipe to stop him from doing what he needed to do when he was out in the red. I could not be happier with the way that ending ended up going. That is going to conclude Group C. We are gonna have our scores for you in just a second. Hoko, do you have any thoughts on that final fight?
Wow. Okay, Magnus Ape is known for Jukai, right? But what was that, man? I knew Magnus Ape was good at Luke, but oh my gosh, the movement, just the mechanic knowledge of this champion. He showed so much mastery on this character. And if I'm in finals bracket, I need to watch out for this. This guy is scary. If you give him a wick buff, that's what happens. He tore up the entire lobby. It didn't matter what character he was against. He didn't even need traps. Just through sheer mechanics and game knowledge, matchup knowledge, he took the lobby, and he's a threat.
Yeah, like Magnus Ape, I'm remembering now, you just mentioned traps. Magnus Ape stood on the Venn diagram of 2 remote mines. He ate double remote mines and still clutched out that win. The dude is a force to be reckoned with. But speaking of Magnus Ape, let's go over to talk about our final scores and see what the final 6 members joining our finals in at next weekend are going to be. The current scores at the end of game 3, oh my gosh, game 3 of Group C are going to be in first place, Magnus Ape with 72 points. An absolute blowout of a final game for Magnus Ape, getting even more points, getting even more kills. There's going to be a very strong performance from him, and it's going to show that he is a force to be reckoned with, like you said, in those finals. Do you want to run us through the rest of them?
Yeah, second place we have 8th, the winner of game 2, beautiful showing throughout all 3 games. Ghost Electricity in 3rd place, beautiful gameplay at the end there, almost squeaked by Magnus Ape, and Magnus Ape did close it out. 4th place Isuyun, our Shoichi representative, 5th place Kesher on the Ampart, and then Shubi Senpai, 6th place on the Dylan. Wow, barely not making it. 7th place Michael Udall, Vespucci, our other Ampart representative, and Rengar Oscar in 9th place as well.
An absolute heartbreaker for Michael Udall, just barely not making it by 1 point. Unfortunately, he did only make it to 7th, which is the most heartbreaking position to be in, but GG's nonetheless. honestly, every single person in every single group that played today played an absolutely wonderful game. I am so thankful for all of these players being stuck in such hard groups and in such hard matches, and they all brought such fantastic games for us today. So thank you to everybody for coming out and playing. But remember, we do have the finals next weekend, next Saturday at 4 p.m. PST. However, it will not be here on this channel. It's going to be casted over on the official Nimble Neuron channel. Yes, I know the qualifiers and the semifinals, we played them on this channel because that's just sort of the way things are going to work. But for the finals, you're going to want to be looking over at the official Nimble Neuron channel because that's where the games are going to be played. But guys, that's going to be it for me. That's going to be it for us here at the ERCL for the semifinals. Hoko, would you like to say anything? Plug yourself, you know, just sort of give some shout outs.
Yeah, honestly, all three groups were so fun to watch. I played in the first one, but I watched the other two, and just solid dynamics were so cool. A lot of people dump on solos, but oh my gosh, there was so much fun today. So, I mean, big thanks for everybody who came by and played. Big shoutouts to you guys, Skaz, Alt, all of the tournament hosts, Nimble Neuron for hosting this event. Yeah, I don't know, it's such a cool game. I'm so glad to have you guys, community, here with us. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And honestly, yo, guys, check out Homecoming. He streams all the time. Thank you so much for joining us, man. We really appreciate you. And that is going to be it for us at the ERCL. That's it for the semifinals. We made it through all three groups. And yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful evening wherever you are. And be sure to join us for the finals next weekend on the official Nimble Neuron Twitch channel. Have a good evening.